Chapter 1, Traveling Through Time. Please collect and comment. Kanto, Saffron City, midsummer. At noon, the sun was like a ball of fire hanging in the sky. Pedestrians on the road were not hiding in the shade. Some Stephanie girls held up parasols and walked on the road in cool clothes, showing off their beauty. In this summer-filled day, a remote alley in Saffron City presented another scene. This alley was completely dim, even under the sun, it was still dark, and the alley was constantly emitting cold temperature. Several ratata were attracted to the entrance of the alley by the low temperature. As soon as they stood at the entrance of the alley, their bodies froze instantly, and then they fled from here as if they had encountered some flood beast. There is really an abnormal situation here. At this moment, a low and slightly hoarse voice of a girl sounded. A woman with golden hair stood at the entrance of the alley with a cold expression, looking at the dim alley in front of her with a relaxed look. After the woman arrived, the color of the alley became darker, like the black ink normal, as if resisting the arrival of others. If an ordinary person saw this weird scene, he would have turned around and left in a cold sweat, but this woman was not an ordinary person, but Agatha, the future Kanto Elite Four. At this time, she was just 40 years old, and she was far from the appearance of an old woman with a cane in the animation and game. Ignoring the dark environment around her, Agatha slowly walked into the alley. In the darkness, her vision seemed to be unaffected, avoiding some cracked bricks on the ground. When she walked to the end of the alley, she was also surprised by the scene in front of her. It was not an evil Pokemon, nor a villain on the wanted list, but a baby in swaddling clothes. The child was not crying, but was sleeping quietly, and his fair skin was out of tune with the dark environment around him. Agatha saw the child on the ground also had a puzzled expression on his face. Just as she was about to approach the child, she suddenly stopped and said with a surprised look on her face, "Oh, this is really an incredible sight." Just when Agatha was about to approach, dozens of red eyes suddenly appeared in the dark environment around her, and the owners of these eyes stared at Agatha fiercely. Misdreavus, Haunter, Shuppet, Sabai, oh! Are there any evil Pokemon, Murkrow, Houndoom? Agatha was not afraid of such malicious eyes, but easily identified the owners of these eyes. These ghosts and evil Pokemon in the alley surrounded the child faintly, and kept making threatening sounds, signaling Agatha to leave here immediately, but they seemed to be hesitant and afraid of something, so they did not dare to attack Agatha. Djanggar, is this why you noticed something unusual? Is that child attracting you? Agatha said to herself in the dim alley. Just as Agatha finished speaking, a Pokemon suddenly emerged from her dark shadow on the ground. It was Agatha's trump card Pokemon Jengar. Djanggar nodded heavily in response to Agatha's question, and then released elite-level pressure on the surrounding Pokemon, but this pressure seemed to intentionally avoid the sleeping child on the ground. Under Djanggar's pressure, other ghost and evil-type Pokemon couldn't help but tremble. After all, their strength was too far behind the elite-level Djanggar. But under this pressure, they still huddled and didn't want to leave, still guarding the child. Even the knowledgeable Agatha couldn't help showing a surprised expression when she saw this scene, and carefully observed the child on the ground, wanting to detect what kind of magic this sleeping child had that made these Pokemon guard here regardless of the danger to their lives. Djanggar, tell them that I have no ill will towards the child. Afterwards, under Djanggar's comfort, the surrounding Pokemon finally dispersed their malice, but still looked at Agatha vigilantly. Agatha walked to the child and picked him up. Seeing Agatha's careless look, Djanggar next to her immediately showed a worried look. What kind of look is that? I won't hurt this child, and don't you notice that in such a cold environment, this child is still very healthy? This child is not as fragile as you think. Agatha noticed the worried look of her own Djanggar and couldn't help rolling her eyes and said. After Agatha finished speaking, she looked at the child in her arms. With fair skin and cute looks, and the little ding-ding below, Agatha immediately judged that this child would definitely be a handsome boy when he grows up. Originally, she came to Saffron City to buy something to vent her anger because she had another quarrel with Samuel Oak because of different ideas, but she came to this alley because of her servant Jengar, and ended up getting a child. Looking at the sleeping child, Agatha couldn't help but smile on her usually serious face, and then she was ready to leave with the child. As for where to go? Of course, to the orphanage. In Agatha's opinion, even if this child is a little magical, she will not adopt the child. After all, she does not have the time and energy to take care of it. At this moment, Djanggar, who has a tacit understanding with Agatha, immediately noticed Agatha's thoughts, and immediately floated to Agatha's side, gesticulating with his hands and feet. "What? You want me to adopt him? Impossible, I don't have the time. Don't act pitiful, it's useless to act pitiful. Okay, okay. I'm afraid of you, but let me make it clear first, you have to take care of this child yourself." Agatha and Jengar left the alley while holding the child, and the dark environment in the alley slowly returned to its original state after Agatha left, as if nothing abnormal had ever happened here. 16 years later. At night, in an old house in Viridian City, Kanto region. A boy with black hair and black eyes was sitting on a chair, reading a book attentively, and his sunny and handsome face could be vaguely seen under the light. However, in contrast to the boy's sunny appearance, the situation around him was extremely dark except for the range of the boy's light, and several pairs of red eyes were faintly seen in the darkness. Even the light on the boy's head was not an ordinary lamp, but a chandelier, and there were ghost Pokemon such as Litwick and Lampent on the table. You know, Chandelure is a Pokemon that absorbs human souls, but this boy seems unaffected and is still reading calmly under the lights. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2 Innate Ability, please collect and comment. The name of the boy reading the book is Maen, and he is also the protagonist of the book. 16 years have passed since he was picked up and adopted by Agatha in the alley. He has grown from a baby to the sunny and handsome boy he is now. Maen also learned where he was reborn as he grew up, which was the Pokemon world he saw in anime and games in his previous life. When Maen first found out that he was in the Pokemon world, he was very excited. Although he didn't know much about games, he had been following the Pokemon anime at that time, but the face of Go-Go was a bit disgusting to him. Until Maen knew that the person who adopted him was called Agatha, Maen had a big doubt in his head instantly. In his impression, Agatha was an old woman with a cane and a villain-like face, and she was also one of the Elite Four, not a 40-year-old woman. Then he realized that the timeline of his appearance was much earlier, and even the position of Elite Four was officially established 10 years ago. Among Kanto's current Elite Four, only Agatha, who adopted him, and Fighting Elite Bruno are known to Maen. The remaining two are not Yolongdu and Lorelei in Maen's memory. A few years ago, Maen also asked Agatha about Yolongdu indirectly. Now Maen still remembers Agatha's answer at that time. Yolongdu? Is it the little guy from the Yolong family? He is indeed a talented young man, but he is not an elite. He is only a few years older than you now. It's too early for him to become an elite. Maen gradually understood the current timeline. The characters who became famous in the game and anime before this timeline are still working hard. In addition, the Pokemon Alliance has only announced the Kalos region. The Alola and Galar regions have not been announced on the internet at all, and it seems that they are still unknown. At this moment, Maen, who was flipping through a book, suddenly felt his hand being grabbed by something. He saw a dusk noir slowly emerging from the darkness and grabbing Maen's wrist. Noticing Maen's gaze, Dark Knight Spirit shook his head, then pointed at his wrist with his finger, and made a rest gesture, with a worried look on his red eye. Maen couldn't help but laugh helplessly at Dark Knight Spirit's appearance. I'm already 16 years old, not the child I used to be, and it's too early to rest at this point. Dusk Noir couldn't help scratching his head in the face of Maen's complaints, showing an embarrassed look. If ordinary people saw Dusk Noir like this, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. You know, Dusk Noir has always been a mysterious and terrifying existence in people's hearts. After all, according to legend, Dusk Noir has the ability to take people's souls to the underworld. Maen couldn't help but laugh at Dusk Noir's appearance. In Maen's opinion, Ghost is no different from other Pokémon. As long as you get to know these Pokémon, they still have a cute side. At this time, a pink and thick tongue suddenly appeared from the shadows, and then licked Maen's face, licking Maen's forehead along his chin. After successfully attacking Maen, the owner of the tongue, a chubby Djanggar, floated in the air with a smug expression, and his happy eyes narrowed into two slits. Maen wiped the saliva on his face with his sleeve and said helplessly, "Djanggar, how old are you? Why are you still naughty like a child? But since you appear, does it mean that Grandma Agatha is back too?" Djanggar nodded quickly, then floated in front of Maen, leading Maen to the reception room of the ancient house. When he arrived at the reception room, Maen saw the only person who could be regarded as his family in his two lives, Agatha Elite, one of the Kanto Elite Four. Agatha Elite is now nearly 60 years old, and her current appearance gradually overlaps with the image in Maen's memory animation and game. Agatha Elite, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, saw Maen coming, and a little smile appeared on her serious face. She pointed at the sofa opposite with the cane beside her, motioning Maen to come and sit down, and said to Djanggar unhappily, "Did you go to tease Maen again? No wonder you came a little late." Djanggar scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard Agatha's words, and then hid in Agatha's shadow. "It's been a few months since we last met, how have you been recently?" Agatha's low voice sounded, and there was still concern in her tone. "Grandma Agatha, of course there is no problem. I'm 16 years old, not a child. Besides, there are Dusk Noir and the others, so there is no problem at all. Yes, I'm 16 years old. It's been 16 years in a blink of an eye." Agatha looked at Maen's face, and remembered the child she picked up in the alley 16 years ago, and a look of reminiscence appeared on her face. "By the way, how is your ability? Have you mastered it?" Agatha Elite suddenly thought of something and asked Maen worriedly. "No problem, I have mastered it completely." Maen stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. As Maen's voice fell, a dark shadow ball floated on Maen's palm. After Maen was reborn, he confirmed that he had no system, but he had another innate ability, which was also the golden finger of his rebirth. At first, Maen was surprised to know that he had special abilities, but soon he was relieved. After all, the Pokémon world is not without special abilities, such as the power of Evergreen, the power of Wave, Psychic, and the power of Super Conquer. On the contrary, Maen was relieved when he knew that he had a golden finger. After all, as a protagonist, he can't do without some special skills. However, Maen's ability is somewhat different. After all, he didn't remember seeing anyone with his ability in Jiling's world. Maen speculated that he might have a special mental power because of his rebirth, which gave rise to his own unique ability. Maen called his own unique ability Dark Power. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3 Agatha Elite, please collect and comment. Maen's dark power has no special manifestations at ordinary times. At most, it has a strong attraction to ghost and dark Pokémon, and these two attribute Pokémon have a particularly high favorability towards Maen. At first, Maen was a little depressed when he thought his ability was just a central air conditioner, until he had an emotional outburst when he was a child. At that time, the intense dark power emerged from Maen's body, and the surrounding area was shrouded in black mist for several meters. The ghost and dark Pokémon around Maen at that time absorbed this mist and their strength soared, but at the same time their rationality began to lose control. If Maen had not had an adult soul in his body and had concentrated his mind in time to control this power, these Pokémon would probably have gone crazy and attacked the residents around him. However, although he controlled his ability, from that day on, Maen was also taken away from the urban residential area by Agatha and came to this ancient villa in the suburbs. Since then, Maen has consciously tried to train his dark power. With continuous training, he gradually understood the dark power. This dark power can not only attract ghost and dark Pokémon, but also has a little attraction to poison Pokémon, but not as strong as ghost and dark. It has no attraction to other attributes, but it will not disgust other Pokémon, just like usual. As he grew up, Maen found that his dark power was also increasing. When he was a child, the growth rate was the largest. When he was 15 years old, Maen could clearly feel that the growth rate had become stable. But even so, Maen, who successfully mastered this dark power, found that he was half a Pokémon, and the floating shadow ball in his hand was the biggest proof. However, the most powerful point of the dark power is that this energy can actually assist Pokémon in growth. Although it is only effective for the 3 attribute Pokémon mentioned above, even so, if this ability is spread, I am afraid that Maen will be caught by some people with bad intentions as experimental materials immediately. Maen himself has also tested it privately. Ghost and evil Pokémon that stay around him for a long time grow much faster than normal ones. Pokémon like Misdreavus, which needs to absorb people's fear to grow, or Pokémon like Litwick, which needs human souls, can grow quickly just by following Maen and absorbing the dark power that is scattered. So far, the only people who know about Maen's ability are Agatha and Maen himself, in addition to the Pokémon living in the house. After 16 years of getting along, Agatha has long regarded Maen as her own grandson and successor. Not only does she not covet Maen's ability, but she has been helping Maen hide the dark power. You must know that when Maen's emotions exploded and released the dark power, there were many trainers and Pokémon in Viridian City, and a few people still sensed the abnormality, but in the end they were all successfully covered up by Agatha Elite with reasons. Maen held up the shadow ball in his hand, and after seeing the satisfied look on Agatha Elite's face, he squeezed his palm, and the suspended shadow ball broke apart, and the dark power turned into mist and scattered in the air. At this moment, Djanggar, who had just hidden in Agatha's shadow, suddenly jumped out, opened his mouth wide and sucked the dark power into his mouth in one breath. And then showed a satisfied expression like a child eating candy. Djanggar looked at the teasing expressions of Agatha and Maen, and his originally black and purple face actually showed a little blush, and shyly hid back in Agatha's shadow again. As the socially dead Djanggar drilled back into the shadow, the scene fell into silence again. Agatha Elite looked at Maen's hesitant expression, guessed Maen's thoughts in her heart, and said slowly, "Don't say it, I know what you want to say, so I have one last question. Maen, tell me. What is your dream?" As Agatha finished speaking, an unprecedented serious expression appeared on her old face, and a pressure from the elite was on Maen. Noticing Agatha's serious expression and the pressure from the elite, Maen's expression became firm, and he said in a firm tone, "Become the strongest trainer." Hearing Maen's words, the serious expression on Agatha Elite's face disappeared, and she smiled. She nodded with satisfaction at Maen's answer and said, "Then go." Agatha Elite looked at Maen's firm expression and remembered how she looked when she was young. The expression on her face was exactly the same as Maen's. Although she wanted to keep Maen by her side, she knew that nothing could stop her from pursuing her dreams. "By the way, Grandma Agatha, if I just said that I wanted to be the best Pokémon researcher, would you hit me?" At this moment, Maen seemed to have thought of something and said something to his death. Hearing Maen's words, Agatha's smiling face was instantly covered with ice, and the air temperature around her seemed to drop a lot. Djanggar hiding in Agatha's shadow shrank deeper, and several merc rose in the trees outside the old house were even scared and flew away. Maen had met Professor Oak when he was a child. At that time, Professor Oak had married and had children early, and the children were already adults, so Agatha hid her feelings for Professor Oak in her heart. However, even so, Agatha still maintained her admiration for Professor Oak until Professor Oak decided to become a Pokémon researcher. It was for this reason that Agatha and Oak, who had a good relationship, had differences and began to quarrel constantly. Finally, when Professor Oak chose to give up his trainer status and became a researcher 10 years ago, the two finally broke out in an unprecedented quarrel and finally parted ways. Rationally speaking, Professor Oak's research after becoming a researcher has benefited many people, which is definitely the right choice. But Agatha thought it was a betrayal, because Professor Oak said he would always walk in front of Agatha, so that Agatha would never catch up with him. Her original admiration for Oak was instantly filled with rage's betrayal. As a result, even after 10 years, the two still had contact, but they only met under the official circumstances of the alliance, and there was no private communication. Moreover, Maen had seen Agatha more than once hate Professor Oak in newspapers and news. Looking at Agatha's cold expression, Maen knew that he was asking for death, and immediately jumped out of the sofa and ran back to his bedroom as fast as possible. Agatha looked at Maen's fleeing appearance, and the cold expression slowly dissipated. A look of hesitation appeared on her face. Finally, she sighed deeply, then took out paper and pen, and after hesitating for a long time, she still picked up the pen and wrote the text. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4 Elite Level Qualification Haunter, please collect and comment. Maen didn't know what Agatha was doing. He was frightened and ran out of the living room at an unprecedented speed. He was relieved when he found that Agatha didn't ask Djanggar to catch him. Walking in the corridor of the old house, Maen was in a good mood as he was finally going to be a trainer. He greeted the Pokémon he met along the way, and most of these Pokémon were Ghost and Dark Pokémon. Agatha, a Ghost Elite, is different in reality from in the game. In the game, Agatha, a Ghost Elite, always has 2 Djangars in her lineup, and then Arbok and Crobat. Isn't this the same as a future Dragon Elite? There are not many dragons, but flyings account for the majority. Agatha is also a concept. Rather than a Ghost Elite, it is better to say that she is a Poison Elite. In reality, Agatha has quite a few ghosts, including Crobat, Arbok, and Weezing, but they are Agatha's second team Pokémon, while the trump card lineup is the Ghost Corps led by Djanggar. As the grandson of Agatha Elite and the owner of the Dark Power, Maen naturally chose a Ghost as Earl Dervish Pokémon, and he has already started training it early. Maen returned to the bedroom and packed his luggage. In the Pokémon world, there is a black technology called Space Backpack. Although the capacity is limited, it is more than enough to pack a tent in the wild, clothes for daily use, and emergency medicines. You can go on a trip tomorrow, you are so excited. Maen, who was packing his luggage, said to himself in the empty bedroom. As soon as the voice fell, a haunter emerged from under Maen's shadow, nodded excitedly, and his eyes were full of expectations for going out for a trip. The color of this haunter is not the normal purple, but the ink-like black, and it is also Maen's Earl Dervish Pokémon. At the age of 15, Maen finally mastered the Dark Power and chose the Earl Dervish Pokémon, and the Pokémon he chose was the offspring of Agatha Elite's trump card Djanggar. As the offspring of Djanggar, the talent of this Ghastly can be imagined, and it is an elite level qualification at birth. Maen chose Ghastly not only because of the qualification, but also because Maen particularly likes Ghastly's final form Djanggar. After all, who doesn't want a chubby Djanggar that can be used as an air conditioner in summer and can also store items? When Ghastly was a child, Maen deliberately used the Dark Power to help Ghastly grow. Ghastly's original color was the same as a normal Ghastly. Under Maen's long-term cultivation of the Dark Power, the color began to change. The purple smoke around him also turned black, and after it evolved into a haunter 2 months ago, the color completely turned black. The power of darkness brings not only color changes, but also growth in strength. The real world does not have the level mechanism in the game, but there is still a clear division of strength. Except for the infancy of Pokémon when they are just born, the various stages of strength are divided into novice level, ordinary level, senior level, elite level, gym level, quasi-elite, elite, champion and master. And now Maen's Haunter is at the beginning of the elite level. Elite level Pokémon is the limit of what ordinary people can cultivate without adventures, and elite level trainers are the existence that ordinary people need to look up to. After packing his luggage, Maen, lying on the bed, couldn't fall asleep for a long time, his eyes looking at the ceiling. But his heart was full of expectations for unknown travel. Then Maen got a bolt from the blue. "Grandma Agatha, did I hear it wrong? The travel expenses you provided me are 10,000 yuan, right?" "Of course. But 10,000 yuan is only enough for the fare of moving around the city, not even enough for food." "Yes, you can find a way to earn the rest of the money yourself. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Why do I have to work as the heir of the Elite Four? It is said that the descendants of the elite have unlimited resources." Facing Maen's complaints, Agatha showed a proud smile on her face, saying that these are all training for Maen. After all, trainers need to go through their own training to grow. "Grandma, I'm well read. You can't fool me. I know that the son of Devon Group, Zivaka Steven, can get whatever he wants from the family." Agatha's face didn't change when she heard what Maen said. She smiled and explained. "Yes, since you know what Zivaka Steven said, you should also know that this kid has a hobby, right? Stone mining." "Yes, although I think stone mining is a bit unprofessional, I have to say that the kid is really talented in stones. Many of the stones he mined are top-level evolution stones and rare gems, so sending these stones back home is also another way of selling them, so the resources he got are all exchanged for his own stones. If you can find top-quality evolution stones and gems, please mail them to me, and I will give you a reasonable price." Maen was defeated and reluctantly accepted that he could only start his trainer life from scratch. "Don't say that I didn't help you, Grandma. Take this notebook and letter." Agatha said this with a hesitant look on her face, but still handed it to Maen. Maen took the notebook and the letter, and saw that the notebook was written with the Ghost Pokémon Training Manual. He opened it and found that it contained some of Agatha's experience in training Pokémon, as well as the training methods of moves. Maen knew that if this notebook was put on the auction house, it might be sold at the price of a quasi-god Pokémon. After all, it was an elite notebook. And Maen couldn't understand the letter. After all, there was not only the name of the sender, but also the name of the recipient. "Take this letter and go to Pallet Town to give it to Samuel Oak. If you understand, get out of here." After saying this, Agatha walked towards her bedroom on crutches without giving Maen time to react. Maen looked at Agatha's back, and a feeling of family love surged in his heart. He knew that with Agatha's attitude towards Professor Oak, if it wasn't for him, she would never take the initiative to contact Professor Oak. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5 Pallet Town. Kanto Region, Pallet Town. Pallet Town is located in the west of Kanto Region and is a small rural town. Originally, this town was not a famous place in Kanto Region, because there were too many rural towns like this, and it was far less famous than the big cities in Kanto such as Saffron City and Deadwood City. But when Professor Oak moved the laboratory here 10 years ago, it suddenly changed from an unknown place to a famous town. The previous name of Pallet Town was not this, but Pure White Town. Because of Professor Oak's great-great-grandfather, it was specially renamed Pallet Town. At the same time, this is also the hometown where Professor Oak was born. The most famous building in the entire Pallet Town, Professor Oak's laboratory, is located on a hill in the southeast corner of the town. From the laboratory, you can clearly overlook the entire Pallet Town. After leaving the old house, Maen took a car to come here to visit Professor Oak. Walking on the dirt road in Pallet Town, a gentle breeze blew in the face. Surrounded by verdant turf, the small ponds on both sides of the road reflected the sunlight. The grass on the lawn was green, and some Pokémon could be clearly seen lying on it to rest comfortably. This town truly represents what it is like for people and Pokémon to live in harmony. The residents of the town were not wary of the stranger, Maen, but greeted him warmly and asked if there was anything they could help with. After learning that Maen was visiting Professor Oak, the residents also enthusiastically showed Maen the way, and they couldn't help showing a proud tone when they mentioned Professor Oak. After arriving at the laboratory, Maen rang the doorbell of the laboratory. The visual screen on the door flashed, and then Professor Oak's face appeared on the screen. "Hello, this is Professor Oak. What can I do for you?" "Hello Professor Oak, I'm Maen, do you remember me?" Maen said to Professor Oak on the screen. "Oh." Professor Oak on the screen couldn't help but look at Maen's face carefully after hearing what Maen said, and then said happily, "Little Maen? You've grown up so big. Come in." As the screen went out, the door of the laboratory slowly opened. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Maen saw Professor Oak in a research suit cooking instant noodles. When Professor Oak saw Maen coming in, he enthusiastically asked Maen to find a place to sit down, and then asked Maen why he came while holding the instant noodles. "Professor Oak, this is the letter that Grandma Agatha asked me to give you." Maen handed the letter to Professor Oak after he finished speaking. Professor Oak didn't finish his noodles after hearing what Maen said, and he coughed directly because of the choking. Seeing this, Maen quickly handed Professor Oak a glass of water. Maen, you said your grandma asked you to bring me a letter." "Yes, the letter is here." Professor Oak took the letter, hesitated for a while, and slowly opened it. Maen didn't disturb Professor Oak but looked around the laboratory. Professor Oak's laboratory had nothing but various instruments. Professor Oak often worked day and night for research, so whether in the anime or just now, Professor Oak often ate instant noodles. Moreover, Professor Oak had no assistants here and had been researching here by himself. Professor Oak on the other side also finished reading the letter and couldn't help but sigh. Then he sorted out his emotions and called Maen to visit the laboratory. "Maen, this is for you." Professor Oak called Maen and handed him a red square-shaped device. As soon as Maen took the device, his eyes showed a look of shock. Professor Oak noticed Maen's expression and explained to him. "This thing is the Pokémon Pokédex developed by Devon Company, Silphco, and Professor Oak's laboratory to promote the communication and development of each region and facilitate the communication between trainers. It is still in the testing stage and is only circulated among the internal staff of the Alliance, but the functions are still very powerful." Then Professor Oak demonstrated the various functions of this device to Maen, including Pokémon Atlas, Region Map, Trainer's Identity Proof, and bank account binding functions. In short, this device is equivalent to an enhanced version of a smartphone. The more Maen listened, the more familiar he felt, and his face became a little weird. Isn't this thing the Pokémon Pokédex? But compared to the anime, this thing has more functions and is more comprehensive. But Pokémon is a very mysterious creature. The Pokémon information stored on the Pokédex is not very comprehensive. If you need a Pokémon that is not displayed, remember to scan it and send me the information and pictures. And Maen, if you need my help, you can contact me at any time. The Pokédex has saved my contact information, and it is free to use this Pokédex to enter the Pokémon Center for treatment and food and lodging. Really? Professor Oak? Of course it's true. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Not this, I'm talking about free food and lodging. Is it true? Professor Oak was puzzled. After talking for so long, you only care about the free food and lodging issue. This is obviously the least important thing. Seeing Professor Oak's expression, Maen also felt that he had acted a little too much just now, and said, "Professor Oak, I just have a question to ask you, please help me see if there is anything wrong with my haunter's body." After Maen finished speaking, Haunter in the shadow suddenly jumped out, and then licked Professor Oak. Professor Oak, who was licked by Haunter, felt numb at the time, physically. However, even so, Professor Oak looked at Haunter's unusual color, and his eyes couldn't help but burst out with the brilliance of a researcher exploring the unknown. As a researcher, he saw at a glance that Haunter's color was not a natural color, but an acquired color. "Your Haunter looks good, his spirit and contest condition are very good, and his lick is also very powerful. It doesn't seem like there is something wrong with his body. A more detailed test requires instrument testing, so Maen, can you give your Haunter a full body test?" Maen naturally had no reason to refuse, but the test would take time. Professor Oak, who was worried that Maen would be bored, told him that there were Pokémon in the yard behind the laboratory, and he could go and see those Pokémon to kill time. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6, Ash and Gary in Childhood. The courtyard of Professor Oak's laboratory was specially built at a great cost. Not only is the space very large, but it is also divided into different areas for Pokémon of different attributes. There are areas for rock-type Pokémon, deserts for ground-type Pokémon and fire-type Pokémon, as well as grasslands and several ponds. Maen even saw the Kanto Pokémon running and playing with each other. These Pokémon just looked at the stranger Maen curiously for a few times, and then continued to play. The running Pokémon would be worth millions if put on the auction house, but now they are just roaming around in the open space. As for the robbery, Maen knew that Professor Oak was a trainer before, and Maen could clearly see a Dragonite enjoying the cool under the big tree. After seeing his grandmother's elite-level Djanggar, Maen could clearly judge that the strength of the Dragonite was 100% elite level. Dragonite only looked at Maen curiously after seeing him, and then continued to rest comfortably. After all, the one who could enter Professor Oak's laboratory must be Professor Oak's acquaintance, not a bad guy. Maen looked at the fat in front of him and couldn't help but approach curiously, then stretched out his finger and touched the fat yellow belly. Soft and elastic. Dragonite stretched out his hand and slapped Maen's finger away, with a helpless expression on his face. Maen did not hesitate, took out the snacks he brought with him and handed them to Dragonite. Smelling the snacks, Dragonite's helpless expression became happy, took the snacks handed by Maen, and ate happily, completely ignoring Maen's evil hands. The Pokémon playing nearby smelled the snacks and all surrounded Maen. Maen naturally accepted them all, fed them one by one, and touched them all, and at the same time scored the feel of these Pokémon in his heart. The final result was that the garlic turtle ranked last. On the other side, after Haunter's test was over, Professor Oak told Maen, "Haunter's body is very good. Not only is his contest condition better than ordinary Haunter's, but his ghost-type energy is also extraordinary. In addition, the power of his ghost-type, dark-type, and poison-type skills is also much stronger. What about his mental condition?" Mental condition? Does Haunter look like he has a mental contest condition problem? Oak pointed at Haunter, who was making faces at other Pokémon in the courtyard, and said. Maen was secretly relieved when he saw the smile on Haunter's face. Now he can use the power of shadow with confidence. By the way, I have sent Haunter's detailed information to your Pokédex. You can check it yourself. After hearing what Professor Oak said, Maen opened the Pokédex and found Haunter's detailed information. Name, Haunter. Attribute, Ghost, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Float. Potential, Elite. Strength, Elite Beginner. Moves, Lick, Shadow Punch, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse. Inherited skills, Parish Song. It must be said that Maen, the Haunter, is indeed an elite descendant. Not only did he inherit the skill Parish Song, but he also has a very comprehensive set of skills. Just as Maen was looking at the Haunter's information, a uproar sound came from outside the laboratory. A black-haired child and a brown-haired child were seen running all the way towards Professor Oak. Maen looked at the two children. And the two familiar names immediately popped up in his mind. Ash. Gary. I got here first. You're kidding, it was obviously me. Forget it, there are guests today, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Ash and Gary ran over while arguing. Gary was the first to show an embarrassed expression when he saw Maen, and then greeted Maen. Maen, this is my grandson Gary Oak, and the other child is Ash. Professor Oak also sat aside to introduce Maen. Big brother, are you a trainer? Ash asked curiously with a gleam in his eyes when he saw Maen. Yes, I am a trainer, but I just started my journey today. Wow! So envious. My family and professor said that it will take me a few years to become a trainer. Tisk, even if you become a trainer, you will be the bottom one. Gary couldn't help but say sarcastically when he heard Ash's words. You must be kidding, I will definitely become a master trainer. As they talked, Ash and Gary quarreled again. On the other side, Maen chatted with Professor Oak for a few more words and then said goodbye. Today, he came to Professor Oak's laboratory. Not only did he get the Pokédex and confirm that his ability would not harm his Pokémon, but he also met the young anime protagonist by the way. This trip to Pallet Town was a great success. Watching Maen's departure, Professor Oak also returned to his bedroom in the laboratory and opened a locked drawer on the desk. He took out an old photo album, turned to one of the pages, and looked at the yellowed photos on it. The smiles of several boys and girls on it were extremely bright. After taking out the letter he had received before and carefully sandwiching it between the photos, Professor Oak slowly closed the photo album and put it back in the drawer. Professor Oak stood in front of the window, looking at Ash who was sprayed with water in the face by Squirtle in the courtyard outside the window, and Gary who was laughing beside him, with a look of nostalgia on his face. Maen left Professor Oak's after the laboratory. I started thinking about my next journey. The first stop of the journey is definitely Kanto region. As for the Indigo Plateau Conference, it depends on fate. However, even if he does not attend the conference, Maen does not plan to give up challenging gyms. After all, fighting with gym leaders is a good way to accumulate combat experience. However, Viridian Gym was excluded by Maen. Now the gym leader of Viridian Gym is Giovanni. At this time, his identity as the leader of Team Rocket has not been exposed. Maen does not want to challenge him and be noticed by him. Although Giovanni's mind should be on training Mewtwo now, it does not mean that he will not be interested in Maen's ability. In the end, Maen's goal was set on the Nibby Gym in Nibby City. At this time, the gym leader should still be Flint, Xiaogong's father. Although Maen despises the morality of Xiaogong's parents, since he can become a gym leader, it shows that Flint's strength is still worth seeing. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7, Viridian Forest, the place where the reputation of the evil begins. Please collect and comment. Maen watched the situation in front of him in silence. Based on the principle that trainers travel by walking, Maen used the map he saw on the Pokédex. After returning to Viridian City from Pallet Town, he plunged into the Viridian Forest and planned to cross the Viridian Forest to reach Nibby City. Originally, there was no danger along the way. The Pokémon he encountered in the forest were all Caterpie or Weedle. Maen had no interest in bullying these little guys and planned to quickly cross the Viridian Forest. Then he was blocked. Yes, Maen was blocked. The person who blocked Maen was a child wearing a straw hat with a bug net. That is, the legendary bug-catching boy. Looking at your dress, you are also a trainer. Come and have a fight with me between trainers. Maen looked at the bug-catching boy in front of him who challenged him and fell into silence. I refuse. Goodbye. Maen really didn't want to waste time with this child, so he turned sideways and prepared to bypass the bug-catching boy in front of him and continue on his way. No. You refuse the challenge. You are not worthy of being a trainer. If you want to go, then defeat me. The insect catcher stopped Maen, who wanted to leave again, and threw a caterpillar to stand in front of Maen. Maen couldn't help rubbing his forehead. He knew that he had to teach this kid a lesson today. Haunter, use shadow. Forget it, don't use shadow ball, caterpillar is innocent, use lick. Haunter was a little helpless when he heard Maen's order. It was not the first time for it to fight. When it was still ghastly, Maen often led it to fight other Pokemon in the ancient house. In addition, Djanggar occasionally taught it in person. It was not weak in combat experience, but it was the first time to fight such a weak Pokemon. Haunter jumped out of the shadow in an instant, turned into a black shadow and came to Caterpie in an instant. After a swoosh, Caterpie fell to the ground paralyzed, and then Haunter returned to the shadow again. The whole process took only a few seconds. The insect catcher on the opposite side saw a black shadow jump out of Maen's shadow and stop beside Caterpie. Then Caterpie fell to the ground without even seeing what Pokemon Maen released. Maen ignored the insect catcher who was standing there in a daze and walked past him. So, why is this happening again? Maen looked at the two children blocking his way and said to himself. Brother, this guy is bullying me. Let him see how powerful you are. The insect catcher who had just been defeated blocked Maen again, but this time there was a child wearing samurai armor beside him. You are the one who bullies the weak. Let me teach you a lesson now. The samurai boy took out a toy knife and pointed it at Maen. Then, regardless of whether Maen agreed or not, he released a pincer and blocked Maen again. Good job, you naughty kids, you succeeded in irritating me. You initiated the challenge, so it doesn't matter if it casts a shadow on your dream of becoming a trainer. A layer of black mist appeared on Maen's body, and the two naughty kids were immediately trembling with fear when they saw the haze on Maen. Haunter, Shadow Claw. Haunter emerged from Maen's shadow, wrapped in haze, revealing only two red eyes. Then Haunter stretched out his right hand to grab Pinsir. Dark energy formed a huge claw in the air. The skills released by Haunter, who was cultivated by Maen's dark power, changed slightly. 3 dark claw marks wrapped in haze were drawn in the air. They were more powerful than ordinary shadows and looked more weird visually. As the attack hit Pinsir, who was stunned in place, Pinsir's body flew out directly under this attack and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. The two bear children were in contact with this kind of battle for the first time since they were young. They stood there with their mouths wide open. Maen came to the two bear children, patted their heads, grinned with a malicious smile on his face and said, "Do you still want to block me?" The two bear children's heads shook like rattles in an instant, and they didn't dare to speak at all under Maen's malicious smile. "That's good. If you want to retaliate, you are welcome anytime. I am the trainer of Pallet Town." After saying that, Maen left the two naughty kids, and Haunter also flew towards Maen quickly. When passing by the two naughty kids, he licked each of them, and then smiled strangely and went back into Maen's shadow. Everything that happened today left an indelible shadow on the two naughty kids, causing the two naughty kids to not dare to fight when they heard the trainer from Pallet Town in the future, which led to the fact that when Ash came here a few years later, there was no famous scene of two Kakunas harden each other. At the same time, this is also the starting point of Maen's reputation as the worst trainer in the future. Without the interruption of the naughty kids, Maen rushed to Nibby City in the afternoon. The appearance of Nibby Gym looks like a house made of stone, so it is very conspicuous, and Maen easily found Nibby Gym. The door of the gym was not locked, and Maen opened the door with just a light push. Although the interior of the gym was dark, Maen didn't care, but walked in directly. "Oh? Has the challenger finally arrived this time?" A low voice suddenly sounded in the darkness, and with the sound of a switch clicking, all the lights in the entire Nibby gym turned on. Maen looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a hedgehog-headed, sleepy-eyed man sitting cross-legged on a boulder. "I am Flint, the gym leader of Nibby City. What's your name, challenger?" "Maen. The gym battle seems to use 2 Pokémon. The challenger can replace the Pokémon with Solation, but the gym leader cannot be replaced. If the 2 Pokémon of either side cannot fight, it will be judged as a failure. Do you have any objections?" "No." "Okay, let's start." Flint stood up and snapped his fingers. The raised rock floors on both sides of the gym began to move towards the middle, and finally slowly merged to form an artificial rock battlefield. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 Nibby Gym. Flint, please collect it, thank you. As the venue was assembled, Flint also stood up from the stone and jumped down, standing on the other side of the venue, shouting. "The battle begins, it's you, Guedud." Seeing Flint send out Guedud, Maen knew that Flint probably regarded him as the most basic newbie, but Maen did not explain, but directly called Haunter out of the shadows. Flint on the other side was surprised to see Maen's Haunter, which was unusual in color and a size larger than the ordinary Haunter. As the gym leader, Flint immediately found that Haunter had reached the elite level, and his face showed a helpless expression and said, "I say, Maen, are you really a rookie trainer?" "Well, I should be considered, after all, I just started traveling today." "Are all rookie trainers so aggressive now? They come out with elite Pokémon, and they are ghost type." Flint thought about his own child, Xiaogang, and wondered if he should also strengthen his child, so that his gym badge would not be taken away by others after he ran away. Well, it was decided. Let's delay the escape plan for a while, and strengthen Xiaogang's training first, so that he can defend the gym longer. Maen didn't know that because of this challenge, he dug a big hole for the future fool again, causing the future fool to be abused by Xiaogang 3 times before successfully getting the badge when he came to challenge the gym. In addition, the battle on the field ended quickly. Guedud was okay against some trainers who had just gone out to travel, but there was a gap when dealing with Maen's Haunter. He was directly defeated by Haunter's Shadow Claw and fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. "Since you are not an ordinary trainer, I will be serious. Go Golem." Flint had been mentally prepared for the result. He quickly took back Guedud and then released a new Pokémon. With a loud bang, a golem hit the rock field and roared growl. Maen finally got serious, because this battle was a real fight between trainers, and the previous one was just a beating of a naughty child. "Golem, use Rollout attack." The golem's originally round body shrank into a stone ball after hearing the command, and then rushed towards Haunter at high speed. "Haunter, use Shadow Ball." Although the golem's rollout was very fast, it was not enough to make Maen panic. Haunter laughed strangely, clenched his hands, and dark energy gathered in the palms of his hands, and then a dark energy ball was thrown directly at the golem. The shadow ball was so fast that it hit the golem head-on, knocking the golem's body away. "My golem's defense is not vegetarian, cheer up and use heavy slam." The golem that was originally knocked away shrank again in the air, emitting white light all over its body. At the same time, Assist took advantage of the gravity and smashed down towards the Haunter below like a meteorite normal, much faster than the previous rollout. "Haunter, protect." A white light shield suddenly appeared in front of the Haunter, and then the golem's body hit the light shield heavily, making a loud noise. With the protect skill, Haunter successfully resisted the golem's attack, and at the same time, the impact of Assist quickly distanced himself from the golem. Haunter, Haze. Normal Haunter can only learn Haze through inherited skills, but Maen's Haunter learned it autonomously with the help of the Dark Power, but the attribute changed from Ice-type skills to Ghost-type. And the ability of Pokémon on the field could not be modified. But Haunter's haze is very effective in blocking vision, and Haunter himself will not be affected by haze. Haunter opened his mouth towards ground and spit out a large amount of haze at the same time, and the entire rock venue was immersed in haze. Don't think that this little trick can work on my golem. Golem, turn at high speed and use the wind to blow away this fog. Flint did not panic after finding that the venue was covered by haze and lost the position of Haunter, and commanded loudly. Following Flint's command, Golem turned at high speed on the spot, and the strong wind quickly blew away the haze. However, after the haze dissipated, Flint and Golem still did not see the figure of Haunter. There is no one around, so it must be above. Flint quickly judged the situation and raised his head to look up. Then Flint's eyes, which were originally squinting, were shocked by the scene in the sky and opened. I saw Haunter in the sky holding a shadow ball in both hands and throwing it directly at the golem on the ground. If it was just an ordinary shadow ball, it wouldn't be enough to scare Flint like this, but this shadow ball was too big, and its size was close to that of a golem. Even a novice knew that the power of this shadow ball would be very amazing, and Flint had no time to hesitate and could only command the golem to dodge quickly. But he was still a step too late. The shadow ball had been released as early as when Flint found it. When Flint gave the order, the shadow ball had already hit the golem on the ground. With a loud bang like an explosion, a lot of smoke and dust erupted in the field. After the smoke and dust, a big pit was left in the rock field, and the golem in the pit lay in it, losing its ability to fight. The golem can't fight. The winner of the second game is the challenger Maen. The referee on the sidelines also raised the flag after being surprised and announced the winner of the battle. Seeing that the golem had lost its ability to fight, Flint whispered that he had worked hard, and then took back the golem in the pit. Flint saw Maen and Haunter high-fiving on the other side, and he calmed down and walked towards Maen. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9, First Victory in Agatha's Protective Role. Congratulations, Maen, you won. This is the Boulder Badge of the Nibby Gym. This is your first time challenging a gym, so you can take this badge box as well. After Flint came to Maen, he took out a box from his arms and handed it to Maen. Maen opened the box and saw the Boulder Badge already placed inside, and also thanked Flint. Maen knew that Flint did not use all his strength in this battle. After all, the basic requirement for being a gym leader is to have a gym-level Pokémon, and that Golem may be Flint's main force, but it is definitely not as good as Trump Card. After chatting with Flint for a few more words, seeing that it was getting dark, Maen said goodbye and prepared to return to the Pokémon Center to rest for a night and set off tomorrow. Maen, let me give you a tip, this world is not as harmonious as it seems. Before parting, Flint leaned into Maen's ear and whispered something, then patted Maen on the shoulder and turned back to the gym. Maen did not refute Flint's words, because although the Pokémon world in the anime looks beautiful, Maen knows that anime is anime and reality is reality. Maen, who has lived in this world for 16 years, has long known that this world is not so harmonious. People like the Rocket Trio are only a minority. Most people who join the Black Group have blood on their hands, either Pokémon or human. Moreover, the top leaders of the Alliance are not so glorious and upright. Profits are the first issue that those top leaders consider. The video of the battle between Maen and Flint was quickly passed to the top leaders of the Alliance. The referees on the sidelines of each gym are all assigned by the Alliance. The top leaders will know about this kind of talented trainer. Oh? This trainer is a bit interesting. That Haunter is a bit weird. You can continue to observe him. Check his background. See if there is any possibility of winning him over. In a dim room at the Alliance headquarters, several top leaders of the Alliance sat around the table, looking at Maen's paper materials and photos on the table, talking about Maen from a high position, as if they could decide Maen's future at any time. Normal. At this moment, the temperature in the whole room suddenly began to drop sharply, and the whole room became extremely cold. Several senior executives immediately sensed the danger and reached out to the poke ball beside them, but found that they could not move at all. At this time, a series of clicks and clicks sounds were heard. The door of the room slowly opened, and Agatha Elite walked into the room with a cane. Maen is my grandson. Whether it is a head-on battle or using strategies, it is up to you. If the child can't stop him, it's his incompetence. But if you dare to come up with those disgusting tricks, I don't mind cleaning up you bunch of trash. Agatha's low voice echoed in the room. The faces of several senior executives who were immobilized were already sweating profusely, and they could only use their eyes to indicate that they agreed to Agatha's request. After seeing the expressions of these senior executives, Agatha snorted coldly and slowly left the room with a cane. After Agatha walked away, the temperature in the room slowly returned to normal, and the sense of danger disappeared. These senior executives will not doubt Agatha's words. For the Alliance. The death of a few ordinary senior executives is just a matter of time. The lower families will replace them anyway. However, Agatha Elite cannot be replaced casually. Elite 4 represents not only the symbol of region, but also the proof of strength. You should know that there are many trainers with Elite Pokemon, but there are only 4 positions for Kanto Elite 4, because all trainers who can reach these 4 positions have defeated all obstacles step by step to ascend to the throne of Elite, especially Ghost Elite like Agatha, who can't defend against all kinds of weird means when they really start fighting. After Agatha left, the news that Maen is Agatha's elite grandson spread like wildfire. Although no one among ordinary trainers knew about it, the Alliance's top leaders, some families and companies all received the news. After that, they did not stop observing Maen, but no one dared to act rashly. After all, not everyone is willing to provoke an Elite 4. Viridian Gym. Giovanni tapped lightly on the table, and Maen's information was placed on the table. It's a pity that he's Agatha's grandson. Otherwise, we could try to recruit him into Team Rocket. But forget it. He's just a kid with some talent at best. The most important thing now is the research on Mewtwo. This is the future of Team Rocket. Thinking of this, Giovanni left the gym through the secret passage and took the vehicle to the new island to see the progress of Mewtwo research. On the other side, Maen had no idea what happened to Alliance. He was now in MT Moon between Nibby City and Cerulean City. Legend has it that Pokemon Clefairy and Rare Moonstone live in MT Moon. Maen came here not for Clefairy, but for Moonstone. You have to know that Maen didn't have much money when he traveled. If he could find 2 Moonstones to sell, he could enjoy it for a while. Without a flying Pokemon to ride, MT Moon is difficult to cross, so traveling between Nibby City and Cerulean City requires passing through the cave in MT Moon. Because of the complex environment and huge mountain of MT Moon, and the lack of signal in the cave, many trainers lose contact here every year. Despite this, there are still many trainers who come here to explore the secrets. Not to mention the legendary Clefairy and Moonstone, even some rare fossils and gems can still be sold for some money. Maen walked in the cave with the flashlight that came with the Pokédex, and the Haunter on the other side hid in the shadows of the surrounding walls to help Maen be alert to possible dangers. When Maen was in the old house, he would read some books about the Pokemon world when he had nothing to do. Although he didn't know much about some niche knowledge, he could still identify some basic evolution stones or fossils. During the journey, Maen also found some fossils, but most of them were defective products, not very good in appearance, and worthless, and he didn't find any Moonstone at all. Sure enough, I'm not a European emperor. Just as Maen was silently complaining in his heart, the Haunter who had been alert to the surroundings suddenly appeared in front of Maen, and Black pointed to the road ahead. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10, Zivasai Stephen, please collect. Noticing Haunter's gesture, Maen knew that something must have happened ahead, and he silently mobilized his dark power, ready to face any possible danger. The sound of click-click footsteps came slowly from the dark tunnel in front of Maen. Wait, I have no ill intentions. Just as Maen was ready to go, a voice came from the darkness ahead. Then, Maen saw a faint light, and then saw a man carrying a backpack and a flashlight walking over. But then Maen's sight was attracted by the Pokémon following the man, because the Pokémon behind the man was a Metang, and it was a different color. Different color Metang? Wait, this face seems a little familiar. Seeing the different color Metang and looking at the face of the man opposite, Maen immediately recognized the person. It turned out to be a stone fanatic, the son of Devon Company, Zivaka Stephen. But the current Stephen is still a young version. After all, the Metang behind Stephen has not evolved to Metagross, and he is not the future Hone champion now. After knowing that the person was Stephen, Maen relaxed his vigilance. After all, this person's character could be guaranteed. Noticing Maen's actions, Stephen knew that Maen must have recognized him, so he smiled and greeted him. Hello trainer, my name is Stephen, nice to meet you. Of course I know the young master of Devon Group, hello, my name is Maen. Stephen noticed the excavation equipment Maen was carrying, and a happy look appeared on his face and he said. Maen, are you here to dig stones too? Have you found anything? Can you show it to me? Stephen showed an anxious look on his face when he mentioned the stones, but after hearing Maen's answer that he had no results, his expression also dropped, and then he smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I got a little excited when I mentioned the stones. It's okay, but Stephen, did you come to Kanto from Hone on purpose? Yes, I originally heard that there were rare fossils in the Science Museum in Nibby City, so I planned to visit it and see if I could buy a few. After coming here, I heard that MT Moon might have rare stones, so I planned to go to Nibby City after collecting stones in MT Moon. Maen listened. Stephen couldn't help but twitch his lips at what he said. As expected, he had a mine at home. He planned to buy fossils from the museum right away. He was really a stone quarrying maniac. He was really passionate. At this moment, Haunter, who had been hiding in the wall, suddenly came out of the wall, whispered a few words to Maen, and then pointed to the stone wall next to him. A hidden cave. Maen, who had the power of darkness, could easily sense the emotions and general words of ghost and dark Pokémon, so he quickly understood what Haunter meant. It turned out that Haunter was not idle when Maen and Stephen were chatting just now. Assisting the advantages of ghost Pokémon, it traveled back and forth in the surrounding stone walls, and then found a cave hidden behind the stone wall. In theory, this kind of hidden cave is likely to have a good harvest, but the problem is that Haunter said that the cave is hidden behind the stone wall. Maen doesn't have a Pokémon that can destroy the stone wall. If Maen and Haunter work together, they can use their skills to smash the stone wall, but the environment of the cave is very fragile. Violent mining can easily cause collapse, which will put them in greater danger. Wait, isn't there an expert in this area? Maen slowly looked at Stephen. Stephen! Come out, Agrin. After Maen told Stephen that he had found a hidden cave and asked Stephen if he was willing to explore it together, Stephen readily agreed. After all, exploring the unknown is also fun for Stephen. Thanks to Stephen's Agrin and Haunter's guidance, the two chiseled through the stone wall and came to the secret cave they had just discovered. As soon as they saw the cave, Maen and Stephen showed surprise on their faces. Because this cave can clearly see traces of excavation, and these are traces left by artificial mining. But the two had walked all the way before, proving that the cave entrance was completely hidden behind the stone wall, which only proved one thing, that is, there might be a hidden ancient relic in the cave. The dark cave was like a gaping bloody mouth, but Maen and Stephen standing at the cave entrance did not feel afraid, but could not hold back their steps and explored into the cave. Sure enough, after entering the cave entrance, the scenery changed a little. The stone walls on both sides of the walkway were engraved with strange patterns, and the ground road was also very flat, which made Stephen and Maen more convinced that this place did lead to an ancient relic. Maen took out the Pokemon Pokédex in his arms and took a picture of the carvings on the wall, intending to send it to Professor Oak after going out. When Stephen saw Maen take out the Pokemon Pokédex, he showed a surprised look on his face and said, "Maen, do you also have a Pokemon Pokédex? What a coincidence, let's go out and add a Pokédex friend." Sure. Maen had no reason to refuse Stephen's suggestion. Not to mention Stephen's identity as the young master of the Devon group, there was no reason for Maen to refuse to make friends with Stephen. The two explored all the way and continued to move forward. As they continued to move forward, they could clearly feel that the road ahead was getting wider and wider, indicating that they were getting closer and closer to the end. Not long after, the two finally reached the end, and then they came to a huge stone chamber. In the center of the stone chamber was a huge sarcophagus, and next to the huge sarcophagus were many small sarcophagi, and the surrounding walls were carved with murals. Tomb. After seeing the layout of this stone chamber and the placement of the sarcophagus, this word immediately appeared in Maen and Stephen's mind. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11 Stephen, although I don't understand, I am deeply shocked. To some extent, Maen and Stephen's guess was not wrong. This is indeed a kind of ancient ruins, but it is just a mausoleum. Maen and Stephen first came to the stone wall and looked at the murals carved on it. The murals probably recorded a period of history in ancient times, as well as the origin of this mausoleum. An ancient lord took Pokemon, which was still called magic beasts at the time, to conquer everywhere and conquered a large area of land. After he died, he chose this place as his tomb to prevent others from stealing his tomb. The largest sarcophagus in the middle of the tomb is the coffin of the Lord, and the other coffins are the sarcophagi of the people who were buried alive. That's right, it is a burial, not a burial companion. Although this lord is good at fighting, he is also extremely cruel by nature. Before his death, he selected many people and Pokemon as burial companions to accompany him to be buried here. But the difference between burial and burial companion is that it is to make a living person die abnormally by some means and then be buried in a tomb. There are two forms, voluntary or forced, and most of these people were coerced. In the case of death due to coercion, the deceased will naturally have strong resentment, and this resentment will easily form a powerful ghost Pokemon. These are not the most important issues. The most important thing is that Maen and Stephen clearly saw on the stone wall that the Lord left a Pokemon to guard his cemetery before his death. The temperature in the tomb began to gradually become colder, and one Pokemon after another slowly emerged from the sarcophagus. At the same time, in the sarcophagus buried in the ancient Lord, a saffron-colored coffin-like normal Pokemon slowly opened its eyes. Then a coffin-like Pokemon slowly emerged from the sarcophagus, and Maen immediately determined the identity of the Pokemon. Cofagrigus. At the moment Cofagrigus woke up, the surging pressure on his body also made Maen and Stephen feel the pressure. Hey, this is not good. Stephen's face slowly left cold sweat, then he looked at Maen beside him and said, "Maen, you run quickly, I'll cover you, I have something to save my life, the chance of escaping is greater than yours." After that, Stephen released all the Skarmory Integrin on his body. Maen was a little surprised to hear Stephen's words, and then a smile appeared on his face, thinking that he was worthy of being the future Hone champion, and this behavior was worthy of the title of champion. But Maen's figure did not move, but still stood beside Stephen. Seeing that Maen did not run away, Stephen was a little surprised. After all, not everyone is not afraid of danger, but then he smiled, and he recognized Maen as a friend in his heart. However, Stephen was a little confused by Maen's behavior next, because Maen actually walked towards the direction of Cofagrigus. Stephen did not have time to think about it, and was ready to let Metang use confusion to pull Maen back, but was quickly stopped by Maen. Then there happened a scene that Stephen would never forget. In the future, when Stephen became the champion, he could not help showing admiration and strange expressions on his face whenever he mentioned his first adventure with Maen. Maen slowly moved towards Cofagrigus, but surprisingly, all the other ghost Pokemon around him did not attack, but looked at Maen with curiosity until Maen stood in front of Cofagrigus. Maen stretched out his right hand towards Cofagrigus, and then saw a wisp of black smoke drifting towards Cofagrigus. Before Cofagrigus fell asleep, Cofagrigus only remembered that his previous master had ordered that all humans who entered here should be killed, but for some reason, looking at Maen in front of him, Cofagrigus had no intention of killing him at all. Instead, as Maen got closer and closer, the face of the former master, who was already blurred, became even more blurred, and then slowly turned into the appearance of Maen. And watching the human opposite him stretch out his hand and release a haze, the moment the haze appeared, Cofagrigus felt that the haze was madly attracting him, and his mouth opened involuntarily, sucking in the haze. Stephen looked at the scene not far away and began to wonder if he was dragged into the illusion by the ghost Pokemon, but after asking Metang if he was hit by a skill, he was sure that what was happening in front of him was not a dream. Stephen, who thought he was going to experience a fierce battle, saw Maen walk in front of Cofagrigus, and then after releasing a haze, the opposite Cofagrigus changed. The murderous Cofagrigus was now surrounding Maen and constantly gesturing something, and his scarlet eyes were narrowed into a slit with joy, and other ghost Pokemon were all circling around Maen, and those who didn't know would think that this was not a tomb, but a meadow for a spring outing. Stephen watched Maen and Cofagrigus communicate for a while, and then walked back to him, followed by the ghost Pokemon. "Stephen, it's done, no need to fight, I've already made an agreement with Cofagrigus, they won't attack us." "Great, are we ready to leave then? It seems there's nothing to explore here." Stephen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Maen's words. After all, although he wasn't afraid of the other Pokemon in the tomb, the pressure from Cofagrigus was still a bit great. Stephen speculated that Cofagrigus should have reached the late stage of quasi-elite, only one step away from elite. "Leave? Why leave? Haven't you looked inside those sarcophagi yet?" Stephen couldn't help but dig his ears when he heard Maen's words, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears. He really wanted to ask Maen if he wanted to hear what he was saying. It's good enough that Cofagrigus didn't lock them in his stomach and make them into mummies, but now you're telling me that you still want to open the coffin. Well, Maen, forget about opening the coffin. After all, it's the coffin of Cofagrigus' master. It will be angry. "No, Cofagrigus, can we open the sarcophagus?" Cofagrigus nodded immediately after hearing Maen's question, and other ghost Pokemon also said that they could open their coffins after hearing Maen's words. Stephen felt that his worldview had collapsed. If he hadn't been taught not to swear casually since childhood, he would have cursed. Stephen had never heard of someone breaking into someone else's tomb and opening the coffin in front of the Pokemon guarding the tomb, and the Pokemon guarding the tomb looked very happy. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12. Stephen, Maen, you are such a bad guy. Stephen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Looking at Cofagrigus, who looked like he was asking for the coffin to be opened, he forced himself to hold back his complaints. That Maen, after all, that is where the dead sleep. It would be too much to open the coffin and dig the grave. It would also be a bit unlucky. It would be too much of a blasphemy to the dead. Maen was stunned for a moment when he heard Stephen's words, and then he felt that Stephen did have some truth in his words. After all, it was a bit too much to open someone's coffin like this. Stephen, you have some truth in your words. It is indeed a bit too much for us to open the coffin ourselves, but if Cofagrigus and the others send it over themselves, would it be okay? Stephen. After Stephen was shocked, he saw Maen say this to Cofagrigus and the others. Then Cofagrigus and the other ghost Pokemon all quickly flew to the sarcophagus, opened the coffin by themselves, and took out all the burial objects inside. Among them, Cofagrigus took the most things. Entering the mausoleum is fine, and then opening the coffin, the most important thing is that they actually let the Pokemon guarding the tomb bring the things in the coffin themselves. Stephen looked at Maen, who was smiling beside him, and felt that his friend was really a big villain. Maen, who had no idea that he had become a big villain in Stephen's mind, was happily counting the things brought by Cofagrigus and others. Stephen felt that he really couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that his worldview today needed to be reshaped. He turned around and planned to leave the tomb first. He was afraid that his worldview would be completely shattered if he stayed for a while. Stephen, where are you going? Cofagrigus and others have a lot of ancient fossils here. Do you want to take a look? I don't need these things, you can take them. Okay, I'll come right away. Without hesitation, Stephen immediately turned around and joined Maen's team to divide the spoils. Although Maen is a bit bad, he is really good to his friends. Stephen said silently in his heart. Although Stephen is a good man, he is not a saint. Cofagrigus and the others don't mind, so why not look at these fossils to comfort his heart? Most of what Cofagrigus and the others brought was some gold, and there were also some ancient fossils. All the gold was accepted by Maen, and all the fossils were given to Stephen, but Stephen said that he paid for these fossils himself. After all, he did nothing else except digging the stone wall during this tomb exploration, and he couldn't bear to accept these fossils directly. Maen did not refuse. After all, this little money was a drop in the bucket for Stephen, and there was no need to be polite. However, when Cofagrigus took out the last thing, Maen still showed a surprised expression on his face. Because the thing in Cofagrigus' hand was like a glass bead normal, and there was something like a DNA chain normal in the bead. Mega Evolution Stone. You should know that the Mega Evolution Stone appeared in the Kalos region in the anime, and Maen didn't expect it to appear in the Kanto region. Maen guessed that in the real world, there are actually Mega Evolution Stones all over the world, but Kalos region was the first to discover their true use, and at this point in time, Maen has not heard of anyone mastering the ability of Mega Evolution. In other words, Mega Evolution Stones hide huge wealth. Well, this bead. Stephen looked at the Mega Evolution Stone in Cofagrigus' hand and showed a thoughtful expression on his face. What? Stephen, have you seen this kind of bead? I have seen it. I still have a few in my collection at home, but I haven't figured out the source of this thing yet, so I have kept them at home as a collection. Damn. Dog rich man. Maen looked at Stephen's indifferent expression and was extremely envious. He was so excited to see one here, but he used all the mega stones in his family as collections. Stephen, if you believe me, you'd better do your best to collect this kind of beads after you go back. Maen could have completely not mentioned this matter, but Stephen had seen his surprised expression when he saw the Mega Stone just now, and it was too much effort for him to collect Mega Evolution Stones with his own strength. Because this kind of thing cannot be affected by strength, more importantly, it requires a wide network of people. Maen himself is a rookie. As for Maen's grandmother Agatha Elite, you can ask this old lady to beat people, but she is not good at this kind of thing at all. And Stephen in front of Maen is the young master of Devon Group and is more adept at doing this kind of thing. Another reason why Maen did this is that if the Mega Stone in his hand is not what he needs, he can find a way to exchange or buy it from Stephen. No problem, Maen, but if you need it, just go to me directly, forget about buying it. After all, this is a business between you and our Devon company. As a partner, you can use it for free. Steven did not ask Maen what the Mega Evolution Stone is used for, just like he did not ask when he saw Maen release Haze just now. Everyone has their own secrets, and Steven is not interested in exploring the secrets of his friends. Maen also looked at Steven in front of him with some surprise, and then a smile appeared on his face, and he also admitted in his heart that Steven was his first friend in this world. After counting the harvest, Maen and Steven planned to leave the tomb, but before leaving, Maen gave most of his dark power to Cofagrigus and others, so that they could have a good meal before falling asleep again. When Cofagrigus wakes up next time, it is likely that it has truly entered the elite stage. Maen and Steven also came to the outside of Mt. Moon. After adding Pokemon Pokédex friends, Maen and Steven parted ways. Before parting, Maen gave all the gold to Steven, and Steven directly transferred money to Maen according to the gold price. Maen embarked on the journey to Cerulean City again, and Steven said that he planned to go back to Mt. Moon to see if he could find some fossils. After seeing Maen off, Steven's Pokemon Pokédex suddenly rang. It turned out to be a message, and the owner of the message was named Zifukimujin. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13 It's You. Flying, Dragon Elite. Zivakimujin is the current president of Devon Company and Steven's father. Steven's interest in collecting rocks was inherited from Zivakimujin, so he knows his son's daily habits very well. All notifications are sent in the form of messages. After all, when mining underground, most of the time, the signal cannot be received. Steven looked at his father's message, and his expression was surprised at first, and then gradually became weird. He dialed the call function of Pokédex and called his father. "Oh? Steven, it seems that you have come out of the mountain. How is it? Did you dig up any rare rocks? It can only be said that they are worthy of being a family." Zivakimujin asked about the stones as soon as he opened his mouth. "I did get some results, father, and I also saw your message." "Oh? It's okay if you saw it, but don't take it too seriously. It's just that this news is a bit surprising. After all, I didn't expect that Agatha Elite actually had a grandson. But I heard that she was not married, so it seems that the child was adopted. I remember that the child's name seemed to be Maen. If you meet him, you can get to know him. Don't be too deliberate." Father, I have met Maen." "Oh? I remember you met the child in Mt. Moon, in the mountains, but it's almost the same when you think about it. He just challenged the Nibby Gym, and it's reasonable that he should have gone to Mt. Moon. But speaking of it, what do you think of the child named Maen?" Hearing his father's words, Steven immediately thought of what happened in the tomb, and almost blurted out the 3 words "big villain." But then Steven hesitated and said to the phone, "He is a good friend, but a little bad." When Zifukimujin heard his son's evaluation, he couldn't help but wonder even though he was well informed. After all, what kind of evaluation was this? What did he mean by "this person is pretty good, but a little bad"? However, Zifukimujin didn't ask much. After all, he knew his son well. Although Steven seemed friendly to everyone, Mujin knew that there were not many people his son could call friends. The last person he called a friend was Wallace, the disciple of Juan, the gym leader of Pseudopolis, and Wallace was privately regarded by Juan as the next gym heir. From this point of view, in Steven's heart, Maen was at least at the same level as Wallace. Steven didn't talk much about Maen, and then he started to discuss the collection plan of megastones with his father. On the other side, Maen, who said goodbye to Steven, also rushed to Cerulean City before dark and came to the Pokemon Center today to have a good rest for a night. After all, he had been in the cave for a day and really didn't have the energy to do anything else. Second, Kristoff got up early and started his morning run in Cerulean City. He has had this habit for many years. After all, if you want to be a trainer, you must have a good body. Maen didn't expect to become a real mega rookie, but at least he couldn't even travel without being able to walk. Maen was running while thinking about his next journey. First of all, Maen decided to give up the gym in Cerulean City, because the gym leader of Cerulean City, Misty's father, unfortunately died in the fight against criminals at the beginning of this year, but the gym challenge function cannot be cancelled, so Misty's 3 sisters, the future Cerulean sisters, have taken over the position of gym leader. Then the question is, the Cerulean sisters are still children, so the current gym challenge in Cerulean City is basically just a situation. Unless it is the level of the insect catcher, basically anyone who comes here can get a gym badge. Alliance has a review standard for gyms. It is reasonable that the gym will be disqualified if the badge is issued in this way, but Misty's father died for Alliance after all, so the Alliance decided to keep the sign of Cerulean Gym. I have to say that Maen really admires the 3 Cerulean sisters. Knowing that they are not gym leaders, they will directly overtake others in the future and start water performances, which will directly bring a lot of income to Cerulean City. In this way, even if the Cerulean City gym is not good, it can still retain the qualification of the gym with a lot of income until Misty grows up and takes over the responsibility of the gym leader. Maen has no interest in bullying children. He beat up the insect catcher before because the naughty boy was too annoying, and the 4 Cerulean sisters have no grudges against Maen. As for other aspects, Maen has no idea. Maen is not a pervert. After all, you can tell how old the 4 Hwalan sisters are now by looking at Ash's age. Just when Maen was running, he suddenly found a red-haired man outside the window of the Cerulean City clothing store in front of him, staring at the clothes in the window. Maen slowly stopped and looked at the red-haired man's movements. Maen suddenly remembered those people who bought for free in a certain country in his previous life. Did they also stare at the inside like this before taking action? In professional terms, it should be a scouting, right? The red-haired man obviously noticed Maen's sight and turned his head to look at Maen. It seemed that he saw the alert look in Maen's eyes. The red-haired man was stunned at first, and then instantly thought of the reason for Maen's vigilance, and hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Wait. Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person." Maen was stunned when he saw the red-haired man's face. He never dreamed that he would meet Steven yesterday, and today he would meet the future flying. Ahem, no, it's the Dragon Elite Yulongdu. Recognizing Du's appearance, Maen naturally relaxed his vigilance. Du was relieved when he saw Maen's expression, then he looked at Maen's face carefully, recalled it, and then smiled and walked up to Maen, stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, Maen, nice to meet you, my name is Yulongdu." "Hey? How do you know me?" Maen was a little surprised to hear Du call out his name. After all, it was the first time he and Du met. Du seemed to notice Maen's doubts and explained the reason. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14 News from Zapdos. Oh, so it was Grandma Agatha who reported to the Alliance, no wonder. Maen also slammed his palm after hearing Du's explanation, and suddenly realized. It was indeed Agatha Elite who reported it. Du couldn't help but sweat on his forehead when he heard Maen's words. Agatha Elite did report it, but the way of reporting was a bit special, and almost scattered the ashes of several senior executives. After Agatha Elite warned those people, basically all the major families in the Alliance received the news. Du, as a member of the Yulong family, naturally knew Maen's identity, so he recognized Maen's face when he saw it just now. "So Du, what were you staring at the window for just now?" "Ahem, nothing." "Nothing." Maen looked at the clothes displayed in the window and found that there were no strange clothes until Maen found a blue and black cloak. Seeing the cloak, Maen couldn't help but turn around and look at Du's dress, with a strange expression on his face. Noticing Maen's expression, the young Do couldn't help blushing, and hurriedly changed the subject to invite Maen to go to the Pokemon Center together. By the way, Do, don't you think your outfit is a little off? I think this blue and black cape suits you very well. Sure enough, Maen. You also think this cape is very cool. Dragon-type trainers should be equipped with such a cape. Do you want one too? With your temperament, I recommend you to use the black one. Hearing Maen mention the cape, Do's face suddenly showed excitement, and he said loudly to Maen. Maen hurriedly stopped Do's recommendation, and then said that he was not interested in the cape, and then persuaded Do to act instead of being tempted, and quickly buy it to try. After a while, Do showed a satisfied expression on his face when he left the store, and Maen also felt that Do's outfit was gradually matching the anime and games. Wait. So, is Do's choice of cape in the future still recommended by Maen himself? By the way, Do, why did you come to Cerulean City? Maen and Do asked casually as they walked towards the Pokemon Center. Do couldn't help but pause for a moment when he heard Maen's question. Although it was very short, Maen still noticed it. Ahem, nothing, just happened to pass by. Passing by? When will you leave again? Where is the next stop? Maen showed a look of doubt on his face. Seeing the doubt on Maen's face, Do also showed an embarrassed expression on his face and scratched his cheek embarrassedly. Maen, you can see it. Let's find a secluded place and I'll tell you the reason. The two went all the way back to the Pokemon Center and came to the single room where Maen lived. Do began to explain the reason for coming to Cerulean City. Maen, you should know that the previous owner of Cerulean City died at the beginning of the year. I know, are you here to investigate this matter? I remember that the criminals at that time should have been arrested, and their souls should have gone to the underworld now. Yes, the criminals have been solved, but the problem is the reason why these criminals came to Cerulean City. Reason? Yes, the reason why these criminals came to Cerulean City was that a piece of news appeared at the beginning of the year. What news? The legendary Zapdos appeared in the power plant east of Cerulean City. Do paused, and then slowly told the news. Maen showed a shocked expression on his face when he heard Do's words. Maen thought that there was indeed Zapdos in the power plant in the previous life game, but he didn't expect it to appear in reality. Seeing Maen's shocked face, Do thought he was shocked by the news of Zapdos, and continued. Yes, it is Zapdos. At the beginning of the year, there was indeed a strange situation in the unmanned power station. The electric Pokemon there suddenly became unusually active and became very manic. Originally, the Alliance didn't take it seriously, but until the beginning of the year, someone suddenly claimed to have found traces of Zapdos in the power plant. When Maen heard this, he knew why the Cerulean gym leader sacrificed himself. After all, that was the trace of Zapdos. As long as they are trainers, 90% of people can't resist the captivate of the mythical beast. The power and uncertain whereabouts of the mythical beast can't dispel people's desires at all, and those who dare to covet Zapdos naturally have some strength. Although the strength of the Cerulean gym leader is not bad, he still fell into the trap when facing these criminals. So Do, are you here to confirm the truth of the news? Or are you here for Zapdos as well? Maen asked Do. My main purpose is to come to investigate because I heard that there was another unusual movement at the power station. As for the news about Zapdos, after the death of the Cerulean gym leader, the Alliance had already commissioned the elite to investigate and clean up a group of criminals who stayed here. At this point, Do looked at Maen and continued. The elite sent is Agatha elite. Maen thought that his grandmother did go out at the beginning of the year, and that was when Grandma Agatha came back and told Maen the news of the death of the Cerulean gym leader. What are the results of the investigation? The results of the investigation are that Zapdos did appear in the power plant. Agatha elite found traces at the scene, but did not find Zapdos' true body in the power plant. Alliance speculated that Zapdos had left the power plant after a short stay. Well, in this case, the matter should have ended. It should have been like this: but after so much time, there are still many criminals who have not given up and are still roaming around Cerulean City. In addition, there is news of unusual movements in the power plant, so the Alliance can only send people to capture these guys. Maen was speechless when he heard what Du said. After all, people's greed is endless. Even if there is a slight possibility, there are people who are willing to gamble everything to take a chance. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15 Investigating an Unmanned Power Station. Seeing Maen's speechless expression, Du couldn't help but sigh and continued. Under this situation, the Alliance naturally couldn't sit idly by, so they also sent people here, but sending elites here was really making a fuss, so there was no choice but to send us investigators here. Du said this, took out the certificate of Alliance Investigator from his arms, and showed it to Maen. After listening to Du's explanation, Maen understood why Du came to Cerulean City, and the main purpose was to clean up the criminals stranded in Cerulean City. Maen, how about it? Are you interested in going to the power plant with me to investigate? Those criminals may appear nearby. Maen thought about Du's invitation and didn't refuse it. Anyway, he didn't have anything to do, and he also wanted to see what kind of traces Zapdos left. Moreover, Maen felt that he had been on the road for 3 days. He beat up a kid on the first day and dug up the tombs of ancient people on the second day. It seemed that his luck had dropped too fast. It would be good to help Du investigate and clean up a few criminals today to save his luck. Maen and Du went out of Cerulean City and headed directly towards the East Power Plant. After leaving Cerulean City, Du also released his Pokémon, Charizard. As expected, you are a flying elite. But at least the name contains dragon, so it is also a dragon Pokémon. Maen also saw the approximate strength of this Charizard, which should be gym level, and not far from the quasi-elite level. With Charizard's company, the Pokémon in the forest dared not approach, so Maen and Du came to the vicinity of the power plant smoothly. As the two continued to move forward, Maen gradually found that there were fewer and fewer wild Pokémon around, and when they arrived at the periphery of the power plant, there was no trace of wild Pokémon at all. The grey and dilapidated walls around the power plant seemed to tell people that no one had maintained it for a long time, and Maen and Du also found several shallow footprints around, which obviously meant that someone had been here not long ago. Maen and Du also raised their vigilance. After reaching the destination, they had to raise their energy. In addition, the traces of human activities before indicated that there might be someone lurking inside the power station. After entering the power station, Maen immediately felt something was wrong and said to Du beside him. Du, I remember that this is an unmanned power station, which means it should have been abandoned for a long time. Yes, but it seems that some electromechanical facilities here are still running automatically. I know, but these equipment should not be enough to release such strong electricity. Maen said as he rolled up one sleeve, and all the hair on his arm stood up. Du also showed a surprised expression on his face when he saw this scene, and then said in a serious tone. It is indeed impossible. There are only 2 possibilities for so much scattered electricity. Either there are too many electric Pokémon here, or there is a powerful electric Pokémon here, so it can emit such a huge amount of electricity. Maen continued what Du was going to say. Both of them had serious tones. After all, if it was the first case, it would be fine, but if it was the second case, there would not be many Pokémon that could do such a thing. However, at this point, Maen and Du couldn't leave so easily, so they continued to move forward into the power station. Not long after they walked, Haunter, who was sent by Maen to explore the way ahead, emerged from the shadow of the wall next to him. Maen sensed Haunter's words and his expression became a little solemn. Du, there is something going on ahead, be careful. Du nodded after hearing Maen's words, and then he and Maen lowered their footsteps. Before they came to a factory with a closed door, Haunter had said that the place where the situation occurred was behind the factory door. Maen gently pushed open the door, revealing a gap, and then followed the gap to observe the situation inside. Maen and Du showed solemn expressions on their faces when they saw the scene behind the door. There were magnemite and magnetons swimming around in the factory behind the door, and there were dozens of them at a glance. The most important thing was that Maen clearly saw that there were several charcoal-like humanoid objects lying on the floor under these Pokémon. No need to guess, those few charcoals must be the criminals who entered here before, and the murderers are naturally these magnemites and magnetons. Seeing this situation, Maen and Du's scalps were a little numb. If it was a one-on-one situation, it would be fine, but there were too many magnemites and magnetons here. If these Pokémons came up with a combination of electric moves, Maen and Du would have to become one of those charcoals on the spot. Maen and Du could only retreat from the gate and find a quiet place to discuss the next countermeasures. First of all, the tactic of frontal breakthrough is absolutely impossible. There are dozens of magnemites seen from the crack of the door, and the number of magnemites in the entire power station may be more than the number seen. So they can only find a way to enter the interior of the power station from the side, but fortunately there is a topographic map in the power station. The two carefully checked the map before entering the power station and knew that there was a passage on the other side that could also enter the interior. The two chose to move through the passage on the other side. The passage was much safer than the room just now. Although there were electric Pokémon along the way, most of them were alone. Maen and Du passed through the passage easily. Just as the two passed a window, Maen stopped and looked at the scenery outside the window. His face changed a little. He pointed outside the window and said to Du, "Was the weather so bad when we came in just now?" Du looked in the direction of Maen and saw that the previously clear soaring in the sky was now covered with dark clouds, and it began to rain. The rain was also visibly getting heavier, and lightning could be vaguely seen in the dark clouds. Boom! At this time, a huge explosion sounded from inside the power station. Maen and Du's faces changed when they heard the huge sound, because the direction from which the sound came was exactly the end of their journey. The core area of the power station. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 Team Rocket and Zapdos. Maen and Du looked at each other and ran straight along the passage towards the explosion site without hesitation. Along the way, the electric Pokémon that had been hostile to outsiders before now fled from the inside of the power station to the outside as if there were wild beasts chasing normal behind them. Maen and Du saw the appearance of these Pokémon and knew that something big must have happened inside. And when Maen and Du rushed to the periphery of the explosion site, they heard a loud growl. From this growl, Maen and Du clearly felt Rage's emotions. After entering the core area of the power station, Maen saw more than a dozen people standing on the ground with their Pokémon. These people were wearing black clothes, and there was a red letter R on their chests. Team Rocket. Maen and Du naturally knew this conspicuous outfit, but what shocked them most was not the Team Rocket that appeared here, but the Pokémon fly that was screaming loudly under the dark clouds. Zapdos. This legendary Pokémon will appear when the sky is dark and thunder is falling. If it is thunder-shocked, power will surge from its body. This is the description of the Zapdos legend in the Kanto region. When Maen saw it with his own eyes, he really realized how terrible the legendary beast is. The orange-yellow sharp beak, the feathers all over the body are the same color as lightning, the eyes are surrounded by black ring feathers, and the feathers on the wings and tail are like spikes. Under the bath of thunder and lightning, Zapdos's figure is like the thunder god descending to the world. At this time, the residents of Cerulean City in the distance can see that the sky at the eastern power station is like the end of the world, and the nearby sky is covered with dark clouds. The residents of the city feel that the power station is like the end of the world, and Maen, who is at the scene, feels a strong pressure. Even Maen, who has the power of darkness, feels a sense of paralysis all over his body when he stands on the ground, which shows how powerful Zapdos is. Maen didn't know how Team Rocket summoned Zapdos, but he only knew that Team Rocket's current behavior had completely angered Zapdos. This time, the leader of Team Rocket was wearing a black cloak and a mask on his face. Seeing Maen and Du breaking in, a mechanical voice came from under the mask, signaling other Team Rocket members to deal with Maen and Du and not let the two of them get in his way. After giving the order, the cloaked man threw out several Pokeballs and released his Pokémon. Electrode, Electabuzz, Jolteon, Luxray, Raichu, and a Weevil. Looking at these Pokémon, Maen guessed the true identity of the cloaked man, who was Mazishi, one of Team Rocket's executives. Only he would bring so many electric Pokémon and care so much about Zapdos. However, Mazishi's identity has not been exposed yet, so he deliberately hid his identity for this operation. I said, Du, Team Rocket is gathering here, didn't you investigators receive any news? No. Du's face was also a little ugly. After all, Team Rocket had such a large group of people to cause trouble, but he had no news at all. It can only mean that there are senior executives in the Alliance who are covering up for them. We can only find a way to stop him, and then find a way to break through. Maen said and glanced in the direction in front of him. I saw that all the other members of Team Rocket in front of him surrounded them, and at the same time released Pokémon to attack the two. Charizard, Flame Spray. Haunter, Shadow Ball. Naturally, Maen and Du could not surrender, and immediately commanded their Pokémon to attack the attacking Team Rocket. Although the other members of Team Rocket were not as strong as Maen and Du, they had a large number of people. With the advantage of numbers, they gradually suppressed Maen and Du. Mazishi, who was fighting with Zapdos, took the opportunity to see the situation here and nodded. He didn't care much about Maen and Du who broke in. Now his target was Zapdos in front of him. Mazishi took out a remote control and pressed the button on it, and then the machine brought by Team Rocket started. Zapdos launched an attack under the thunder and lightning, but surprisingly, although Zapdos's attack was powerful, the electric skills sent out were absorbed by several machines around in mid-air, and the power was greatly reduced. When Maen saw the situation on Mazishi's side, he suddenly remembered that Mazishi had successfully recovered Zapdos in the special comics. At that time, Maen thought it was a bit outrageous. It was too difficult for an electric trainer to recover Zapdos. After all, among the Pokémon under Mazishi, only Raichu, Electrode and another Weevil had reached the elite level, and the others were still at the quasi-elite stage. But now it seems that Mazishi has made sufficient preparations for this recovery. Not to mention the surrounding equipment that absorbs electric attacks, Mazishi prepared 5 electric Pokémon and brought an Evil and Ice-type Weevil as the main attacker. The 5 electric-type Pokémon can resist electric attacks, and with the help of special machines, Zapdos's attacks can't make them lose their combat capabilities even if they hit them. Although the machines will also weaken their attacks, Mazishi's main attackers in this plan are not these Pokémon. They are more of assists and meat shields. With Weevil's speed and Ice-type attacks restraining Zapdos's electric and flying attributes, that Weevil is the main attacker of this plan. With careful planning and the help of machines, this Zapdos couldn't defeat Mazishi for a while, but gradually fell into a disadvantage under Weevil's attack. Moreover, for this operation, not only Mazishi, but all other members of Team Rocket wore full sets of rubber clothes and ground-type Pokémon, and even the equipment used to deal with Zapdos was covered with anti-electric shields. If this continues, Mazishi might really be able to recapture Zapdos, and then it will be really troublesome. Maen winked at Du beside him, indicating Du to cooperate with his actions for a while. Haunter, Haze. Seeing Maen's instructions, Du, although he didn't know what Maen wanted to do, also asked Charizard beside him to use Smokescreen. Under the interference of Haze and Smokescreen skills, the area where Maen and Du were instantly covered by black fog, and the entire area became invisible. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17, Destroying Team Rocket's Plan. As the smoke continued to spread, Maen and Dew's figures were completely hidden in the smoke, and the smoke showed no sign of dissipating, covering all the Rocket team members of Maen and the beat up in the smoke. The entire venue was covered in smoke, and the surrounding Rocket team members did not dare to launch attacks casually. After all, it was easy to cause accidental injuries in the chaos. At this time, a shadow ball suddenly shot out from the smoke, and its target was not the people and Pokémon present, but flew towards the machine in the distance. Just as the shadow ball was about to hit the machine, a lightning bolt came instantly and directly shattered the shadow ball in the air. The Pokémon that attacked to stop the shadow ball was a Magneton, the 7th Pokémon released by Masashi. Under normal circumstances, Trainer Normal will only carry 6 Pokémon at most, because most Alliance games are at most 6-on-6 duels. However, the Alliance has never clearly stipulated that only 6 Pokémon can be carried on daily expeditions, so many trainers with abundant resources may carry more spare second team Pokémon. As for the people in the black group, they basically have Pokémon that are not registered in the Alliance file. After all, this is the real world, and the current Alliance does not have any Pokeball real-time instant transmission technology. It is impossible for you to automatically store the 7th Pokémon you have captured. At most, you can transmit the unused Pokémon in the Pokémon Center. Most trainers still only carry 6 Pokémon. The first reason is that large-scale competitions only use 6 Pokémon. Every additional Pokémon you cultivate means that you need to spend more resources. For ordinary trainers, 6 Pokémon is already the limit, and there is no extra resources at all. Another reason is that a person's energy is limited. Commanding 6 Pokémon in a wild battle will consume all the trainer's mental energy. More Pokémon does not mean stronger combat power, but you need to spend more energy to command. Of course, you can choose to let Pokémon attack autonomously, but that means that there is a special situation that is likely to occur in the battle, that is, there is no way to formulate a reasonable strategy to fight, and the skills may conflict with each other when they are released. Maen once saw a video of a battle, which was a 1-0 vs 6 outdoor full-member duel, and the final result was that the trainer carrying 6 Pokémon won. The trainer carrying 10 Pokémon is not a rookie trainer, but he was in a mess in the battle, and even the skills of his own Pokémon cancelled each other out. So this is why most trainers in the Alliance only carry 6 Pokémon, and some trainers with special abilities or abundant resources will only carry 2 to 3 backup second teams at most, and the Pokémon that are not used temporarily will be kept at home for foster care, and will be teleported back to the Pokémon Center when needed. At this time, the Magneton released by Masashi is his other main Pokémon, because Weevil is not Masashi's own Pokémon, but borrowed from Team Rocket. This is why he, an electric specialized trainer, has Weevil. You two little brats, do you think I haven't considered this situation? Too naive. After I deal with this Zapdos, it will be your turn next. Magneton, use electric terrain. Masashi under the cloak couldn't help but sneer. And then he concentrated on commanding Pokémon to deal with Zapdos again. After Magneton released electric terrain, arcs of electricity began to flash in the air around it to prevent possible attacks from Maen and Dew. In reality, the electric terrain can not only increase the power of electric skills, but also the free arcs in the air can allow Magneton to sense changes in the environment, in order to prevent Haunter from stealthily approaching the machine. This is why Masashi left it to guard next to the machine. Team Rocket in the smoke had already reacted and began to command their Pokémon to release gust force skills to blow away the surrounding smoke. At this time, another shadow ball was launched from the smoke, and Steven also rushed out from above the smoke on Charizard and used flamethrower in the air towards the machine. Magneton did not change his mind in the face of the two separate attacks. The blessing of electric terrain and the strength of the Quasi-Elite made it completely at ease in the face of this situation. Thunderbolt swept past, scattered the flying shadow ball, and successfully resisted flamethrower. Just as Magneton was about to prepare for the next attack, a black haunter slowly emerged from the ground where the machine was placed, and then threw a shadow ball fiercely at the machine. Masashi, who was commanding the battle, and the 3-in-1 who was guarding the machine suddenly felt an energy reaction next to the machine, and then saw a scene that made them tear their eyes out. Impossible! The haunter should have fired shadow balls in the smoke, and with electric terrain blocking it, it couldn't have sneaked here. Masashi, who was shouting, suddenly thought of a possibility, that is, the shadow ball in the smoke at the beginning was not fired by the haunter at all, and the haunter had already hidden and lurked in the machine when Haze appeared at the beginning. However, Masashi no longer had time to think about how Maen did it, because after the absorb electric machine was destroyed, the attack of Zapdos above his head would become as fierce as thunder. Everyone, do your best to kill those 2 little ghosts. Masashi gritted his teeth and issued an order. Although Zapdos's attack became fierce, the injury just now still affected Zapdos, so Masashi planned to fight Zapdos with all his strength. The biggest threat now is Maen and Do, who had been ignored before. Because under the attack of Zapdos, Masashi can no longer be distracted, otherwise this operation will fail. You must know that he paid a huge price for this operation of Zapdos. On the other hand, Haunter, who destroyed the machine, immediately escaped in stealth, and Do took advantage of everyone's distraction to successfully take Maen away in the smoke with Charizard, and flew out of the power station before the other members of the rocket team surrounded him. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18 Haunter, You Scum Trainer. At first, Maen and Do didn't think they could keep all the rockets here, so the plan they made was to interfere with Masashi's battle, and as long as this goal was achieved, they would immediately find a way to evacuate here. After all, the appearance of Zapdos was a big deal, and the residents of Cerulean City or the police there should have noticed it, and the Alliance would soon send people to support. As for the question that Masashi was puzzled about, it was naturally very simple, because after releasing the smoke, Haunter had already turned invisible and moved towards the direction of the rocket's device. As for the 2 shadow balls released in the smoke, it was naturally Maen's own hand, and before that, Do took Charizard into the air to launch an attack together in order to let Masashi and his Magneton focus on this side and ignore the defense near the machine. Maen, the plan is very successful, we can evacuate, and the Alliance people should be here soon. Do sat on Charizard's back and said to Maen with a smile. Wait, I have a present for Masashi. Maen said as he put his backpack on his chest and began to search. Then he saw Maen take out a Ken-like object from his backpack, with the Djanggar pattern printed on it. Then Do saw Maen throw the water bottle towards the direction where Masashi and Zapdos were fighting, and then called Do to leave quickly. Do could only put away his curiosity and immediately commanded Charizard to lead the 2 out of the power station, and the members of Team Rocket could only watch the 2 leave the scene. After flying all the way to the woods outside the power station, they found that they had escaped the pursuit, and then Maen and the 2 landed from the sky. After landing, Do couldn't help but ask curiously. Maen, what exactly did you throw out just now? Ah? You ask that? It's Haunter's snacks. Snacks. Gee. Haunter, who followed Charizard back to Maen in stealth, heard Maen's words as soon as he arrived. He and Do showed a puzzled expression at first, and then suddenly thought of something, rushed to Maen's backpack in a panic, and began to search frantically. Then he found that his favorite snack can was missing. Oh. After being shocked, Haunter immediately threw away his backpack and hid in Maen's shadow crying. Do looked at Maen squatting on the ground and apologizing to Haunter in the shadow, and his face showed a speechless expression. It was the first time he saw that the ghost Pokemon who always played pranks on others was actually made to cry by others. This Maen is really a big villain. On the other side of the power station, after Maen threw out the Haunter snack can, Mazishi and Zapdos who were present did not care about the flying can. The aftermath of the skills released by the two sides in the battle directly shattered the can in the air. At the moment when the jar broke, a thick mist of black, like ink normal, also scattered. Although the haze that was scattered did not dissipate for a long time, the amount was not large, and it did not look like an attacking move, so Zapdos and Mazishi did not care. Mazishi thought that Maen threw the jar just to distract him, so he continued to command the battle with Zapdos with all his strength. In his opinion, Zapdos was already at the end of his strength, and he was confident that he could successfully recapture Zapdos before the alliance arrived. As for whether this unfair battle could conquer Zapdos, it was not within his consideration at all. It was enough to get the Pokémon's body. As for the Pokémon's heart, there were many related devices in the rocket team that had not been used yet. Weevil, Ice Punch. After hearing Mazishi's command, Weevil hesitated for a moment, and then gathered blue energy in his hands, and rushed towards Zapdos with the cover of several other electric Pokémon. Mazishi noticed Weevil's hesitation. Although he felt a little rage, he had no choice. After all, this Weevil was borrowed, and the two sides had no tacit understanding. It was normal for Weevil to hesitate. Anyway, as long as he could carry out his command in the end, he would not need it after Zapdos was in hand. Just as Weevil attacked Zapdos, his nose suddenly moved slightly, and then a particularly fragrant smell came into Weevil's nose, reminding Weevil of the top-grade energy cube he had eaten, but this smell attracted him more than that energy cube. Under the temptation of this smell, Weevil couldn't help but glance in the direction of the smell, and the ice punch that was about to be launched in his hand also slowly retracted the energy. Weevil! What are you hesitating about? Mazishi noticed Weevil's strange behavior at the first time, and then shouted loudly. If Mazishi was Weevil's trainer, Weevil would definitely concentrate on the fight after this scolding, but the problem is that the two are not in a subordinate relationship. Weevil did not obey Mazishi's command at the first time, but quickly looked for the source of the smell, a wisp of drifting haze. At this time, Zapdos soaring in the sky also discovered the moment when Weevil was distracted after Mazishi. The biggest threat to it in this battle was the Weevil. Now that he found an opportunity, Zapdos did not hesitate and launched an angry attack directly. A lightning bolt as thick as a tree trunk fell directly from the dark clouds and struck Weevil on the ground. Weevil instantly felt the hair on his body exploded, and a sense of danger came instantly, and this sense of danger came from the top of his head. However, Weevil was still a step slower in the end. If he had devoted himself to the battle before and had its speed advantage, he could have completely avoided this attack. But because of distraction, by the time it reacted, the lightning had already struck it. Without any special device to suppress it, coupled with Zapdos' angry attack, Weevil was half-knelt on the ground after being hit by this skill attack, and the hair on the whole body showed traces of charring, and it smelled of burning and emitted black smoke. Thanks to the strength of the elite level, Weevil was not immediately electrocuted and lost its combat ability, but such a severe injury obviously could not be used as a main attacker. Looking at Weevil's appearance, Mazishi cursed inwardly, and his face under the cloak had completely turned black. He didn't expect that he would fail at the last moment. Without Weevil's main attack, Mazishi's other electric Pokémon had no way to cause effective damage to Zapdos. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Maen, do you want Zapdos? Retreat. These two words were almost shouted out by Mazishi. As a former Air Force major, he had a certain ability to judge the situation on the battlefield. This time, Zapdos's recovery plan had completely failed. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. The support from the Alliance should be arriving soon. According to Mazishi's order, the rocket team immediately began to clean up the battlefield, and then began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Zapdos, who was soaring in the sky, naturally found that the people below wanted to evacuate. After taunting it, they still wanted to escape, which further aroused Zapdos's anger. Under the dark clouds, the rolling thunder struck the field below indiscriminately like a divine punishment normal. However, although Mazushi could not further hurt Zapdos, as a trainer specializing in electric systems, his defense was still no problem. Most of Zapdos' angry attacks were successfully blocked by Mazushi, and only a few attacks hit members of the rocket team. As the rockets completed their evacuation, the last few rockets and Mazushi threw out a few grenade-like items from their pockets. The moment these grenades were thrown to the ground, a lot of thick fog and strong light were emitted. Under the interference of the strong light, Zapdos couldn't help but close his eyes, and when he opened them again, the ground was already covered by thick fog, and Mazushi, who had been fighting with it before, was also gone. Rage's Zapdos burst into a deafening roar under the thunder, and Zapdos, who lost Mazushi as a target, flew up soaring in the sky, and now the anger in his heart could not be calmed down at all. Zapdos, who wanted to vent his anger, cast his sights on the brightly lit Cerulean City in the distance. Just as the furious Zapdos was about to fly to Cerulean City, he suddenly heard the voice of humans coming from the ground again. I said that the bunch of rubbish in the Alliance's upper echelons should be cleaned up, but they were actually being messed up by the rats in the sewer. Agatha Elite leaned on a cane and looked at Zapdos, who was soaring in the sky, but her mouth was full of contempt for the Alliance. Seeing the human figure, the furious Zapdos directly launched an attack, and a thunderbolt hit him directly. Just as the thunderbolt attack was in the air, a Djanggar emerged from the shadow with a sly smile and blocked the attack directly in the air with Protect. Have you lost your mind? No wonder you are still fighting with injuries on your body, and it seems that you want to attack the residents in Cerulean City just now. This is not okay. It seems that you can only stay here. Djanggar, Scary Face. Froslas, Blizzard. Dusk Noir, Ice Punch. 10 minutes later, Agatha stood there holding an Ultra Ball, and the ball was filled with Zapdos. G. At this time, Djanggar suddenly appeared beside Agatha, holding some fragments of items in his hands, and a pattern of Djanggar could be vaguely pieced together on these fragments. Hearing Djanggar's voice, Agatha turned her head and quickly recognized that it was Haunter's snack can, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Agatha Elite suddenly received a message from Alliance, saying that something big happened at the power station, and hoped that she could come here to investigate again. However, in view of some unpleasant things that happened with the top management before, Agatha originally planned to refuse directly, but Alliance had no choice but to promise some benefits, so Agatha was willing to come here. The reason why Alliance was so shameless to ask Agatha Elite is very simple, because what Team Rocket did this time was completely a slap in the face of Alliance. Before, the gym leader of Cerulean Gym died, and Alliance punished the criminals with thunder and lightning, thinking that these people in the dark would be more honest, but before a few months had passed, the Zapdos incident was directly brought up. If Agatha had not arrived in time just now, the residents there would probably be in danger after the angry Zapdos arrived in Cerulean City, and the situation would be serious at that time. The most important thing is that Alliance did not receive any news about the whole incident, which shows that there must be an insider of Team Rocket in Alliance, and their status is definitely not low. Although the Pokémon Alliance knew that there must be spies in their ranks, after all big organizations have this situation. The Alliance also has spies in Team Rocket and other region criminal organizations. But there was no news about such a big thing as the Zapdos capture operation, which made the Alliance completely furious, so they pulled down their faces and asked the nearest Agatha Elite to go out. If the Alliance did not fight back, then tomorrow other criminal organizations would be able to ride on their heads, which would be a huge blow to the prestige of the Alliance. I didn't expect this kid to be involved in this matter, it's really unexpected. Agatha Elite asked Djanggar to clean up the debris and left here, because there was still a rat hunting operation to go on. The next morning, after resting in Cerulean City for a night, Maen came to the Pokemon Center to have breakfast after a morning run, and happened to see Du, who had been waiting for Maen at the door. There were faint dark circles around Du's eyes. After all, as an investigator of the Alliance, he could not miss the arrest operation last night, so he could not rest as peacefully as Maen. Du told Maen about what happened last night. The Black organization in Cerulean City suffered a catastrophic disaster last night. They were all plowed. Now the public security in Cerulean City is probably the best among all the cities in Kanto. That's not bad. By the way, is there any news about Zapdos? Hearing Maen ask about Zapdos, Du showed a strange look on his face and said to Maen, "The rocket team did not get that Zapdos. Their plan failed." "Oh, then our efforts were not in vain. What happened to Zapdos later?" "It was recaptured by Agatha Elite." Maen looked at Du's face carefully, trying to confirm whether the other party was joking with him, and then Du explained to Maen what happened yesterday. It turned out that Zapdos was picked up by his grandmother yesterday, and it was his grandmother who led the hunt in Cerulean City yesterday. Just then, Maen found that his Pokédex rang, which was an invitation for a video call, and the initiator was his grandmother Agatha. "Grandma, I heard that you were very powerful last night." After the call was connected, Maen saw his grandmother's face appear on the screen, and he praised her in various ways. Seeing Maen's face, Agatha's originally serious face softened a little. And Djanggar behind Agatha greeted Maen on the other side of the screen and made faces. "Enough of the small talk, Maen, do you want Zapdos?" Hearing Agatha's words, Maen and Du beside him all fell into a silent contest condition. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20 Zapdos is having a big sale. Following Agatha's words, the whole scene fell into silence. Maen and Du were both speechless after Agatha's words, especially Du. He didn't expect Agatha to think so highly of Maen that she was willing to give Zapdos to Maen. You know, there are not many opportunities to become a trainer of a mythical beast. On the other side, after being surprised, Maen really wanted to agree for a moment, but Maen immediately gave up the idea because of his own special abilities. Ghost and evil Pokemon are the best choices for him, and Zapdos' attribute is not within this range. In addition, the most important thing is that he can't command Zapdos at all, and it's useless to carry it with him. Instead, it's like carrying a bomb on his back, which may hurt him at any time. After thinking it over, Maen decisively gave Grandma Agatha a reply. Agatha Elite seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face when she heard Maen's words. "But Grandma Agatha, if you accept this Zapdos yourself, won't the Alliance have any objections?" "It doesn't matter. If they have any objections, they can come and raise them themselves. Whoever wants it can take it from me personally." Hearing Agatha's words, Maen and Du could only smile awkwardly, especially Du. He felt that Agatha and Maen were indeed a family, both of them were equally sinister. "But I didn't intend to keep this Zapdos, so the disposal right is handed over to you, Maen. Whether you plan to use it yourself or exchange it for resources is up to you." "Really, Grandma Agatha, didn't you say you wouldn't give me extra help? The biggest credit for the perfect solution of this incident is you and the kid from the Yulong family next to you, so I gave you the disposal right of Zapdos. Alliance was messed up by the sewer rats this time, and they owed me a favor by asking me to deal with this incident. In addition, if you plan to exchange resources with Alliance for this Zapdos, you can cut a piece of meat from Alliance, otherwise it would be a waste to keep those resources for those rubbish." Agatha Elite said at the end, her tone full of disdain for the Alliance's top management. Maen and Du listened to Agatha's complaints without responding, but just scratched their cheeks awkwardly. After all, they really had no room to refute Agatha's words. After hanging up the call with Agatha, Maen took out a pen and paper and started to list the resources that Zapdos could exchange for. As Maen wrote one by one, Du, who was sitting next to him, felt sorry for Alliance. "By the way, do you want Zapdos from the Yulong family? I can give you a friendly price." After writing the list, Maen suddenly thought of the Yulong Du next to him and asked with a smile. Although Maen smiled kindly, Du felt that smile made him shudder. He waved his hand and refused, saying that he didn't need it, saying that he only loved dragon Pokemon. Maen didn't think much when he saw Du's refusal, but called Steven again. The first sentence he said was, "Steven, do you want Zapdos? It's on sale at a bargain price." Steven on the other end of the phone was silent for 30 seconds, and then rejected Maen righteously, saying that he didn't need it either. If Zapdos knew that he was being sold back and forth like a commodity, and was rejected twice in a row, would he jump out of his Pokeball and give Maen a thunderbolt? Alliance representatives soon arrived at Cerulean City. After all, just because Maen didn't want it didn't mean that others could refuse to become the captivate of the legendary beast trainer. Then Alliance saw the list Maen had made, and was so angry that they almost punched Maen on the spot, and then slammed the table to say that the requirements on it were too much and Alliance would never accept it. However, Maen had not expected that all the above requirements would be accepted. After all, in business, the key is to ask for a high price and pay back the money. Maen was not talented in his previous life, but he had been doing business for many years and had some experience in this regard. Du watched the verbal battle between Maen and the Alliance representative throughout the whole process. After some of the requirements on the list were crossed out, the Alliance representative finally gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal, and said that the deal would be completed in 3 days. Viridian City, the Rocket's secret base. The angry Mazishi walked through the corridor of the secret base and came to a meeting room. "Hey, isn't this the loser Mr. Mazishi?" As soon as Mazishi entered the room, the Rocket's executive Proton, who was sitting on the chair, said sarcastically. After Proton finished speaking, Archer and Ariana, who were sitting on the other side, couldn't help laughing a few times, and then looked at Mazishi with mocking eyes. "Proton, UBD. If the weevil you lent me hadn't had problems, I wouldn't have failed," Mazishi said to Proton Rage, who had just spoken. "Humph, the loser who was defeated by 2 little devils actually had the nerve to dump the problem on me. I haven't asked you for the medical expenses for weevil yet." Just as Mazishi was about to speak, the screen in the conference room suddenly lit up, and the face of Giovanni's secretary Minori appeared on it. Seeing Minori appear, Mazishi and Proton stopped arguing, and Archer and Ariana, who were watching the show on the side, also sat up straight. As Giovanni's secretary, since Minori appeared, it means that Giovanni has something to convey. "Executives, Giovanni is busy right now, so I will tell you about the next task. First, try to contact Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City, and try to recruit her into Team Rocket. Sabrina's biography will be sent to you later. If you can't recruit her, don't anger her." At this point, Managi paused and looked at Mazishi, and continued. At the same time, Giovanni asked not to allow Revenge Maen and Yulongdu. "Why?" Mazishi asked loudly. "Because these 2 people are the grandsons of Elite Four Agatha and the most promising heirs of the Yulong family. The recent behavior of Team Rocket has been noticed by the Alliance. Boss Giovanni doesn't want to have any new enemies, which will affect the New Island project." When Managa mentioned the New Island project, Mazishi's words were blocked, because the Rocket Team executives all knew that the most important thing for Team Rocket now is the New Island project. Although the specific content of the plan is unknown, Giovanni has listed this as the highest priority plan, and all other tasks must give way to the New Island plan. And just now when Mazishi heard Agatha's name, he couldn't help but shudder. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Resources exchanged by Zapdos. After the plan to capture Zapdos failed, Masashi had already successfully evacuated Team Rocket to Cerulean City, but then Agatha, who was chasing them, found clues and chased them. Even when all members were in full contest condition, Masashi could not beat Agatha, not to mention that he had just fought with Zapdos. If Masashi had not let Pokemon use Explosion to blow up the escape passage and sell out other members of Team Rocket, he would have been caught by Agatha Elite long ago, and Masashi had seen how strange the ability of Ghost Elite was. However, although he escaped successfully, he first fought with Zapdos, and then got rid of Agatha's pursuit. Masashi's Pokemon is now basically in contest condition with all members injured, and he can't fight for a short time. And because the Pokemon lineup was exposed to Agatha's eyes, after all, the electric Pokemon lineup is still very obvious, Masashi knows that he will definitely be monitored by the Alliance in the near future. Fortunately, Masashi had already left a backup plan in the gym, which could slightly clear him of suspicion, but he also had to keep a low profile recently. After seeing Masashi acquiesce to Giovanni's explanation, Geniao nodded slightly, and then said to other executives. The last thing is that all the big actions of the Rocket team have stopped recently, and they need to hide for a while. Alliance will increase the intensity of the search recently, and if necessary, some unimportant bases can be abandoned to feed the search officers sent by Alliance. That's all. Lord Giovanni's words have been conveyed, and I hope all executives can do things according to the instructions seriously. After speaking, the screen dimmed, leaving only a few executives in the conference room. Masashi looked at Proton hatefully, and then left the conference room angrily. After leaving Rocket Hideout, Masashi took the vehicle to return to the gym in Vermilion City. On the way, Masashi's phone rang, and it was Masashi's younger brother on the other end of the phone. "This is Masashi. What's up? Did something happen in the gym?" The younger brother on the other end of the phone hesitated, and then said in a fearful tone, "Boss, I just got news from Alliance that Zapdos was recaptured by Agatha, and then reached a deal with Alliance. Now Zapdos should be in Alliance's hands." Bang! The younger brother clearly heard the sound of Masashi slamming the phone, followed by a long busy tone. Although Masashi had already prepared himself mentally, he still asked the younger brother to investigate Zapdos's intelligence and see if Zapdos was not recaptured at the time, but left, so that he would have another chance to capture him. But the younger brother's words just now completely raged Masashi, especially since Zapdos was in Alliance's hands, then he really had no chance. As for spending money to get it back from Alliance, most of his resources had already been invested in this capture operation. That special machine, the rental fee for Weevil, and the props used to attract Zapdos were all bought by him, because this operation was originally his personal operation. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if Masashi was not furious. On the other hand, Maen also received resources brought by the Alliance in 3 days, starting with 3 top-quality Dusk Stones. Although evolution stones such as Dusk Stone are used for evolution, these stones themselves contain huge attribute energy, which is one of the reasons why they can stimulate Pokemon evolution. Therefore, the energy in the evolution stone can not only help evolution, but also increase the strength of Pokemon. In particular, the higher the quality of the evolution stone, the greater the impact on Pokemon, and the best quality is the best quality of the evolution stone. After getting the evolution stone, Haunter ate one of them and slowly digested the energy contained in it, and the remaining 2 Dusk Stones were stuffed into its new snack can, which was also on the list listed by Maen. The entire snack can is made of special materials, which is extremely sturdy as a whole, and it is still pasted with Haunter's favorite Jengar pattern. Maen has been studying the recipe for making energy blocks in the Pokemon Center for the past 3 days. These recipes are all recipes for advanced energy blocks, especially suitable for Ghost and Dark Pokemon. This recipe is also one of the things Maen requires. After all, each of these advanced energy block recipes is the hard work of the advanced breeder family. Maen can't get this kind of thing under normal circumstances, and only the alliance with amazing financial resources can collect it. As for the complete set of production equipment for energy cubes, they are naturally the best. At the same time, Maen can buy the raw materials of energy cubes at cost price in major stores under alliance. These are all the more valuable things on Maen's list, and other small aspects will not be introduced one by one. However, these are not the most important things on Maen's list, and these three Christoph N has been waiting for news from alliance. Finally, on the third day, the representative of alliance came, but this time the representative was Maen's acquaintance Yulong Du. After negotiating with the alliance representative 3 days ago, Du also left Cerulean City. After all, as an investigator, he still had to submit a mission report and deal with some other things by the way. However, Maen did not expect that alliance actually sent him as a representative this time. Hey? Why is it Du who came this time? Ahem, this time I came as a representative of alliance, Maen. I will take you to get your last request. Oh? Could it be that you are going to? Maen showed an excited expression on his face. Yes, this time our destination is Johto region Blackthorn City, which is the most proud place of Yulong family, Dragon's Denmark. Speaking of this, Du couldn't help showing a proud expression on his face. But Maen knew that Du had the capital to be proud. Yulong family's Dragon's Den is the dream place of all dragon trainers, where you can find any dragon Pokemon. And even if you are not a dragon trainer, the quasi-god Pokemon such as Dratany and Bagon in Dragon's Den are still a huge captivate for any trainer. But not everyone can enter Dragon's Den. First of all, you must have the affirmation of Yulong family and the Dragon Elder, otherwise you are not qualified to enter Dragon's Den. As for the option of forcing in, let alone, the Pokemon in Yulong family and Dragon's Den are not a joke, even elite-level trainers will never return. Maen didn't expect that the last requirement could be completed by going to Dragon's Den, which is much better than expected. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22 Dragon's Den. Blackthorn City is located in the northeast corner of Johto region. It is a quiet city built in the mountains. It is not a major transportation route or economic center in Johto region, but it is still famous in Johto region. The main reason is that the Yulong family lives here, and Dragon's Den is also in Blackthorn City. Johto region and Kanto region are located on the same continent, so the transportation between them is very convenient, so Maen and Du took a plane directly to Blackthorn City. On the way to the plane, Du explained to Maen the reason for this incident. Speaking of the reason, we have to mention the most critical item on Maen's previous list. The last requirement proposed by Maen is an elite-level Dino. The biggest disagreement between Alliance and Maen at that time was this: because Dino is easy to deal with, even if it is a dragon-type quasi-god, Alliance is not without a way, but elite-level Dino is not easy to deal with. You should know that the prerequisite for a new Pokemon to reach the elite level is that one of its parents must be at least elite level, and only a few people have elite Hydreigons, and these people are basically unlikely to sell their Hydreigons. Alliance repeatedly asked Maen to lower the qualification requirements, but Maen said from beginning to end that it was very reasonable to exchange an elite-level mythical beast Zapdos for an elite-level quasi-god Pokemon plus a little other resources. Finally, Alliance came up with a solution, which was to trade a place to Dragon's Den from the Yulong family, and then let Maen go in to choose, and the Yulong family did not refuse. Alliance not only paid, but also sold Alliance a personal favor. After all, Dragon's Den originally had several places open to the public every year, so it didn't matter if Maen had one more. In this way, the three-party transaction was finally reached, which is why Shido led Maen to Dragon's Den as the representative of Alliance. Johto region, Blackthorn City, Blackthorn Gym. Maen looked at the gym in the mountain with curiosity, and his excitement was a little agitated. After all, Dragon's Den was located in the mountain behind Blackthorn Gym. Du led Maen through Blackthorn Gym, and there was a trail behind Blackthorn Gym, which led directly to Dragon's Den. When Maen arrived at Dragon's Den, he saw a huge Dragon's Mouth cave, which was also the entrance to Dragon's Den. In the middle of this huge cave is a dragon temple, where the dragon elders practiced. After Maen and Du arrived at the entrance of the dragon temple, they saw a Dragonite coming out of the dragon word. After seeing Maen and Du, they signaled Maen and Maen to follow it. As soon as he entered the dragon temple, Maen saw an old man sitting cross-legged on a futon on the floor of the dragon temple. The old man's hair and beard were already grey, and there was a cane next to the futon. His figure looked very thin, like an old man who was about to die. But Maen could vaguely sense the hidden energy under the body of the old man in front of him. You know, every generation of dragon elders must have mastered the power of controlling dragons, so even if the dragon elder in front of him looks weak, once he explodes, no one will be able to get any benefits. Elder, this is Maen who wants to enter Dragon's Denmark. Du said respectfully to the elder on the futon. When the dragon elder heard Du's words, his eyes covered by white hair looked at Maen, and Maen felt as if he was seen through by the dragon elder. A power I have never seen before, and it is this kind of attribute power. The most important thing is that he did not lose his original intention under this power. Interesting. The dragon elder murmured to himself in a low voice. Then the dragon elder retracted his gaze, picked up his cane, stood up, and tapped the floor twice with it. With the sound of a mechanism, the floor of the dragon temple slowly opened to both sides like a mechanism normal, revealing a hole and a staircase going down. Let's go. The dragon elder said and walked down the stairs first. Dragonite, who had led Maen and the others in, followed closely behind, and Maen and Du followed the elder and Dragonite into the cave. As the three people and one Pokemon entered the cave, the wooden board at the entrance gradually closed again. The stairs down were not very deep, and they soon reached the bottom. Then Maen saw a straight passage, and both sides of the passage were hung with lighting tools, dispelling the darkness of the passage. Du's expression was a little strange, and he looked in the direction of the dragon elder and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Because there were outsiders who had entered Dragon's Den before, but Du had never seen the dragon elder personally lead the way. Most of the previous tasks of leading the way were completed by Du or the dragon masters of the gym. However, Du did not ask in person, but kept his doubts in his heart. Unexpectedly, although the dragon elder was old, his pace was not slow, so the three of them quickly arrived at the end of the passage. After exiting the cave at the end of the passage, the scenery in front of them suddenly became clear. Unlike the narrow passage, the space in front of them became extremely vast, and the environment was no longer the monotonous rock, but a vibrant grassland. Various Pokemon were running on the grass, and although Dragon's Den was a place where dragon Pokemon lived, it did not mean that there were only dragon Pokemon here, there were still some Pokemon of other attributes. At a glance, Maen saw Oddish and Sunflora laughing and playing on the ground, and Butterfree and Jumpluff were flying in the sky, and Raticate and Centaurette were also walking among the flowers. The most important thing is that Maen also saw a Dragonite lying on the grass and sleeping soundly. Du was a little embarrassed to see the sleeping Dragonite, and then he ran over quickly and patted the Dragonite's cream-colored belly. The Dragonite lying on the ground also rubbed his eyes and yawned when Du patted him. However, when the sleepy Dragonite saw that it was Du, he smelling salts came over, grinned and waved to Du and said hello. Facing Dragonite's kind greeting, Du could only helplessly use his eyes to indicate the direction of the Dragon Elder. Dragonite looked in the direction of Du's eyes, and then saw the Dragon Elder and the Dragonite with a slightly ugly face behind the Dragon Elder. Dragonite, who was originally greeting happily, suddenly felt like being stared at by Medusa Normal, and was stunned like a stone. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23 Hydreigon's Territory. Excuse me, what should I do if I am caught by my boss while slacking off? If Dragonite lived in Maen's previous life and could use a mobile phone or computer, he would definitely post a message online to ask for help. The Dragon Elder couldn't help laughing when he saw Dragonite's nervous look after turning into a stone statue, and said slowly, "Forget it, I won't blame you this time, but as the guardian of the cave entrance, you can't always slack off." Hearing the words of the Dragon Elder, Dragonite immediately released himself from the stone statue contest condition, then scratched his head with a silly smile, and then gestured to show that he would definitely not slack off. Maen looked at Dragonite's skilled movements and knew that this set of apology procedures must have been done more than once. It perfectly implemented the rule of "I know I was wrong, but I dare to do it next time." The Dragon Elder didn't say much. After all, this Dragonite did this more than once or twice, just motioned Maen to follow his footsteps. As the habitat of Dragon-type Pokémon, Dragon's Den naturally has a variety of Dragon-type Pokémon, as well as Dragon-type Pokémon such as Charizard and Gyarados. For example, the Charizard that Du got was obtained here. However, there are no Dragon-type Pokémon from Alola and Galar region in Dragon's Den at present. After all, the Alliance has not yet explored those two regions. Otherwise, what Maen chose in Dragon's Den would be the Galar region's Dragonite. Dragon-type Pokémon are relatively strong, and some Dragon-type Pokémon are even more irritable. After all, not every Dragon-type Pokémon is as gentle as Dragonite. Therefore, Dragon's Den has divided separate residential areas for these Dragon-type Pokémon. One is to prevent excessive fighting, and the other is to ensure the purity of the Dragon-type bloodline. And Maen's target Dino lives in the northeast of Dragon's Den, far away from the location of other Dragon-type Pokémon. As they gradually approached Hydreigon's territory, the figures of other Pokémon around became increasingly scarce. When they approached within 100 meters of Hydreigon's territory, they could not see any other Pokémon at all. Not long after the group entered Hydreigon's territory, they suddenly felt a sense of oppression from the front, and then saw two black shadows appear on soaring in the sky. Then the two black shadows flew towards Maen and his group, stopped in mid-air, and looked at Maen and his group on the ground. The identities of the two black shadows were also revealed, two elite high-level Hydreigons. These two Hydreigons are also the masters of this area. Other Pokémon who come here will inevitably be attacked by them mercilessly. After seeing the leading Dragon Elder, the two Hydreigons put away their previous posture of attacking, and then set their sights on the unfamiliar Maen. On the other side, Du saw that Hydreigon's eyes were focused on Maen, and his face also showed anxiety. Outsiders don't know, but Du, who often goes in and out of Dragon's Den, knows the situation here very well. In addition to Charizard, Du actually has a Dratany in his hand, which is also the descendant of Dragonite in Dragon's Den. But Du didn't plan to choose Dratany at the beginning, because there are many Dragon-type Pokémon, even the Quasi-Gods have Dragonite, Salamence, Garchomp, Hydreigon and Goodra. Du originally planned to investigate before deciding which dragon to choose, but then he was taught a good lesson. Except for Dragonite and Goodra, the tempers of the other three dragons are more irritable than each other. Salamence and Garchomp are okay. Considering that he is the descendant of the dragon family, their attitude is still polite, but it is difficult to recover their descendants. The parents of Salamence and Garchomp require that Du's strength must meet the requirements, otherwise Du will not be allowed to recover their descendants. Although Du's Charizard has reached the gym level, it still does not meet their requirements, so he can only give up these two Pokémon and choose to wait until Charizard becomes a quasi-elite before challenging. But Hydreigon has a different attitude. If the Dragon-type Pokémon is rated for the degree of violent temper, Hydreigon is definitely in the top 3, and it is close to the first place. Even though Du is the descendant of the Yulong family, Hydreigon does not give him this face at all, and does not give Du a chance to recover. If it were not for Du being a member of the Yulong family, I'm afraid he would have bitten him directly. In the end, Du could only choose the Dragonite he liked more between Dragonite and Goodra. The trainers who entered Dragon's Den before did not choose Dino, but they were all kicked out without exception. So far, no one has been able to recover any Dino in Dragon's Den. So when Du saw Hydreigon locking his eyes on Maen, he couldn't help but get anxious and planned to ask the Dragon Elder for help. However, the Dragon Elder did not move after seeing Du's look for help, but signaled Du not to worry and to continue watching. The two Hydreigons slowly approached Maen, and then stopped in front of Maen. Hydreigons have no feet, only tails, so their bodies are still floating in the air, and their sight is still fixed on Maen. Maen did not feel afraid when facing the two Hydreigons in front of him. The dark power in his body sensed that the Hydreigons in front of him had no ill will towards him. Thinking of this, Maen slowly stretched out his hand and touched the bodies of the two Hydreigons. Unlike the soft milky yellow belly of Dragonite, the skin of Hydreigon is blue and has purple-red patterns, and the skin feels very rough. The Hydreigon touched by Maen did not show any anger, but felt a little comfortable, and couldn't help but lower his body to facilitate Maen's touch. Maen also happened to touch the hair on Hydreigon's neck. Compared with the rough skin, the black hair on Hydreigon's neck was extremely soft and felt particularly good to the touch. The Dragon Elder seemed to have expected normal, and was not surprised by the situation in front of him, but Duke next to him was shocked. He never dreamed that these two Hydreigons would suddenly have such a good temper. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24 Strange Dino. Seeing Hydreigon showing a comfortable expression under Maen's touch, Du, who didn't believe in evil, was also eager to move closer to Hydreigon, and then found that both Hydreigons turned to Du's direction, and their faces became a little bad. Du stopped silently under the gaze of the 6 heads of Hydreigon and put down his hand awkwardly. After stroking for a while, Maen also explained his intention to Hydreigon. The two Hydreigons did not get angry after hearing it. One of them gently bit the back collar of Maen's clothes with its mouth, and then put Maen on its back, slowly rose up, and flew towards the interior of the territory. Dragonite behind the Dragon Elder saw Hydreigon's actions, and also gently put the Dragon Elder on his back, and then followed. Looking at Maen and the elders flying away, Du stood there and remembered the situation when he proposed to recapture the Hydreigons. Du remembered that when he proposed to recapture Dino, the 3-headed dragon couple in front of him directly plowed past him with a destructive death beam, and then roared at him to get out immediately. Looking at the Hydreigon couple who had just escorted Maen to the nest, Du felt that the gap between people was too big. Du then released his Charizard and followed Maen and the elders. Hydreigon's nest was located in the center of this area. After arriving here, Hydreigon slowly landed on ground sky and put Maen down. The Dragon Elders and Du on the other side also landed on the ground. As soon as he landed, Maen saw 3 Dino resting in the open space, and these 3 Dino were the children of the 3-headed dragon couple. 2 of the Dino ran towards Hydreigon when they saw their parents coming back, while the other one was a little strange. Although it was also running, it was much more stable than the other 2. The 2 Hydreigons called out a few times, and then led the 3 Dinos to Maen. The 3 Dinos felt a sense of intimacy when they saw Maen, and couldn't help but move towards Maen. Dino's body was blue, just like Hydreigon. At the same time, black fur covered their eyes, extending to the position of their necks close to their limbs. And unlike the final evolution Hydreigon, which had no feet, Dino was on all fours, and the black fur on the top of its head had a pointed bulge. Dino's eyes were covered with black fur, and their vision was infinitely close to zero, which led to their very sensitive sense of smell. In addition to poor vision and sensitive sense of smell, Dino also had a problem, that is, they liked to bite things. So 2 of the Dinos poked their heads in front of Maen, and then kept moving their noses, and then suddenly opened their mouths and bit towards Maen, thinking it was something delicious. However, just when the mouth was halfway extended, the Hydreigon parents next to it patted the head and stopped the action of biting. The third Diano, who was steady just now, attracted Maen's attention. Unlike the other two, this Diano did not open its mouth to bite after sniffing Kristoff for half a minute, but gently stretched out its warm tongue to lick Maen's palm, with no intention of biting at all. After getting familiar with Maen's smell, the Hydreigon couple let the Diano move freely. The two Dianos ran around happily on the ground, and even curiously planned to bite the watermelon next to them. Only the Diano with strange behavior at the beginning did not move, but lay down beside Maen, quietly looking like a piece of mind. The three unusual actions naturally attracted Maen's attention, and he couldn't help but be curious. In addition, the Hydreigon couple naturally agreed to let Maen take a Diano away, but as parents, they also made the only request, that is, to obtain Diano's own consent, otherwise no matter how much they like Maen, they can't let it take the child away. Maen's first target at the moment is definitely this strange Diano. However, this is Maen's first time in Dragon's Den, and he doesn't know much about the situation here, so he looks at the Dragon Elder behind him. If anyone knows Dragon's Den best, it is naturally the Dragon Elder in front of him. The Dragon Elder naturally saw Maen's sight, and he also knew a little about the strange Diano, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Seeing the Elder's strange expression, Maen's heart tightened, and he asked softly, "Elder? Is there something wrong with this Diano's personality? Don't want to fight?" Maen wants the three-headed dragon to train it to fight. If it doesn't want to fight and train in character, then Maen naturally can't force Pokemon. Don't worry about this. That Pokemon doesn't dislike fighting. You can use your power to ask it about the specific situation. The Dragon Elder directly acted as a riddle man and told Maen to find the answer himself. Maen naturally knew that his ability had been discovered, but he was not surprised. After all, if he often used the power of darkness, there would definitely be traces on his body, and it would be impossible to hide it from the Dragon Elder. Du must have felt something, but after fighting side by side with Maen, he had already regarded Maen as a friend, so it was naturally impossible for him to explore his friend's secrets. Maen put his hand on Diano's head and used the power of darkness in his body to communicate with Diano. Although the power of darkness cannot communicate directly like telepathy normal, it can still communicate with Pokemon's general emotions and normal communication. As Maen asked why Diano's previous behavior was so strange, Maen's face gradually showed the same strange expression as the Dragon Elder just now. After confirming that Diano did not dislike fighting, Maen put down his hand on Diano's head and solemnly said to Diano in front of him, "Diano, are you willing to travel with me?" The Hydreigon couple, the Dragon Elder, and Du all looked at Diano in front of Maen curiously, waiting for Diano's answer. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25 Diano, am a smart dragon. Under the gaze of Pokemon and Maen, Diano smiled and nodded. Seeing Diano agreed, Maen excitedly hugged Diano's head and stroked it gently. Haunter, who was hiding in the shadow, also happily emerged from the shadow and flew around Maen and Diano. The reason why Haunter was happy was very simple, that is, it finally had a little brother. After recaptured Diano with the Pokeball, Maen said goodbye to the Hydreigon couple and returned to the original route and left Dragon's Den. After thanking the Dragon Elder, Maen and Du planned to return to Kanto region, but this time the destination became Vermilion City. The world has become interesting again, but I don't know whether the future will be good or bad. After Maen left, the Dragon Elder looked in the direction where Maen left and murmured, and then returned to the Dragon Shrine. On the way, Du couldn't help but ask Maen out of curiosity. "Maen, why does your Diano behave so strangely? Why do the elders and you have such strange expressions?" Maen thought of Diano's answer at that time when he heard Du's question, and said to Du with a smile. Diano's answer is very simple, that is, it doesn't think it's strange, but thinks its other two brothers are strange. In Diano's words, it thinks that the brains of its two brothers are a little bit bad. When Du heard Maen's explanation, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Hey? The behavior of those two dinos is completely normal, Diano's personality is like that. That's why I say my Diano is special, and this is why I value it, because its rationality suppresses its nature. Most dragon-type Pokemon have violent personalities, and Diano not only has dragon-type, but also dark-type. Dark-type is also considered a Pokemon with a relatively violent personality, which makes Hydreigon, which combines two attributes, particularly violent. Although Salamence and Garchomp also have bad tempers, Hydreigon's temper is actually the most terrible compared to them, because the nature of Hydreigon Pokemon suppresses rationality. Wild Hydreigon will regard all moving objects as targets of attack, and will even devour them directly if they can be eaten. Because Hydreigon lacks the rationality of thinking compared to other Pokemon, it is more inclined to act instinctively, so it is extremely violent. But Maen's Diano is an outlier. Since birth, its rationality has prevailed. When its other two brothers are biting other things randomly, it will first determine the identity of the object by smelling, and then gently lick or bite it to determine whether it can be eaten. So when it was young, it often appeared that when the other two brothers were biting the tree trunk like silly dragons, it would find a way to eat the fruit on the tree. Its strange behavior was naturally noticed by the Dragon Elder who often patrolled Dragon's Den. The Dragon Elder also asked the reason like Maen, and the answer he got was that Diano thought his two brothers were not smart. When the Dragon Elder heard this answer, his face became very strange. He looked at Diano's contemptuous expression when he looked at his brothers, and really wanted to tell Diano that it was not his two brothers who were strange, but that he was the special one. Maen, this Diano has never been crazy. He usually eats normally, then finds ways to practice, then rests peacefully, and then looks at his two brothers playing like fools like melon-eating dragons. In daily life, Diano often thinks about how to train himself, and also thinks about what the outside world looks like. Compared with his brothers who only know how to eat, drink and play, his inner covet wants to see the outside world. Until he met Maen today, he knew that the person in front of him was the trainer he was waiting for, so when Maen asked if he was willing to travel with him, he agreed without hesitation. It, Diano, is a smart dragon that became stronger through traveling in covet. After arriving in Vermilion City, Du said goodbye to Maen. After all, as an investigator, he usually had tasks to do. Maen stayed at the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City and rented a training room separately. After testing Diano, a data file of Diano was created on Pokédex. Name, Diano. Gender, male. Attribute, evil, dragon. Ability, vitality. Potential, elite level. Strength, elite level beginner. Moves, Dragon Breath, Bite, Assurance, Crunch, Dragon Pulse, Draco Meteor, omitted. Inherited moves, Double Hit. Maen looked at Diano's data and could only sigh that he was worthy of being the offspring of the elite level. His talent and mastered moves were first class. In addition, Diano himself also consciously trained himself, so his strength was not bad at all. Maen planned to stay in Vermilion City for a while, because he had roughly understood the energy cube formula before, so he planned to try it out. Vermilion City is different from Cerulean City. In Kanto region, Vermilion City, Saffron City, and Celadon City are the three cities with the best economy. The reason why Vermilion City can be compared with the other two cities is that it has the largest harbor in Kanto. The world-famous SS Anne stops at this harbor every year, and other ships traveling to other regions also stop at this harbor. This natural geographical advantage has enabled the economy of Vermilion City to develop rapidly. Unlike Cerulean City, Maen can basically buy all kinds of raw materials for energy cubes in the stores in Vermilion City. The production of energy cubes is not simple. Even with the formula, Maen's previous productions all failed. The production of energy cubes is not just about stuffing the fruit into the machine and mixing it. The order of placing the materials, the weight of the materials, and the mixing time all need to be considered. Fortunately, Maen has a bulging wallet, and with the advantage of being able to purchase at original prices, he can spend a lot of materials to accumulate experience in making. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Haunter's Trick. Finally succeeded. At night, in a separate room at the Pokémon Center, Maen shouted excitedly. This shout also scared Haunter and Dino, who were exchanging experience of moves next to Maen, and attracted the two Pokémon to look over curiously. Maen held the sky blue energy cube in his hand, and the energy cube flowed with a different brilliance under the light, and his heart was full of pride. God knows how much effort Maen spent on the energy cube. You know, although Maen has the formula of the energy cube, some sentences on it are really not understandable to ordinary people. For example, one of them is that when shaping the energy cube, the shaping time should not be too long, otherwise it will cause the cube to soften into paste, and the time should not be too short, otherwise the energy cube will easily break after shaping. Then the question is, what is the range of this too long and too short, which requires Maen to try it himself. Fortunately, God will not let down those who work hard, and Maen finally completed the production after repeated failures. The exterior of the energy cube is still a little rough and not smooth enough. At the same time, you can see that there are still some impurities that have not been peeled off. Fortunately, the taste is still good. It is definitely not a high-level energy cube, but it should be okay to rate it as a medium level one. Maen observed the energy cube while writing down the mistakes and summaries he made. At this time, Maen found that Haunter and Dino's heads also poked over and looked at the energy cube in Maen's hand curiously, especially Dino, who felt as if his saliva was about to flow out when looking at the energy cube. The number of energy cubes produced at a time is about 5 to 6. Although the number is small, most Pokémon only need to eat about 2 or 3 pieces a day. Eating more will cause indigestion. Maen couldn't help but smile at Dino's appearance, and then handed the energy cube to Dino, and also fed one to Haunter next to him. Dino couldn't wait any longer, and ate the energy cube in one bite, and then a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The energy cubes made by Maen are specially made for ghost and dark Pokémon, so they are completely in line with the tastes of these two Pokémon. Dino had only eaten fruits or fish from the lake since birth, so he didn't know there were such delicious things in the world until he ate the energy cube. However, Haunter's performance was not so strong. Although he thought the energy cube tasted good, it was much worse than the dark power that Maen usually put in his snack can. Maen was not surprised to hear Haunter's feelings, because his dark power was the most suitable energy for ghost and dark elements, and it must be the most delicious thing for them. However, Maen knew that he could supply Haunter with this energy every day, and even if there was an extra Dino, Maen could afford it, but he had to consider the future situation. After all, although Maen would practice to restore the dark power every night, he was not a nuclear power plant. When there were more Pokémon and they all became stronger in the future, his dark power would definitely not be enough to distribute, so he planned to learn how to make energy cubes, so that he could ensure that there were enough resources for Pokémon to use. However, when thinking of the dark power, Maen suddenly had an amazing idea. That is, can his dark power be added to the energy cube during production to achieve the effect of 1 + 12? Once this idea came out, Maen felt that he could not control it at all. If it were not for the weather, Maen would have started the experiment right on the spot. Early the next morning, Maen started another crazy experiment, which made Haunter and Dino speechless. Haunter is a playful person, and Dino is also walking out of Dragon's Den for the first time, so it is a bit uncomfortable to let the two little guys stay in the room. At this time, Haunter found the backpack on Maen's bed and suddenly thought of the previous gym challenge. Then he took out the previous badge from the backpack, and a strange idea suddenly appeared in his mind, and then he couldn't control it at all. Haunter looked at Maen, who was studying the energy block in the room, and then gently came to Diano, who was looking at the scenery outside the window, and said a few words to Diano. At first, Diano's expression was a little embarrassed, but then as Haunter continued to bewitch him, his expression on his face became eager to try, and then they came together to discuss the plan. Maen, who was studying the energy block, had no idea what his two children were thinking, and was still concentrating on studying how to merge the dark power with the energy block. "What's wrong, Haunter? Want to go for a walk? Go ahead, but be careful not to be noticed." As Haunter left the room, Maen continued to devote himself to his research. Haunter went out and came to soaring in the sky above the street, then took out a pokeball from his mouth and tossed it proudly in his hand. Vermilion City, Vermilion Gym. Although Masashi, who came back a few days ago, was a little rage about Zapdos falling into the hands of Alliance, there was no solution after all. Moreover, not long after returning to Vermilion City, Masashi found that there were many strange sights when he went out recently, and he also had this feeling when he was in the gym. Masashi knew that it was the Alliance who was observing whether he was the mastermind of the Zapdos incident. Fortunately, before the Zapdos plan was formulated, Masashi left Substitute to create the illusion that he had been in Vermilion City all the time. However, even so, Masashi still did not completely get rid of suspicion. He has kept a low profile during this period and completed the gym challenge on time every day. "Boss, there's something wrong with the gym." At this time, the gym's men hurried to the gym to find Masashi, and said to Masashi with a strange look on their faces, "What happened again?" Masashi's tone was a little impatient. "Someone wants to challenge the gym. You can call me if you want to challenge me. What do you want to do if there's a problem?" "It's not like that, boss. If it's a normal person challenging me, I won't say that to you, but this time the person challenging the gym is not a human." "Not a human?" "That's right, this time the person who wants to challenge the gym is a haunter." Masashi's men said this, and when they thought of what happened just now, their expressions became even weirder. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27. Haunter, am going to challenge the gym today. 10 minutes ago. Haunter, who had slipped out, came to the Vermilion Gym in Vermilion City. Recalling the way Maen challenged the Nibby Gym before, he walked straight through the gate and entered the gym. Because he had no invisibility, Haunter was discovered by Masashi's subordinates in the gym after he entered the gate. It was the first time for these Masashi's subordinates to encounter a ghost Pokemon that came uninvited. Some of them even reached for the Pokeball on their waists. After all, Pokemon like Haunter are still very rare, and the color of this Haunter is not ordinary purple, but black. Maybe it is a Pokemon of a different color. Haunter did not care about the eyes of the people around him, but calmly came to one of the subordinates. "Hey!" The subordinates were also a little puzzled when they saw Haunter's actions, and some of the people around him obviously couldn't control themselves and threw Pokeballs at Haunter from behind. Haunter turned around and caught the flying Pokeball, then looked at the person who threw the Pokeball with a bad face. Seeing Haunter actually holding the Pokeball in his hand, the people around were stunned at first, and then saw Haunter throwing the Pokeball out, directly hitting the face of the person who wanted to capture him just now. After Haunter threw the Pokeball, he took out the badge box and Pokemon Pokédex given by Flint, the leader of the Nibby Gym, from his mouth. Haunter pointed at himself, then pointed at the badge box, and then pointed at the gym venue. Seeing Haunter's actions, the people in the gym finally understood what Haunter meant, and then their faces became strange. Because this Haunter actually wanted to challenge the gym. The gym staff had never seen this before, and their faces were a little embarrassed. Then they said to Haunter, "Sorry, you need a trainer to challenge the gym. Where is your trainer? Haunter proudly pointed at himself, indicating that he was the trainer. Ahem, this is not in accordance with the rules. We can't arrange a gym challenge. The gym staff looked at Haunter and sweated coldly. At this time, Haunter seemed to have been prepared for normal. He directly opened the Pokédex and set it to be played. The owner of this Pokédex is Maen from Viridian City, and the Pokédex was given by Professor Oak from Pallet Town. The staff's expression on his face became more helpless when he heard the Pokédex's playback. Although he didn't know who Maen was, Professor Oak from Pallet Town was well known, which meant that Haunter's trainer must be very important. If he offended him, he would be the one who would suffer. Even if there is a Pokédex, it won't work. Your trainer can just come here. Go call your trainer. The holder of this Pokédex is... Haunter seemed to have not heard the staff's words, normal, and continued to play the sound of Pokédex. It really can't work. Our gym has rules. The holder of this Pokédex is... Okay, don't play it. I'll go ask our gym owner. The staff finally couldn't help it. This kind of headache should be handed over to their boss. Then there was a scene in Mazashi's office. Masashi also showed a rage expression on his face when he heard the report from his subordinates. Maen's name plus the unusual color of the Haunter, he was completely sure that this Haunter was the Pokemon that ruined his plan. Damn, it's just too much. It's okay to ruin my plan, but now you actually come here to challenge the gym. Even if it's a challenge, what do you mean by sending a Pokemon here? Are you looking down on me? Are you the bad guy or am I the bad guy? How can you be more disgusting than what I did? If Maen knew what Masashi was thinking, he would definitely cry out for injustice, because he didn't know about this either. He was still making special energy blocks. Masashi also forced himself to calm down after rage, because he knew that he had not been exposed yet and couldn't show his true colors, because the Alliance staff must still be secretly observing, and if he showed any special emotions, they would definitely be noticed. I'm definitely not afraid of that old woman Agatha and Alliance, I'm for the Rocket Team's big plan. While constantly comforting himself, Masashi gradually calmed down, and then followed his younger brother to the battle site of the gym. As soon as he entered the venue, Masashi saw Haunter standing in the battle position in the venue. The familiar color and the sinister smile on his face confirmed that it was the Pokemon of that damn kid. If possible, Masashi would definitely want to send out his trump card and then directly kill the Haunter with a thunderbolt, but now his main force has not fully recovered from the injury, and sending the injured main force will definitely be noticed. Masashi glanced at the audience. There were several spectators who came back every day to watch the game during this period. Needless to say, they were definitely from the Alliance. If the main force was found to be injured, it would be troublesome. So Masashi could only send the gym to fight the trainer's Pokemon, which meant that there was definitely no chance to beat up the Haunter, but it didn't matter. What Masashi wanted most now was to send this plague away quickly. Thinking of this, Masashi didn't show any special emotions, pretending to be surprised and walked towards the Haunter who was preparing to fight. So, you are the special challenger this time. Gee. Haunter looked at Masashi who was walking over and felt a little familiar, but after hearing what Masashi said, he put this feeling behind his head and quickly nodded to indicate that he wanted to challenge the gym. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Pokemon to be so powerful now. I really feel old. But it doesn't matter. This time, I'll make an exception for you, a special challenger, to challenge the gym. Masashi pretended to care about the future of Alliance, then smiled and walked to the other battle seat, signaling the referee with his eyes that he could prepare for the game. The referee noticed Masashi's expression and didn't say much. The gym owner agreed, so the game naturally began. Vermilion City Gym Challenge, Gym Owner Masashi vs. Haunter, limited to one Pokemon in battle, the party that loses the ability to fight is defeated, and then the battle officially begins. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28 Trainer Haunter's First Battle. As the referee announced the start of the battle, Masashi also released his Pokemon, an elite reissue. Masashi himself had 2 sets of lineups, and more than half of the Pokemon were overlapping. At the same time, he had been hiding his strength from outsiders, in order to give outsiders the illusion that his Pokemon was not injured. Masashi looked at the Haunter in front of him, and a flash of hatred flashed across his face. He was confident that he could use his command to teach the Haunter in front of him a lesson. After all, Pokemon battles with and without trainer command are 2 different concepts. Then Masashi saw that the Haunter on the opposite side had not entered the venue, but after making a strange pause, he directly put his hand in his mouth, then took out a Pokeball and threw it towards the venue. Masashi said, "What are you doing? Aren't you fighting? What do you mean by throwing the ball? Wait, you don't want to command?" Then Masashi knew that his guess was right, and a Dino jumped out directly from the Pokeball thrown by Haunter. Dragon-type Quasi-God. Both Masashi and the people watching around him couldn't help but gasp. After the plan failed, Masashi investigated Maen's information and got the information that Maen was a rookie who had just started traveling not long ago, and the only Pokemon he had was Haunter. So Masashi still couldn't figure out how Maen managed to make Haunter come to the machine silently and destroy it. In the end, he could only guess that Agatha Elite left Pokemon to protect Maen. After all, he couldn't imagine that a human could manually release a skill like Shadow Ball. But now seeing Dino appearing in the battlefield, Masashi knew that this was Maen's second Pokemon. Thinking about the news that Agatha Elite traded Zapdos to Alliance before, he knew where this Dino came from. Thinking of this, Masashi's heart ached even more. He was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he would not be able to help but throw out all his main forces to attack, so he planned to make a quick decision. Reissue, Thunderbolt. G. Haunter also gave orders in a serious manner. Facing Reissue's attack, Dino condensed purple energy in his mouth, and then spit out a mouthful of dragon breath, directly blocking Reissue's Thunderbolt. Humph, too naive, Reissue, quick attack. Reissue was shining with white light, and there seemed to be arcs of lightning outside the white light, rushing directly towards Dino like a bolt of lightning normal. Facing this sudden attack from Reissue, Haunter, as a first-time trainer, was instantly panicked and forgot to give orders for a while. However, his panic did not mean that Dino was also panicked. He had always liked to think since he was born, and he knew that with his poor eyesight and not fast speed, he would definitely not be able to dodge this attack in time. Dino made a plan in his head in an instant, and directly supported himself on the ground with all 4 legs, slightly tilting his body to prepare for the attack. Reissue rushed over like lightning normal, and then hit Dino heavily. Even though he was prepared, Dino felt a pain, but his body still faced and did not fly out, and then the ferocity from instinct was also stimulated. Dino's mouth was lingering with black energy, and then bit towards Reissue. Dark skill, bite. Reissue did not expect that under his quick attack, Dino not only did not fly out, but instead withstood the attack and fought back, so he was directly bitten by Dino's mouth. The strong dark energy made Reissue's face show a painful expression, and Masashi on the other side also looked a little ugly, secretly cursing that Pokemon like Quasi-God really cannot be treated with common sense. Reissue, discharge. The painful Reissue heard Masashi's command and directly activated the electric energy on his body, and his whole body turned into an electro ball. Under this attack, Dino's mouth was also electrocuted and felt a little painful, so he couldn't help but let go of Reissue, and Reissue, who was out of the attack, immediately distanced himself from Dino. After Dino let go, he didn't hesitate and prepared to continue attacking. The short tail behind him suddenly lit up, and began to extend and lengthen, and then slashed towards Reissue. Double hit. Facing the attack of Dino, Reisha retreated in panic to avoid the first attack, but was still knocked away by the second tail swing. The effect of double hit is not only two-stage attack, but also a doubling effect. The Pokémon's own attack will be increased for a short time. Here, double hit adopts the original setting of the game. The second stage attack has a doubling effect, not as a transformation type move. Dino did not hesitate to face the Reisha who was knocked away, and gathered energy in his mouth again. Dark skill, assurance. The doubled effect of double hit plus the ability of vitality, and the doubled effect of assurance on the Pokémon that received damage. The power of this assurance is absolutely extraordinary. The experienced Mazishi naturally knew that if this attack hit, the battle would be declared over. Reishu, double team. The Reishu who was knocked flying heard the command of the trainer and immediately stabilized his body in the air, and then immediately used double team when he saw the aggressive Dino. In an instant, 6 Reishu were separated on the field and successfully interfered with Dino's judgment, and the attack of assurance could only be declared a failure. Dino did not hesitate and immediately gave up assurance, and began to accumulate energy in his mouth. Mazishi looked at the way Dino accumulated energy and immediately thought it was not good. He hurriedly planned to let Reishu interrupt, but the damage just now plus the use of double team to avoid assurance made Reishu's physical strength and attention decrease. It was too late to stop Dino, who directly spewed out the energy ball formed by the dragon energy towards soaring in the sky. Dragon-type move, Draco Meteor. P.S. The Pokémon battles in the book are closer to reality, so there is no limit to the 4 skills in the game. PSS, although there is no limit, there is a proficiency. For example, Djanggar can use Thunderbolt. In the book world, this attack normal is used to expand the attack area or surprise attack, and it cannot be used as a common move. After all, it is a bit unreasonable for a Ghost-type Pokémon to release Thunderbolt more powerful than the Electric-type Pokémon. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 Haunter, Hey! I won! Draco Meteor, the effect of this move is just like its name, like a meteor normal rising into the sky. Everyone present was attracted by the meteor, and then saw the meteor burst like fireworks when it reached soaring in the sky, dispersing into a meteor shower normal smashing down towards ground. There is a huge danger hidden under the beautiful move. As Draco Meteor fell on the field, the entire field was instantly surrounded by the smoke and dust stirred up by Draco Meteor's fall to the ground. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Reishu fell to the ground, and his eyes began to spin in circles. Reishu, you can't fight. The winner is Trainer, Ghost. Haunter. The referee looked at Haunter on the other side, hesitated for a while, and still announced Haunter's name. Haunter, the winner on the other side, was also a little confused. After it commanded once at the beginning, the next battle was decided by Dino himself, and it was just playing a supporting role for the rest of the time. But soon Haunter smiled. Anyway, it won. At present, it has the same winning rate as Trainer Maen in the battle gym. It turns out that it is still very talented. Haunter was happy and immediately hugged Dino's neck and celebrated with the equally excited Dino. Mazishi on the other side also silently took back Reishu, then forced a smile, came to Haunter, said a few polite words, and handed the Thunder Badge to Haunter, and then returned to the gym. He just wanted this plague god to get out of here quickly. Although Haunter thought the man's smile was a bit ugly, he didn't care. Instead, he happily put the badge back into the box and took Dino back with the Pokeball. Putting the Pokeball and the badge box back into his mouth, Haunter hummed and left the Vermilion Gym. After Haunter left, Mazishi's subordinates immediately came to Mazishi and said, "Boss, that Haunter is gone, should we catch him? And he is carrying the quasi-god Dino." The subordinates around Mazishi are all members of Team Rocket. For them, snatching other people's Pokémon is a common thing, and the quasi-gods captivate is really too big. When mentioning Diano, these people couldn't help showing greedy looks on their faces. Grab, 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 grab for nothing, no one is allowed to go find that haunter. Masashi was furious when he heard his subordinates' words. He wanted to stay away from that plague god, but his subordinates let him deliver it to the door. But boss, just let that haunter go. The younger brother was still a little unwilling. The haunter trainer is the grandson of Agatha Elite. You can try to snatch the haunter. Let's not talk about whether you can beat the haunter. Even if you snatch it, you won't live long. After hearing the name Agatha Elite, Masashi's subordinates shuddered all over, and then fell silent. No one dared to mention snatching the haunter. After all, Maen's identity was only known to the top leaders. It was the first time that Masashi's subordinates heard that Maen was the grandson of Agatha Elite. All the previous thoughts were immediately thrown out of their minds, because the deterrence of the Orange Elite in the Kanto region has reached its peak recently, especially for those dark forces. The fate of the Cerulean City Black Organization just now is still vivid in their minds. On the other side, the haunter who happily returned to the Pokémon Center came to the door of the bedroom, gently penetrated the wall, and then sneakily planned to investigate first. However, Haunter had just half entered the room when he saw Maen folding his arms and looking at it leisurely. Geez. Sigma. Haunter froze in his tracks when he saw Maen's teasing expression on his face. What's wrong, Haunter? You look very nervous. If you have anything on your mind, tell me, a trainer. After all, it is the responsibility of every trainer to care for the physical and mental health of Pokémon. While speaking, Maen grabbed half of Haunter's body and pulled it out of the wall. Can you explain where my Pokémon Pokédex, Badge Box, and Diano's Pokeball are? While studying the energy cube, Maen noticed that the backpack on the bed had been flipped while he was going to the bathroom, and then he realized that the things were missing. Only Ghost-type Pokémon can take things away silently, but Maen's dark power does not feel anything, which means it is not an external reason, but someone took it away from the inside. There is only one possible criminal, his own Haunter. In the face of Maen's question, Haunter could only explain the whole process of the matter with words and gestures. Maen listened to Haunter's words, and his expression became more and more strange. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly said, "You mean you and Diano feel a little bored in the house, so as the eldest brother, you want to take Diano out for a walk, and then challenge the gym in Vermilion City, and win." Gee. Seeing Haunter's affirmative answer, Maen began to doubt his identity as a trainer. Am I a trainer or this Haunter? Yes, why do I let my Pokémon do things like gym challenges? When did the trainer industry become so competitive? Why not only do we have to face human counterparts, but even Pokémon are trying to steal the identity of trainers. When can our human trainers stand up? They are so angry. Maen, who secretly complained, rubbed his forehead and asked Haunter if Masashi had any reaction. Haunter didn't know who Masashi was at first, but when he heard Maen mention that it was the gym leader, he immediately knew who it was, and then told Masashi's reaction, saying that the man was very nice and asked him to challenge the gym, but his smile was a bit ugly. Listening to Haunter's report, Maen knew that Masashi must have recognized Haunter, but due to the consequences of the Zapdos incident, he could only bear it. But it's okay, anyway, the result of the matter is good, but Haunter still has to be punished a little, and Maen already has a direction in his mind. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30. You are finally here. Before deciding to punish Haunter, Maen went to Nurse Joy to heal Diano's injuries first. After confirming that there was no root cause of the disease, he returned to the room again. Haunter, the punishment for you is very simple. That is, you can't eat the new snacks I made. The time limit is 1 week. Maen returned to the room and announced the punishment in front of Haunter and Diano. Hearing Haunter's punishment, Haunter didn't respond yet, and Diano on the other side started to whine. In its view, it was also an accomplice in this matter, so it naturally couldn't just punish Haunter, a Pokémon, because it was a loyal dragon. However, Haunter on the other side patted Diano on the back, and then confidently pointed his thumb at himself, indicating that you, Haunter, took all the responsibility. Anyway, it's not like it hasn't seen Maen's new snacks before, but the blue little square is not as delicious as the snacks in its own snack can. Only its own dragon brother who has never seen the market thinks it tastes good. Maen knew what Haunter was thinking when he saw his expression, but since Maen dared to mention this punishment, there must be a reason. By the way, the blue cube is a thing of the past. This is my newly developed snack. Take a look. Maen said as he took out a box from his arms. After opening the box, he saw several black energy cubes placed inside. These were also energy cubes made by Maen in combination with the power of darkness. The combination of the power of darkness and the energy cube was beyond Maen's expectation. The whole process was extremely smooth. As a pure energy, the power of darkness is particularly compatible with the energy cube. Maen found the way after making it for a whole morning and successfully made it. The improved version of the energy cube is not the previous sky blue, but pure black, and it is also more rounded and bright, looking like the black block type pearl normal. The moment the energy cube appeared, a special fragrance came into the noses of Haunter and Diano. Diano's saliva dripped from his mouth, and Haunter on the other side also showed a look of being captivated, because this taste was more delicious than the dark power stored in his snack can. Maen smiled evilly, and then stuffed the energy cube into Diano's mouth in front of Haunter, and then calmly closed the box. Looking at Diano's intoxicated look, Haunter felt that he was deceived by the scum trainer. Oh! After Haunter screamed, he used his most skilled move against Maen, Lick. Finally, after unremitting efforts, Maen surrendered first and spared Haunter's punishment. Saffron City, the most prosperous city in Kanto region, is located among Cerulean City, Celadon City, Vermilion City, and Lavender Town. Under the influence of this geographical advantage, this city is destined to be prosperous. The headquarters building of Sylph Co. also stands in the center of Saffron City, and Saffron City is also the only city in Kanto region with 2 gyms. They are psychic and fighting gyms, but because of the Alliance's regulations, a city can only have one officially recognized gym, so fighting gym is not an official gym, so it is not eligible to issue badges. The unbelieving fighting gym challenges the psychic gym every year, but it always fails. As soon as Maen stepped into Saffron City, he felt a different style of atmosphere. Unlike the rustic atmosphere of Nibby City, the whole city of Saffron City can clearly feel the atmosphere of a modern city. And Maen not only has this impression of Saffron City is also the first city he came to when he traveled through time and space. It was here that Agatha Elite adopted him. Maen, who came to Saffron City, was not in a hurry to challenge the gym. After all, he didn't know Sabrina very well. If it was the Sabrina in the animation, it would be fine. If it was the Sabrina in the comic version, it would be a bit troublesome. After all, the Sabrina in the comic version was one of the executives of Team Rocket. Masashi had been confirmed to be an executive before, but Maen was still a little unsure which version of Sabrina this world was. There should also be a secret base of Team Rocket under Saffron City, because whether it is the underground black market in Saffron City or the Sylph Co. on the surface, there are shadows of Team Rocket in it. The current boss of Sylph Co. is the founder family of Silver's company, President Silver. But as a company, there is naturally more than just Old Man Silver. There are also other shareholders, and the largest shareholder is Giovanni. You should know that in some special comics, animations, or games, Giovanni directly took Team Rocket to occupy Sylph Co., so there must be a large number of Team Rocket people inside Silver. The reason why the Rockets controlled Silver was very simple. They were targeting the technology that Silphco made its fortune from, pokeball production. For example, the rocket's special pokeball that could avoid alliance detection and the dusk ball that could catch celebi in the future all rely on the support of pokeball technology. The rockets invested a lot of manpower and financial resources in Saffron City, which is also a source of funding for the rockets. Maen doesn't think that he can take over the base here with his current strength. As for reporting, don't even think about it. Do you really think that the rockets have been working here for many years and are just playing here? The Alliance's search officers currently have no way to take down the base here. If they send a large number of people, they will just give up their heads. If they send a large number of people, the rockets will definitely get the news immediately, and then sneak into the underground directly. There is no way to take them. Maen went directly to Silver's store to buy luxury ball. If he had other thoughts, he might as well change a more comfortable room for his Pokémon. After all, he is not short of money now. On the other side, in the Super Energy Gym in Saffron City, Sabrina, sitting on a chair holding a doll, opened her red eyes in the dark and murmured, "You are finally here. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31 Sabrina's Father. Saffron City, Pokémon Store. Maen walked out of the store with the sweet farewell of the young lady. After all, the service staff of a big customer store like Maen is very fond of him. Not only did the Pokeballs on his waist become luxury balls, but there was also a set of high-end tents and various props suitable for camping in the space backpack. Maen was walking on the street, thinking about whether to go to the Saffron Gym. Gradually, Maen felt that the situation around him was a little strange. Not only did the pedestrians disappear, but a faint mist filled around Maen at some point. At this time, a doll in a white dress suddenly walked out of the mist slowly, looking at Maen in front of him expressionlessly. Suddenly, Maen suddenly felt a special power wrapped around Maen's body. Maen recognized the identity of the doll the moment it appeared. It was the doll that Sabrina was holding in the animation. The special power on his body should be psychic, but Maen mobilized the dark power in his body at the same time, directly defeated Sabrina's psychic, and the strange feeling all over his body disappeared. The doll on the other side saw that Maen defeated psychic without any surprise, but mechanically said, "Come to Saffron Gym, I'll wait for you there." After that, the surrounding fog dissipated, and the doll disappeared instantly. Maen's face was also a little solemn. He knew that Sabrina's psychic was the strongest one in both the animation and the game, and the reason why the other party knew his existence was probably because of the ability of future sight. In the animation, Sabrina had predicted the arrival of Ash and his group, and finally recovered her emotions with the help of Ash and Haunter. Maen didn't know what the other party saw in future sight, but since Sabrina had invited him, Maen would naturally not refuse, and prepared to go to Saffron Gym to see this psychic master. At this moment, Maen suddenly felt the energy fluctuation behind him. Without hesitation, he condensed the shadow ball in his hand and quickly turned around to launch an attack. "Wait, I have no ill intentions." A bearded man appeared behind Maen without knowing when, and hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that he had no ill intentions. Maen quickly sensed the residual psychic in the man, and since the other party could appear behind him silently, it meant that the other party should also be a psychic, and the only man with this ability in Saffron City was Sabrina's father. Seeing Maen put away the shadow ball, the man couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his head, and then said in a begging tone, "I originally wanted to persuade you not to go to the Saffron Gym, but now it seems that I was being self-indulgent. Your ability is not worse than Sabrina's, so I beg you to help Sabrina find herself again. Why do you ask me for help? As Sabrina's father, shouldn't you take more responsibility? I can't do it. My psychic is not as good as Sabrina's. Are you kidding me? I don't believe that you can't deal with Sabrina with your strength. Maen was speechless when he heard what Sabrina's father said. If Sabrina's father is indeed not as good as Sabrina in psychic, but as a trainer, he is definitely stronger than Sabrina. You should know that the owner of the Saffron Gym before was this man in front of him, and facing the fighting gym next door, which was eyeing it covetously. It was Sabrina's father who dealt with it before Sabrina became the owner. The Pokemon under Sabrina's father, who can become a gym leader, are definitely not weak. With his psychic as a helper, Maen doesn't believe that he can't deal with Sabrina. Sabrina's father was silent after hearing Maen's words, and then said with helplessness and regret, "I can't do this. I have to take a big responsibility for Sabrina's current situation. If I defeat Sabrina in this way again, I'm afraid Sabrina's humanity will never be recalled. And more people are approaching Sabrina recently. I'm worried that Sabrina will join that organization, and then there will be no way back." Sabrina's father's expression became serious when he said this. Organization? Could it be? Maen's face was also surprised when he heard this. Ah, yes, it's the largest black organization in Kanto region, Team Rocket. They started trying to contact Sabrina some time ago, and it seems that they intend to invite Sabrina to join them. However, I have cleared out those who are trying to contact them from the outside, but there are always times when I can't defend myself. Sabrina may be bewitched by them to join Team Rocket. If Sabrina joins Team Rocket, her remaining humanity may really fall into darkness. Maen also touched his chin and thought about it when he heard this. Judging from what Sabrina's father said, Sabrina is still the autistic girl in the animation, and she still has a human side, but it is hidden. Maen guessed that if things develop normally next, Sabrina will probably become like in the comics and become one of the executives of Team Rocket. Looking at Maen, who was thinking, Sabrina's father continued, "That's why I want to get rid of you and wake up Sabrina. You are the only one who can do this now. Can you try to future sight the result of my trip this time?" Sabrina's father shook his head and said after hearing Maen's words, "I can't do it. I tried it just now, but I found that future sight doesn't work well for you. I can only see a little bit of the future. You have a special energy that interferes with psychic. I believe that even Sabrina can't predict too much about you. After all, your ability seems to be naturally restrained against psychic." Maen thought of the affinity of his dark power for ghost and dark Pokemon, and guessed that it might be because of this reason that he restrained psychic. The setting here is that psychic is restrained by ghost after the second generation, not the first generation psychic restrains ghost. After all, some settings of the first generation are really imperfect. I will go to the Saffron Gym, but whether I can wake up Sabrina is not my business. I just accepted Sabrina's invitation. Maen did not agree to Sabrina's father's request. After all, he was not a saint who would help others unconditionally when they asked for help. Moreover, Sabrina was not a weak character. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, Maen vs Sabrina, 1. Saffron City, Super Power Gym. Sabrina's father brought Maen here and left with Psychic. He also needed to deal with some rockets who might come into contact with Sabrina. Before leaving, he patted Maen's shoulder solemnly, with an expression that he depended on Maen, which made Maen feel like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. After Maen entered the gym, he was stopped by two gym apprentices in white coats. The two apprentices also held a spoon in their hands. They were the psychic apprentices that appeared in the animation. When they saw Maen coming in, the two said, "Master, Sabrina is waiting for you," and then led Maen to the inside of the gym. It has to be said that the Superpower Gym is worthy of being a gym in Saffron City. In terms of scale and internal decoration, it is completely one level ahead of other cities. Along the way, Maen also saw many psychic apprentices in white clothes. Everyone was practicing psychic with the spoon in their hands, but most of them looked constipated. The few who could bend the spoon had a happy expression on their faces, which made Maen speechless. Maen knew that psychic really depends on talent, and it has little to do with how hard you work. Talented people like Sabrina and Katlia, the future Unova elite, are all born top psychics. Training is just an auxiliary. Even if they do nothing, their psychic will still grow steadily. And those who have no talent are like the psychic apprentices in front of them. No matter how hard they practice, they can only bend the spoon at most. In the end, they can only use confusion to move some tiny objects. In fact, many apprentices here also know the final result, but the reason they still practice is that people with psychic, no matter how weak their psychic is, can have a certain basic favorability value for psychic Pokemon, which can be regarded as a preparation for the future recovery of psychic Pokemon. Maen came to the gate of the battlefield very smoothly. No one appeared along the way, saying that Maen was not qualified to challenge. After all, Sabrina was like the Demon King normal in this gym. As long as Sabrina gave orders, others would obey. Before Maen pushed the gate open, it opened automatically, and then Maen saw Sabrina sitting on a chair holding a doll. "You are finally here." The doll in Sabrina's hand opened its mouth, and a voice without emotion came slowly. Maen looked at Sabrina sitting on the chair with surprise in his eyes, because the Sabrina in front of him was not the long green hair and slightly gloomy eyes in the original version of the animation. The hair was still long, but the color was closer to lavender, and the eyes did not feel gloomy, but a little indifferent, like the puppet normal. Maen was not surprised to hear Sabrina's words. After all, he had guessed that Sabrina had seen him in future sight before, so Maen just said to Sabrina, "Why did you ask me to come here? Let's fight. If you lose, you have to stay here forever to play with me." Sabrina did not answer Maen's question, but spoke to herself like a machine. To be honest, looking at the young, beautiful, slim, and wealthy Sabrina in front of him, Maen was still a little moved when he heard that he would stay here forever, but he quickly got rid of this emotion. After all, he was going to become a legendary trainer, how could he be captivated? Maen knew that if he didn't let Sabrina regain her humanity, no matter how much he said, it would be useless, but fortunately he had been prepared. "Haunter. It's up to you." Sabrina, sitting on the chair, turned her head slightly and looked to the other side, and saw a haunter floating beside her at some point, and then began to make all kinds of strange faces. Sabrina looked at the haunter who was making faces expressionlessly, and under Sabrina's eyes, Maen's haunter's movements became more and more stiff. The expression on Haunter's face gradually became a little awkward, and he gradually stopped moving, and then froze in place. /Omega. After a short silence, Haunter covered his face and flew back to Maen, hugged Maen's head, and staggered and shouted, "You scum trainer! You asked me to do this. Didn't you say that this would scare her? Why is she looking at me like a fool?" Maen also showed an embarrassed expression on his face. He remembered that the haunter in the original plot made Sabrina laugh in this way, but why didn't it work for him? Maen thought that the haunter in the plot seemed to watch comedy shows frequently, and had a foundation, unlike his own haunter who only knew how to eat and drink. Thinking of this, Maen concluded that it was not his plan that had problems, but his own haunter was not moving. "Enough of the jokes, can we start the battle?" Sabrina's emotionless voice came again. Maen knew that since the trick didn't work, he could only fight head-on, and he had already prepared for it. Haunter stood on the side of the battle with a serious face. He had lost a lot of face just now, and now he had to get back in the battle. On the other side, Sabrina saw Maen preparing for the battle, and the doll threw out a Pokeball in her arms, and the Pokemon released was Abra. Abra's strength was only at the senior level, and it was basically impossible for her to win against the attribute-restrained haunter, but those who had already understood the plot knew that Sabrina was about to start cheating. Sure enough, as Sabrina's eyes turned red, Abra's eyes, which had been squinting, slowly opened, revealing a red pupil. Sabrina's psychic talent was already one of the best, and coupled with her obsession with training psychic when she was a child, Sabrina's psychic was now more amazing than most psychic Pokémon. Under the blessing of this powerful psychic, Abra directly bloomed with the light of evolution. After the light, Abra directly evolved into Djanggar on the spot, and its strength instantly climbed to the elite level. Sabrina still released psychic and used psychic to bless Djanggar, so that even under the condition of attribute restraint, Djanggar's strength is far more terrifying than normal. At this time, it also announced that the battle between Maen and Sabrina officially began. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33, Maen vs Sabrina, 2. Haunter, Mean Look. Maen gave the command at the moment the battle began. Whether it is a gym battle or a wild battle, the biggest advantage of psychic Pokémon is the ability of teleport. If you don't find a way to solve this trick, then most of the moves will probably not hit under the powerful perception of psychic Pokémon. Haunter's eyes surged with haze, and the eyes under haze became extremely red. Under this gaze, the opposite Djanggar felt as if something was locked on normal, and his body became stiff. From now on, the teleport skill has been imprisoned. Sice Hawk. Sabrina's cold voice came. Djanggar instantly felt a psychic blessing on his body, and the stiffness was relieved a lot. Then he released a powerful psychic towards Haunter, and blue ripples attacked Haunter. Dark Pulse. Black smoke burst out from Haunter's body, colliding with blue waves in the air. After a brief stalemate, it instantly suppressed Sice Hawk and spread directly towards Djanggar. Djanggar instinctively mobilized the psychic in his body to teleport, but found that there was no way to move at all, and could only watch haze attack. The restraint damage of the evil system on the psychic system made Djanggar feel severe pain, and his body couldn't help but half kneel on the ground. Recover. Hearing Sabrina's order, Djanggar's body surged with energy, and his originally scarred body instantly recovered, and he stood up again from the ground. Maen looked at Djanggar and felt that it was a bit troublesome. The move Recover essentially requires a lot of energy to achieve the effect of recovering injuries, but the problem is that this Djanggar has Sabrina constantly replenishing psychic for it, which is equivalent to fighting with a giant charged treasure. After a battle, Recover can be released n times. If you want to defeat this Djanggar, you can only attack with continuous offensives, so that Djanggar has no time to release Recover. Haunter, Shadow Ball Suppression. Haunter gathered energy in both hands, and directly fired a shadow ball in each hand towards Djanggar one after another. This is also the result of Maen and Haunter's special training. The shadow ball originally fired with both hands can be used with one hand. Although the power is slightly reduced, the suppression ability is greatly improved. Confusion. Djanggar's eyes turned red, and confusion wrapped around the flying shadow ball, but because of the attribute restraint, it could not stop the shadow ball. At this time, Sabrina suddenly erupted with psychic again, and Djanggar's strength was further improved, directly jumping from the elite beginner to the elite advanced level. The confusion released at the same time successfully stopped the shadow ball in the air, and then used confusion to control the shadow ball to attack Haunter in turn. Haunter was hit by shadow ball without any preparation, and his body flew out involuntarily. After all, Ghost is restrained by the main system. Although the two shadow balls were deliberately reduced in power, the damage was not light. Maen was also a little unhappy watching Sabrina's off-field assistance. It was too troublesome to force cheating, but since you play this, I will naturally not be polite. I can also cheat off-field. A large amount of black mist began to be gradually released from Maen's body, making Maen's body look like Ghost Pokémon normal. With disturbing energy around, Maen stretched out his hand and raised it in the direction of Haunter, and then saw that the mist was attracted to normal and surged towards Haunter. The injured Haunter slowly recovered from his injuries with the help of this dark power, and haze began to spread around his body, making the Haunter, who was originally like black ink, even more weird. The battle is officially started like this. Maen's voice became a little cold under the influence of the dark power. However, the one who was most touched was the young Djanggar in the battle. It felt that all the hair on its body was cold, and there was a trace of fear in its eyes when it looked at Haunter. Sabrina on the other side looked at young Djanggar and continued to increase the blessing of psychic to help young Djanggar dispel the fear. Although the gym match is still one-on-one on the surface, in reality, the two trainers Maen and Sabrina are also considered to be part of the battle. Haunter, Shadow Ball. Haunter did not hesitate, and threw the shadow ball directly at young Djanggar after a strange laugh. This time, the shadow ball is not only more powerful, but also the release and flying speed are a level faster than before. Protect. As the energy shield appeared in front of young Djanggar, Haunter's shadow ball was directly blocked. But before young Djanggar could breathe a sigh of relief, Haunter's figure suddenly appeared in front of it, with energy still gathering in his hands. Shadow Claw. 3 dark energy claws hit young Djanggar directly, knocking young Djanggar's body out. Haunter, use Hex. Haunter did not stop after Shadow Claw, and directly spit out a ball of haze in the direction of young Djanggar. Confusion changes the terrain to block it, and then use Speed Swap. Young Djanggar, who flew backwards, stabilized his body in the air, called Psychic, and directly pulled the rock on the ground out of the ground, forming a rock wall to block the haze outside. As haze shattered the rock wall, Haunter looked at young Djanggar's red eyes and instantly felt that something in his body had changed. Maen couldn't help but frown. If it was Speed Swap, Haunter's speed should have been swapped with young Djanggar. Unlike the speed species strength in the game that affects the first attack, in reality it will also affect Haunter's original movement speed, so he can't quickly approach young Djanggar to sneak attack like just now. However, at this time, Maen found that Sabrina on the opposite side was getting more and more abnormal, and the psychic she released seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Maen had said before that he had been trying to control the release of his dark power before he was 15 years old. It was not that Maen himself did not want to travel earlier, but this special ability, although particularly beneficial, also comes with great dangers. If it cannot be controlled, it will cause great trouble. Maen noticed that Sabrina's psychic in front of him seemed to be out of control. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34, Maen vs Sabrina, 3. Having special abilities is certainly a good thing for a trainer, but if the controller of the ability cannot control the ability freely, it will be a huge disaster. Unova Elite Katlia is also a psychic. After losing a battle, she lost control of her emotions because of rage, which directly caused huge damage. This is obviously because psychic is too powerful, and she is not able to use psychic freely, which will naturally cause a loss of control. Now Sabrina in front of Maen obviously overused psychic, resulting in the inability to accurately control the output of psychic. Now Maen has clearly seen that Sabrina's body has floated in the air. The chair Sabrina sat on just now has been completely broken, the floor under her has begun to crack, and the scattered stone chips have begun to float in the air involuntarily. Sabrina's own long hair has also begun to move without wind, her eyes have completely turned red, and even her young Djanggar's face has begun to show a painful expression. You know, although young Djanggar is a psychic Pokemon, the Pokemon's body has its limits, and the excessive psychic has completely exceeded young Djanggar's bide limit. Just when Maen thought young Djanggar was about to collapse, young Djanggar's eyes also turned red, and his body was stiff like a piece of wood. Looking at young Djanggar's appearance, Maen guessed that young Djanggar was probably completely controlled by Sabrina's psychic. You know, in the previous battle, although Sabrina would supply young Djanggar with psychic, young Djanggar's own thoughts still existed, but this situation is obviously not the case now. The controlled young Djanggar slowly raised the hand holding the spoon, and then the psychic in his body began to gather crazily towards the star on his forehead. Maen remembered the information he had read before, that the star on Djanggara's forehead was used to store excess spiritual power, and this storage function was for only one purpose, that is, evolution. Sure enough, as the star on Djanggara's forehead became brighter and brighter, his body began to shine with the light of evolution. The evolution from Abra to the final form of Alakazam was completed in one battle. The evolved Alakazam had left the ground and was slowly floating in the air. However, what annoyed Maen the most was that Alakazam's eyes were still red, which proved that even after the evolution, it still had not escaped Sabrina's control. The interior of the Saffron Gym was also in a mess. After Sabrina's psychic went out of control, all the apprentices who practiced psychic in the gym were swept by the powerful mental power, and their eyes turned white and they fainted on the ground. Sabrina's father, who was standing outside the Saffron Gym, had already felt this powerful psychic and rushed to the periphery of the gym. He originally planned to use teleport to enter the interior of the Saffron Gym, but he found that his psychic could not penetrate the gym at all, so he could only come to the outside first. This is not good. If psychic cannot be controlled, the gym and the surrounding areas will be destroyed. Sabrina's father's face turned ugly, but he still gritted his teeth and released psychic to stop Sabrina's destruction as much as possible. If anyone can feel the most pressure now, it is naturally Maen in the storm. Haunter's body was directly knocked down in front of Maen, and then he flew up again while enduring the pain. The reason why Haunter was knocked away was very simple, that is, the strength of the opposite Alakazam has reached the gym level, and is still advancing to the middle level of the gym level. Just now, Sabrina didn't even open her mouth to command, Alakazam just used ordinary confusion to knock Haunter out. The restraint of attribute is completely useless in the face of absolute strength. Maen looked at Haunter beside him, and then looked at Alakazam who was ready to attack in front of him, knowing that he couldn't hold back today, otherwise his trainer road would probably end today. Speaking of which, since the time when he lost control of his emotions when he was a child, Maen has never completely exploded once. This time seems to be a good opportunity. Maen no longer suppressed the dark power in his body, but all of it burst out. In an instant, Maen's body began to emit a liquid like black water normal, but it was not liquid at all, but liquefied energy. Then this thick fog like black water completely filled the entire gym, covering the entire gym. Sinnoh region, distortion world, reverse world. This is another world that closely fits the real world, and in this world there is only one Pokemon, and it is also the master of this world, Giratina. At the moment when Maen exploded, Giratina suddenly turned her head and looked up, as if she had sensed a special energy. At the same time, somewhere in the Kanto region, in a shadow, a small Pokemon with a body like a normal made of grey smoke suddenly emerged from the shadow. Fantasy beast Marzhado. Marzhado sensed a special energy bursting out in the distance, and this energy was so comfortable to sense. Marzhado looked at the energy bursting in the distance with a hesitant look. As the messenger of Ho-Oh, it can't leave its post without permission. No, the trainer hasn't got the Ho-Oh feather yet, so my work hasn't started yet, so it's okay for me to go and take a look. Master Ho-Oh won't blame me. I'm really smart. Ovo. After hesitating in his heart, Marzhado convinced himself directly, then sneaked into the shadow and headed towards the place where the energy burst. Inside the Saffron Gym, Maen, who was in the center of the vortex, naturally didn't know that he had been noticed by Pokemon. Now he was fighting Sabrina with all his strength. At this time, a large amount of haze began to flow into Maen's Haunter. This liquefied energy would probably poison other Pokemon of other attributes if they inhaled it, but it was pure energy for ghost and dark Pokemon. Maen's Deino had come out of the Pokeball at some point, standing in the corner of the gym and slowly absorbing the energy. Haunter, which absorbed more energy, slowly emitted a white light. Haunter is about to start evolving. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35 Winner, Maen. As the light of evolution disappeared, Haunter finally evolved into Djanggar. After becoming Djanggar, the color was still not dark purple, but pure black like Haunter before, and the familiar smirk was still on his face. Although Maen was happy that he evolved into Djanggar, he was still a little surprised. After all, he had not planned to evolve Haunter before, at least not now. The evolution of Pokémon not only changes in form, but also in strength. For example, Maen's Jengar has also reached the gym level, which sounds like a good thing. But in fact, the timing of evolution is also very critical. Maen's plan is to lay a good foundation before Haunter evolves, so as to ensure that there will be no problems with the improvement after evolution. The 3 Dusk Stones knocked from Alliance before were prepared to lay a good foundation for Haunter. However, the current situation also forced Maen to do this, and he could only use more resources to make up for Jengar afterwards. Of course, the most important thing is to defeat Sabrina's Alakazam, and it must be done quickly. Maen looked at the shaking Saffron gym and knew that time was running out. Shadow Ball. Djanggar laughed wickedly and raised his hands above his head. A huge shadow ball quickly gathered. After Maen's burst of power, the environment here is now considered a home field for Djanggar. The huge shadow ball that needed time to accumulate energy before it could be released can now be condensed in just a moment. The shadow ball quickly flew towards Alakazam. Facing the flying shadow ball, Alakazam directly used confusion to form a barrier in front of him to block it. But Djanggar's attack has not ended yet. After sending out the shadow ball, Maen's next command arrived. Phantom Force. Unlike the 2-round activation in the game, Phantom Force also requires stockpile to activate in reality, but like the previous Shadow Ball, Djanggar now does not need to accumulate energy at all. The dark power that Maen left on the field can be used by Djanggar at any time. After launching Shadow Ball, Djanggar's figure slowly disappeared in the air, and his whole body entered the alien space. Then when Alakazam used confusion to resist Shadow Ball, Djanggar's figure had already appeared behind Alakazam, and then he punched Alakazam's back with a punch with the ghost energy in his hand. If it was Sabrina in smelling salts contest condition, she would have commanded Alakazam to dodge or defend, but now Alakazam has been completely controlled by Sabrina, and Sabrina's psychic is out of control, and now all actions are unconscious and instinctive. Use Shadow Ball with all your strength. Following Maen's command, Djanggar began to gather dark energy frantically above his head, and the size of Shadow Ball became larger and larger, and finally gathered into a size like a small meteorite, and then threw it towards Alakazam. Maen looked at the huge Shadow Ball and sighed that Shadow Ball should be renamed Spirit Bomb. The Shadow Ball smashed straight at Alakazam on the field. The red light in Alakazam's eyes became brighter, and the spiritual energy of his whole body was concentrated to resist the attack of the Shadow Ball. Sabrina on the other side had lost her mind, but she sensed that Alakazam was in crisis, and instinctively increased the output of spiritual energy, trying to help Alakazam resist the damage of the Shadow Ball. At this moment, Maen came to Sabrina without knowing when, and raised his right hand in Sabrina's direction. This was also an opportunity created by Maen. Under normal circumstances, the out-of-control Sabrina must be surrounded by Psychic, and it would be basically impossible for Maen to get close so easily, but now most of Sabrina's mind is on Alakazam, and she is mobilizing Psychic to help Alakazam resist the attack, which gives Maen a chance to get close. Dark Pulse. Dark energy burst out from Maen's right hand, and waves emanated from the palm of his hand and directly passed through Sabrina's body. The evil energy directly interrupted Sabrina's psychic activation, and also made Sabrina faint on the ground. As Sabrina fell to the ground, the Shadow Ball just now also hit Alakazam, and the whole gym made a loud boom sound, and the whole venue instantly stirred up a lot of smoke and dust. After the smoke and dust, Alakazam fell to the ground with bruises all over his body, and lost his ability to fight. Sabrina on the other side also fell to the ground at this time. Her face was different from the terrible look of losing control before. Now she looked like a quiet Stephanie, sleeping on the ground with a gentle expression on her face. Well, I remember it was said that the gym owner Sabrina and Alakazam lost their ability to fight, so the winners of this battle are me, Maen and Jengar. Maen pretended to be the referee in the gym before and announced his victory, and then sat down on the ground. This time Maen burst out all his energy, and now he is exhausted, but looking at the surroundings of the stadium, which is in a mess but has no signs of collapse, he still breathed a sigh of relief. Djanggar returned to Maen with a smile and leaned his chubby body against Maen's back, so that Maen could have a place to lean on. On the other side, Diano, who had been absorbing energy, also came to Maen and got into Maen's arms. Looking at Jengar who was leaning on him and Diano who was hugging him, Maen smiled knowingly, and then slowly closed his eyes and planned to have a good sleep for a while. After all, he was exhausted today. After a while, the saffron gym produced psychic fluctuations. Jengar and Diano showed a vigilant look, and then saw that it was Sabrina's father, and relaxed again. Sabrina's father looked at the mess in the gym, then looked at Maen who fell asleep leaning on Jengar, and finally saw Sabrina lying on the ground with a peaceful expression on her face. Looking at Sabrina's expression like a little Stephanie normal, Sabrina's father couldn't help but have a hazy eye socket. He didn't know when he would never see Sabrina show such an expression again. Sabrina's father picked up Alakazam's pokeball with a smile, then put Alakazam back inside, then looked at the sleeping Maen and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Leaving after the event. The next day, Saffron City Super Gym. As the sun shines through the window to the bedside, the sleeping Maen's eyelids tremble slightly, then he slowly gets up, rubs his sleepy eyes, and stretches his body. Looking at the unfamiliar scenery around him, Maen was stunned for a moment, and then he thought that he should be in the super gym, because he vaguely heard the voice of Sabrina's father before he fell asleep. After Maen woke up, Diano, who was sleeping on the ground, also heard the movement of Maen getting up and stood up, stretched out his warm tongue and licked the back of Maen's hand. In the battle yesterday, although Diano did not play in the battle, he still took the opportunity to absorb a lot of free dark energy. However, after Maen recovered Diano, he explained that he should lay a good foundation first and then develop his own strength. So although Diano absorbed a lot of energy, he was not overly greedy. Instead, he stopped after reaching the upper limit of his body. However, his strength still reached the high level of the elite level, and he was only one step away from the gym level. After that, as long as he trained well and let Diano adapt to the surgeon's strength, he could try to evolve. This is also the advantage of quasi-god Pokemon. The reason why quasi-god Pokemon has always been in high demand is because it represents the upper limit of a trainer. But quasi-god Pokemon is also a big consumer of resources. For ordinary Pokemon, enough resources are just like a few full meals for quasi-god. The biggest reason for this is that the natural physical fitness of quasi-god allows them to digest such a huge amount of resources. Therefore, although quasi-god consumes a lot of resources and takes a long time to grow, as long as the energy accumulation is enough, it can successfully complete the evolution. But the biggest gain in this battle must be the fat kid Djanggar from Maen's family. Djanggar was floating behind Maen at this time, with a happy expression on his face, and his two eyes narrowed into a slit, as if he was going to give Maen a sneak attack from behind to scare Maen. However, Maen had long known the character of his own Djanggar, and guessed Djanggar's thoughts at once. He turned around quickly and gave Djanggar a head slap. Seeing Djanggar's stunned expression, Maen and Diano beside him couldn't help laughing. On the other side, Djanggar, who found that he was being teased, was also angry, and rushed directly to Diano next to Maen and began to tickle Diano. How could Diano, who had 4 legs, avoid Djanggar, who had flexible hands, and fell to the ground because of the tickling, begging for mercy. Maen also smiled and stopped the two Pokémon from fighting. After all, the good relationship between his own Pokémon was what Maen wanted to see most. He touched Djanggar's head. Compared with the previous Haunter, the evolved Djanggar felt cooler to the touch, and it also felt like jelly, normal and soft. It really deserves to be the cutest fat Djanggar. At this time, the door of the room was opened. Sabrina's father walked in, followed by a gentle red-haired woman. Maen looked at the woman and knew that the woman should be Sabrina's mother, who was turned into a doll by Sabrina. Yesterday, Sabrina fainted and naturally released the previous psychic control, so Sabrina's mother also changed from a doll back to a human. Maen, you are awake. Yes. Thank you, uncle, I slept very comfortably last night. Haha, it's okay if you sleep comfortably, but you don't need to thank me, I should be the one to thank. By the way, let me introduce you, this is Sabrina's mother. After a brief introduction, Maen asked about Sabrina's situation. Sabrina is fine, but she is still in a coma. This time, the psychic's loss of control made her spirit more tired than ever before, so she needs to rest for a few more days before she wakes up. Sabrina's father smiled when he heard Maen's words. What about after she wakes up? Haha, then we don't need your help, Maen. After all, you have helped us once. It would be unreasonable to trouble you again. Sabrina's mother and I will take on the responsibility of parents again. Sabrina's father paused, then took out a book and a piece of paper from his arms and handed them to Maen. Maen, thanks to your help this time, uncle, I have nothing to thank you for, I will give these two things to you. Maen took the things handed over by Sabrina's father, first glanced at the book, and found that the words written on it were psychic cultivation methods and techniques, and on the other piece of paper was something like a treasure map. What is this? Hearing Maen's doubts, Sabrina's father said, that book is a summary of psychic cultivation techniques from generations in our family. Although Maen, you are not a psychic, you are also a person with special abilities. Some of the techniques in it may also help your cultivation. As for the other treasure map, it is something I got by chance before. Although I don't know what good things are in it, it should be an ancient relic, located on an uninhabited island in the sea. Sabrina's father's face became a little ashamed after explaining. Maen, although I know that this little thing is much worse than your help, this is the best thing I can give. Resources and money and other things can definitely be obtained in your situation, and it is better, so this time I owe you a favor. If you encounter trouble in the future, you can call me at any time, no matter what it is. Listening to Sabrina's father's words, Maen also knew what the other party meant when he emphasized no matter what it is at the end, which means that even if it is something that cannot be seen in the light, Sabrina's father is willing to help. A gym leader who is also a psychic, such a favor is not easy, and Maen did not refuse it. After recuperation, Maen said goodbye to Sabrina's parents and left the super gym. Looking at Maen's figure going away, Sabrina's father slowly said, "Are you really not going to thank him in person?" As soon as Sabrina's father finished speaking, psychic fluctuations appeared behind him, and Sabrina's figure also appeared behind her father. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37 Planning to go to ancient ruins. Sabrina's figure teleport appeared behind Sabrina's father. Hearing what her father said, she showed an interested look on her face, but still shook her head. Really? You actually want to go on a trip with that kid too? Sabrina's father said this with a bad look on his face and a bit unhappy tone. He also changed Maen's address to Kid, showing his anger that his little cabbage might be cheated away. Sabrina couldn't help but smile when she saw her father's expression, and even Sabrina's mother standing by couldn't help but laugh. But now I still want to stay here. After all, I did a lot of wrong things before. Now I want to stay here and make it up to you. Anyway, he and I will meet again sooner or later, and the time will not be too far away." Sabrina said this with tears on her face. She actually woke up last night. Before, Sabrina's psychic was too strong, and she was obsessed with training psychic when she was a child, which led to her psychic strength being amazing, but her own mastery of psychic was too superficial, resulting in her human side being completely suppressed by psychic. Without the human side, Sabrina would do things like a machine normal without thinking, and loved her mother, so she turned her mother into a doll and kept her by her side forever. After the duel with Maen, she successfully regained her humanity after overusing psychic. After waking up last night, she recalled what she had done, and knew what pain she had brought to her parents over the years. She cried and apologized to her parents. Sabrina's mother saw Sabrina crying again and couldn't help but hug her in her arms, comforting Sabrina softly. The family of 3 psychics sensed that Maen had gone far away and returned to the gym. After all, the gym still needed renovation. The duel between Maen and Sabrina made the gym a mess, and the psychic apprentices in the gym needed medical expenses. Fortunately, the gym still has a lot of assets, and the Alliance will also approve a sum of money to repair the venue caused by the duel, so it is not too late to pay. Sabrina also wants to share some of the pressure for the family, but she didn't know what to do after years of suppressing her humanity. Until she saw the movie on TV, she found that she was a little interested in the profession of celebrity and planned to go for an interview in a few days. At night, Sabrina returned to her room. The familiar doll was placed safely at the head of the bed, and Sabrina lay on her back on the bed, with her arms raised above her body, holding a shiny marsh badge. "Next time we meet, I will hand you this winning reward in person." Dear readers, don't worry, Sabrina will join the plot soon. On the other side, after leaving the gym, Maen came to the Pokemon Center to check Dino and Jengar. After that, Maen, who was worried, even teleported the Pokeball to Professor Oak and asked the professor to do a comprehensive check. Professor Oak did not refuse Maen's request. After all, he was very interested in studying Maen's special Djanggar. In addition, there was the smart and rational Dino, which were rare research materials. Maen was not idle during the inspection. He took out the book Sabrina's father gave him and began to read it carefully. It must be said that the psychic training method above was indeed helpful to Maen. Some of the training ideas in it were helpful to Maen's own training of dark power. However, this is a long-term project after all. What Maen is most interested in now is the treasure map in his hand. After all, as a trainer, he is always particularly interested in such unknown things. The most important thing is that he got a Mega Evolution Stone from the tomb last time he explored. Although he doesn't know which Pokemon it belongs to, it is also a big gain. Therefore, Maen is very interested in this unknown treasure. The location of the final ruins in the map is quite detailed. It is located on an uninhabited island on the sea between the Johto region and the Hone region. From the specific direction, it may be closer to the Hone region. Maen stroked his chin and finally decided to take a look at the treasure. First of all, Maen himself is very interested in this treasure. Secondly, Maen has been a little too high profile recently, especially repeatedly causing trouble for Team Rocket. Although it was not intentional, it did provoke Team Rocket. The previous Zapdos plan, and this time when Sabrina returned to her nature, Team Rocket's plan to absorb Sabrina must have failed. Although Maen is not afraid of Team Rocket, after all, he has a good background, but it is not a good thing to be watched by others. It is better to stay away from Kanto, the base of Team Rocket, and go to other places to visit, and take a look at other scenery along the way. Maybe he can meet new partners. Since he has made a decision, Maen will not hesitate. He plans to set out to find ancient ruins as soon as Djanggar's inspection is over. On the other side, the inspection of Djanggar and Dino was also completed soon. After all, Professor Oak also knew that Maen still needed Pokemon battles and travels, so he just teleported back after confirming that the two Pokémon had no hidden dangers. However, Professor Oak was very satisfied even so. After all, he collected a lot of useful information. After picking up Jengar and Diano, it is natural to set out for the ancient ruins. There are two ways to get from Kanto to Hoenn region. One is to fly directly there by plane, and the second is to go there by ship. After discussing with the two Pokémon at home, it was finally decided to set off by ship. The reason is very simple, because Maen and his two Pokémon have never been on a ship, and they all want to see the scenery on the sea. Although the ship is not as fast as the plane, you can see different scenery along the way. And there is only one best ship option from Kanto region to Hoenn region, that is the SS Anne in Vermilion City Harbor. But the problem now is how to get the SS ticket. You know, SS Anne is not an ordinary ship. It is a world-famous luxury cruise ship. Its SS ticket is naturally not easy to get. As a local snake in Vermilion City, Mazishi should have an SS ticket, and Maen remembers that Mazishi seems to be the former captain of SS Anne in the special episode. Even if he is not in reality, Maen can get one from the Alliance. Thinking of this, Maen showed a strange expression on his face, as if he was going to disturb the owner of Mazishi for the third time. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38 Mazishi, don't come over here. Vermilion City, Vermilion Gym. Tun tun tun. Ha. Mazishi sat on a chair and drank beer, then put the bottle heavily on the table. These 2 days were the most relaxed days for Mazishi since the failure of the Zapdos plan. Not only did the Alliance relax its surveillance on him, but he also sent away the plague god Maen. Eating and drinking every day, bullying rookie trainer and other rookies, this is what real life is. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Boss, someone is looking for you. Oh? Is there another rookie challenging the gym? I'll come right away. It's not the gym, it's the last Haunter trainer who came. He said his name is Maen, and he has something to discuss with you. Haunter? Who the hell, what did you say? The bottle in Mazishi's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and the wine and debris were scattered all over the floor, but Mazishi didn't care, but grabbed the collar under him and asked loudly. The younger brother was also a little scared when he saw his boss's furious expression, but he still repeated his words timidly. Mazishi loosened his subordinate's collar and rubbed his temple. He felt a little dizzy. Why did this plague god come back again? However, Mazishi couldn't avoid him, otherwise it would really make people suspicious. He could only bite the bullet and plan to see what Maen wanted to do. When he arrived at the gym, he saw Maen sitting in a chair and looking around boredly. Mazishi forced a smile and came to Maen, pretending to be heroic and said, "Young man, your name is Maen, right? The Haunter who challenged the gym last time was your Pokémon, right? You have trained it very well, and it can be regarded as half a trainer." Maen also stood up when he heard Mazishi's voice. Looking at the smile on Mazishi's face, Maen still clearly felt a little strange and could feel the rage in Mazishi's voice. However, the expression on Maen's face did not change. Instead, he smiled and said, "Hello, Master Mazishi, this is the first time we meet. Thank you for tolerating Haunter's nonsense and giving it a badge. You're welcome. I wonder what you want to talk to me about this time, Master Mazishi." "It's like this, Master Mazishi. I want to buy an SS ticket for SS Anne. I wonder if you have one, Master Mazishi. I can offer a high price." Hearing Maen's words, Mazishi felt relieved. He was really afraid that Maen would do something weird to him again. If it was just an SS ticket, then there would be no problem. After hearing what Maen said, Mazishi quickly took out an SS ticket from his arms, and then stuffed it into Maen's hand, saying, It's just an SS ticket. As the gym leader of Vermilion, I have several tickets every year. An SS ticket is just a small matter. This ticket is free for you. The ship will set sail in the afternoon, so you'd better prepare it early. Maen took the SS ticket with a confused look on his face. He thought he would have to spend more time talking, but he didn't expect Ma Zishi to give it to him for free. Moreover, Maen heard impatience in Ma Zishi's tone, as if he couldn't wait for him to leave. Seeing Maen accept the SS ticket, Ma Zishi pretended to be a gym leader who cared about Rookie, patted Maen on the shoulder, and quickly returned to his room. Maen looked at Ma Zishi's back and shouted, "Thank you, Master. I will come to visit you again after my trip." Ma Zishi couldn't help but stumble when he heard Maen's words, and then continued to speed back to his room. It was mentioned before that the economy of Vermilion City is inseparable from the drive of the harbor. When Maen arrived here, he realized how prosperous the harbor of this city was. Before approaching the harbor, Maen could already see large and small black spots in the distance. They were all ships parked in the harbor. When approaching the harbor, Maen could smell the fishy smell brought by the sea breeze, and he could also see various types of ships parked here. Maen came to the ticket center of the harbor, which is where tickets are purchased, and it also records the harbors and times, routes and fares of all ships docked. Maen stood under the electronic screen, looking up at the various records on it. As the most famous cruise ship, SS Anne was naturally placed at the top, which is also the most conspicuous place. SS Anne stopped at a separate harbor, and it was easy to find the docking location. After looking at the map of the entire harbor, Maen walked towards the harbor where SS Anne was parked. When he arrived at the harbor, Maen saw this world-famous cruise ship. Not only was the ship huge, but there were also a constant stream of people boarding the ship. The reason why SS Anne is so famous is not only because of the luxurious facilities and services on the ship, but also because it is one of the few cruise ships that will travel around the world. Starting from Kanto region, passing through Johto region, Hon region, Sinnoh region, and traveling all the way to Kalos region before returning. The cruise ship does not sail all the time, but stops in several cities in each region, so that tourists can also take this opportunity to experience the local scenery. If you are addicted to the scenery of a city, you can get off the ship and stay in that city. Maen's plan is to take a ship to Hon region, then get off the ship in Moss Deep City in Hon region, and then hire a small boat in Moss Deep City to find the uninhabited island on the sea. The ticket price of SS Anne is not a small amount. Even the most basic third-class ticket is worth tens of thousands of alliance coins, and the first-class cabin is only available to people of noble status. The ticket that Maen got from Ma Zishi was the first-class cabin. After all, Ma Zishi is the gym owner. SS Anne would only take the third-class cabin to get rid of Ma Zishi if he is crazy. "Hello, please show your SS ticket." Maen walked to the waiting port and saw the sailor's face showing a professional smile, and said respectfully to Maen. Maen handed the SS ticket to the sailor. The sailor took the SS ticket and saw the first-class cabin number on it. His expression became more respectful. He smiled and said to Maen, "Dear tourist, I wish you a pleasant journey on the SS Anne. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39 SS Anne." After Maen stepped on the stairs and entered the interior of SS Anne, two young ladies in uniform came to Maen with a smile. "Excuse me, sir, do you need us to briefly introduce SS Anne to you?" "Thank you, no, just give me a manual." "Sir, this is the manual you need, I wish you a pleasant journey." The young lady did not show any impatience when she heard Maen's refusal, but smiled and gently handed the map to Maen. Maen walked towards the hall while reading the manual. The manual recorded the topographic map of SS Anne, but it only recorded the places that tourists can enter, and some places that tourists are prohibited from entering were marked in red. At the same time, it also wrote the route of Maen, the cities where it stopped, and the time of departure. Maen just boarded the ship before the ship sailed, and Maen set sail in about an hour. After Maen entered the hall, he heard noisy voices. The entire hall was already crowded with people. There were shops on both sides of the hall selling various souvenirs and snacks, and in the middle were the service staff on the ship, who provided help to every tourist attentively. Walking in the crowd, Maen could clearly see some tourists excitedly communicating with others with their Pokémon, and even 2 children holding Charmander to compete with each other to see whose was better. The release of Pokémon is not prohibited on the ship, but there are size restrictions. At the same time, Pokémon with special odors such as Grimer and Gloom are not allowed to be released. Maen saw many trainers with the 3 major families along the way, and could only sigh that this Maen is really a high-end cruise ship, and the families who can enter the ship are not ordinary families. There is a place in the corner of the hall that is the most lively, and people can still hear cheers from time to time, because it is also a special battlefield set up on the ship. The materials of the entire venue are made of special metals, and there is no need to worry about being destroyed by Pokémon's skills. Maen also went up to watch for a while, but most of them were rookie trainers and noobs pecking at each other. Maen found it boring and left, intending to go back to his room. The first-class cabin is on the top floor of the ship. It is not only luxuriously decorated, but also has a view of the sea from the window. As soon as he entered the room, Jengar jumped out from Maen's shadow, looked around the surrounding scenery, and then lay on the window excitedly looking at the sea. On the other side, Maen also let Djanggar out. As soon as Djanggar came out, he was pulled over by Jengar, and then they lay in front of the window together. Maen smiled and did not stop the 2 little guys. After all, it was the first time for them to see the sea since they were born, so it was inevitable that they would be a little curious. Maen lay on the bed and continued to look through the manual, looking at some of the precautions mentioned above. At this time, Maen suddenly remembered that this ship was not only robbed by the rockets after Ash boarded the ship a few years later, but also sank in the rain due to hurricane. Maen thought about this and felt that he was not so unlucky. Team Rocket had been keeping a low profile recently, and he did not see any recent forecast of hurricane rain at the ticket center. Well, if he ran into trouble, let Djanggar carry him. After all, it was unreasonable for little Fatty G to be so fat and not do anything. On the other side, Djanggar, who was looking at the sea view, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He could not help but look back and found that Maen was looking at the manual instead of it. Djanggar scratched his head in confusion, and then looked outside again. Woo woo woo. With a huge whistle, Maen heard the broadcast in the room. Dear passengers, Maen is about to set sail. I hope all passengers can enjoy the journey. At the same time, we will hold a Pokémon battle competition after the dinner. Interested trainers can participate at the registration office in the lobby. Maen also turned over from the bed and walked down after hearing the broadcast. He planned to go to the lobby to have a look and then have dinner. On the other side, Djanggar heard Maen's words and went directly into Maen's shadow. On the other side, Djanggar also returned to the Pokeball. Djanggar could see the outside scenery from the inside of the Pokeball, while Djanggar was more used to staying outside the Pokeball, and could attack and protect Maen at any time in Maen's shadow. Maen took the Pokeball out of the room. As for the luggage in the backpack, Maen had already stuffed it into Djanggar's stomach. After evolving into Djanggar, its stomach has a larger storage space, and Maen's luggage will be carried entirely by Djanggar in the future. Maen personally likes places with fewer people, so he didn't go to the hall, but stood at the guardrail on the second floor and looked down. The hall is still fighting with noobs, and the use of various magical skills such as Get Out of the Way, Stand Up and Hold On really made Maen gain more knowledge. With another mentality, Maen still thinks this kind of duel is quite interesting. Sir, if you think fighting is interesting, you can sign up to participate. At this time, a steady voice sounded from beside Maen. Maen was not frightened by the sudden voice. After all, if the other party had malicious intentions, Djanggar in the shadow would have already given some hints. So Maen slowly turned his head to look at the person who came, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. The person who came was wearing a navy-specific stand-up collar windbreaker, a black big hat on his head, and a snow-white beard that made him look older, but his straight posture and spirit were no less than those of young people. Maen had seen a photo of this person in the manual. It was Bill, the captain of SS Anne. Although Maen was a little surprised that the captain took the initiative to talk to him, he still said, "Forget it, I only like to watch the battle, and I am not so interested in fighting." Who knew that the captain laughed out loud when he heard Maen's words? Fortunately, there was no one else around, otherwise he would definitely be attracted by the captain's laughter. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Pirates of the Pokemon World. After laughing, Captain Bill said to Maen beside him, "I think you don't dislike fighting, but you think the following fight is boring. Your eyes tell it all, and your partner in the shadow is not weak. It is very rare for someone of your age to have such strength." Maen was not happy to hear Captain Bill's praise, but looked at him straight, his eyes full of vigilance. Bill knew that the other party might have misunderstood when he saw Maen's look, and hurriedly explained. "Young man, don't misunderstand me, I don't mean anything else, I just hope that if SS Anne encounters trouble, you can help her, after all, you are also a tourist, right?" Hearing what Captain Bill said, Maen's face changed, and he said coldly, "Captain, what do you mean by that? Hey, the sea is not very peaceful recently, and I also hold the idea that one more person means more strength, so I hope that young man, you can help her if you have the chance, and I have no other ideas. But you don't have to take my words as a captain too seriously, after all, SS Anne hasn't had an accident for many years." After saying that, Captain Bill turned around and left, walking towards the hall below. After all, he, the captain, will be the opening guest of the battle competition in a while. On the other side, Maen's face was full of black lines when he heard what Captain Bill said, and he was speechless for a while. This captain is really cruel, and he directly raised all kinds of flags. It's hard not to have problems. Maen was no longer interested in watching the fun. After finding a service staff to deliver dinner to Maen's room, Maen returned to his room. Maen continued to read after returning to his room, and fell asleep peacefully after finishing the service staff's dinner. The night passed peacefully, and Maen was awakened by Jengar and Diano's excited growl the next day. However, before Maen woke up completely, he was pulled up from the bed by the excited Jengar next to him, and then dragged to the French window. The golden sun rose slowly from the sea level, and the sunlight sprinkled on the sea surface, rippling waves, and the warm and dazzling sunlight made Maen's sleepy eyes open. Maen, who had lived 2 lives, also saw such a scene for the first time, and Jengar and Diano next to him were also deeply attracted by such a scene. This warm sunlight also dispelled the haze in Maen's heart yesterday, and his mood was much better than yesterday. Getting up early is a good time to exercise. After Maen and Jengar and Diano finished watching the sunrise, Maen took the 2 Pokemon to the training room of SS Anne. SS Anne has made great efforts to meet the various needs of tourists. For example, the training room is divided into 2 types. One is the public ordinary training room. As long as the Pokemon is not a strong smell like Grimer, anyone can enter. This can not only ensure the basic training of the trainer, but also facilitate communication between trainers. The other is to rent a separate training room, which is also the one that Maen intends to choose. After all, Djanggar is okay, but Pokemon like Diano are too eye-catching. Maen doesn't want to be watched like a monkey in a zoo. Although the private training room is limited in space, the facilities inside are very complete, whether it is for human use or Pokemon. Djangar's sudden evolution and the previous Dino need some time to consolidate their foundation, so Maen started training with the two little guys. Djangar and Dino are not Pokemon who like to slack off. They have no resistance to training. Instead, they seriously complete every training plan formulated by Maen. After training, Maen will give the two little guys special energy blocks to supplement nutrition, and then let them relax well to avoid overtraining and leaving hidden injuries. Looking at Dino and Djanggar who continued to play on the other side, Maen could only sigh that the two guys are really energetic. However, Maen did not continue to watch them, but took out the Pokédex to browse the latest news. The forums in the Pokemon world are similar to those in Maen's previous life, except that they are more about Pokemon. For example, there are classic posts that provoke conflicts, such as who is the strongest among the quasi-god Pokemon. When Maen clicked on it, the most popular comment was, "You don't have a quasi-god, what are you asking?" The comments below are also very familiar, such as Dragonite is the best in the world and Salamence is the strongest. After reading for a while, Maen was about to close the Pokédex, but at this time, Maen saw a piece of news pushed by the Alliance. Yesterday, the Riptide, which travels between the Johto region and the Hone region, was attacked by the Bloodhand pirates. The leader of the pirate group, Captain Jack, was the attacker. The Riptide suffered heavy losses. The Pokemon and property of the tourists on the ship were looted. In addition, 3 sailors died on the ship, and the captain was seriously injured and unconscious. Maen looked at the news, and his expression on his face was a little bit tense. He also understood why Captain Bill said that yesterday. It seems that it is really possible to encounter pirate robbery. You know, although the Alliance can suppress and attack various dark organizations on land, it has no good way to deal with these pirates on the sea. Because the ocean is different from the land, the area is larger, and those pirates are like slippery loaches. Normal, if you have more people, I will run away, and if you have fewer people, I will rob and run away. Moreover, these pirates are also very smart. Every time they rob, they only try to steal money and Pokemon, and basically do not touch the safety of tourists, because these pirates also know that it is okay to just rob some money, but if you attack these tourists, it will really be a slap in the face of Alliance. If the Alliance really wants to spend a lot of resources to clear these pirates, most of these pirates will be wiped out. If the pirates can beat the guards on the ship, then you can rob, as long as you don't hurt the tourists. If you can't beat them, you will naturally get out of the way. This is also an invisible tacit understanding between the pirates and the Alliance. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41, Alternative Fishing Methods. The most important thing is that these pirates also know the principle of too much is as bad as too little. There are at least thousands of ships traveling back and forth on the route every year, and these pirates only rob dozens of times a year, which is basically controlled at a success rate of 1%. It will not attract the attention of the Alliance, nor will it cause fear from the caravans. After all, if you block the sea every day to rob, the caravans will be scared and all go by air. Then what else can these pirates rob? It must be said that these pirates have good economic minds and know the principle of sustainable development. However, Maen now knows that it is not the time to admire the pirates. What he is most worried about now is whether the SS Anne he is on will also be robbed. It shouldn't be. After all, the SS Anne is also a famous cruise ship. The garrison on the ship is much stronger than that of ordinary ships, and there are also many people. As Maen thought about it, he thought of the scene he saw in the hall. There were so many starter Pokemon and rare Pokemon. As long as they could successfully rob them, at least they would not have to worry about money for a short time. After leaving the training room, Maen could still hear tourists discussing the news that the riptide had been robbed. However, although most tourists were discussing it, they did not have any worries. After all, the SSN had not had any problems for several years, and the garrison on the ship made the tourists very confident. However, the more Maen listened, the weirder his expression became. He felt that this scene had been played in many movies in his previous life. First the captain and then the tourists, all the flags were flying. 2 days later, the SSN arrived in the Johto region and docked in the famous port city of Saffron City in the Johto region. These 2 days were a peaceful life, and Maen's inner worries were reduced, but Maen still planned to prepare in advance. First of all, the most important thing is to recover a water Pokemon. It doesn't matter if it is weak in strength. Maen doesn't plan to use it often. He just plans to use it as a guarantee for water movement. After all, when he goes to the uninhabited island to look for ruins later, he must also consider using water Pokemon. Based on this idea, some small water Pokemon are not considered. After exploring the ruins, if the Pokemon does not want to follow Maen can also release it. So with this purpose, Maen got off the boat in Saffron City, intending to assist SSN to recover a water Pokemon during the 3 days it stayed here. Many tourists from SSN also came to the beach to play. After all, the scenery here is also very good. On the other side, Maen changed into a set of shorts and casual clothes for the beach. After rejecting the invitation of a young lady, Maen came to a reef with few people and carefully checked the water Pokemon around. After all, what Maen cares about most now is Pokemon, and women will only affect his speed of throwing the ball. The activities on the coast are mostly some common water Pokemon, such as Krabby, Slowpoke, Seduck and other Pokemon, which do not meet Maen's needs for water movement at all. Maen knew that if he came to look for it by himself, 3 days might not be enough, so he could only ask the locals. And the place with the most information was naturally the Pokemon Center. At first, when Maen asked Nurse Joy of the Pokemon Center where there were any fierce water Pokemon nearby, Nurse Joy was reluctant to say. After all, as a medical staff, she didn't want to see the trainer take risks. After Maen roughly revealed Djanggar's strength, Nurse Joy told him some information. After all, for a trainer of Maen's strength, the danger of those places was greatly reduced. After getting the information, Maen went to a coast in the southwest corner of Saffron City without stopping, which was also the place Joy told Maen. The Alliance personnel patrolled the harbor and the surrounding areas of Saffron City every week, and some fierce Pokemon were all expelled, and the southwest corner where Maen was now was one of the few places that was not patrolled. Because there are too many reefs here, ships will not pass here at all, and this place is far away from the city. Most people will not come here, and most of the expelled Pokemon will also come here. Maen stood on the coast, looking at the sea in front of him, and took out a box from his arms. The box contained water energy blocks that Maen bought from the city, which was also Maen's fishing bait. Taking out an energy block, Maen threw it directly into the sea. The energy block fell into the sea and caused a tiny ripple, and then fell into calm. After a short period of calm, suddenly huge ripples appeared on the water surface, and then a red octillery rushed out of the sea, eating the energy block that Maen had thrown before. After octillery ate the energy block, he smelled a stronger fragrance, and then saw Maen standing on the shore with an energy block box. Octillery did not hesitate at all in the face of delicious food, and directly shot an Octazoaka at Maen. Facing the flying black ink cannon, Maen's body did not move, and Djanggar in Maen's shadow rushed out and directly caught it with Protect, and then casually threw a shadow ball at Octillery. Octillery tried to dive to escape in a panic, but it was too late. The shadow ball had already reached the surface of the water just after entering the water. A huge sound sounded, stirring up a lot of water splashes. As the water splashed down, Octillery's body slowly floated up from underwater, and then floated on the water surface, obviously fainted. After that, Maen kept using this method to fish, but most of the water Pokemon that appeared were not suitable for riding. Seeing that a box of energy cubes was about to run out, Maen's expression was a bit ugly. Is it really because I am not a rich man? Some people can catch Kyogre with a fishing rod, but I can't even catch a water Pokemon I need with an energy cube. At this moment, Maen heard a huge explosion from his right side and a fierce roar. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42 Lapras. After hearing the sound, Maen ran towards the source of the sound without hesitation. When he arrived at the source, Maen knew the reason for the noise. A Gyarados was spitting out a destruction ray and attacking another Pokemon. As the destruction ray attacked, the blue Pokemon's body was covered with wounds, and its eyelids gradually closed, and it was obviously about to faint. Maen did not hesitate and directly ordered Jengar to attack Gyarados, because Maen had recognized that the attacked blue Pokemon was Lapras. The reason why Gyarados attacked Lapras was also very simple, that is, because it wanted to prey on Lapras. Pokemon also fight each other, and they are also part of the food chain. For example, Pidgey will prey on Caterpie, and Pidgey will be hunted by Fearow, and Pidgey will hunt Fearow. Compared to the beauty in the animation, the death of Pokemon in real life is common, and Gyarados is at the top of the water food chain. Except for a few water Pokemon, ordinary fish and most water Pokemon are within the hunting range of Gyarados. After all, its huge body requires more food to replenish energy. Gyarados will only become a dark type after Mega Evolution. Before that, it is only a water and flying dual type. Maen doesn't think that his personality charm can make Gyarados give up the food in front of him. Since there is no way to communicate, Maen can only end the dispute in front of him in another way. Gyarados' strength is not bad, it has reached the elite level, but compared with Djanggar, it is not good enough. Like Octillery that was caught by Maen before, it was directly blasted back into the water by Djanggar. However, Gyarados has a violent personality. Even if he was defeated by Djanggar, he still endured the pain and stood up from the water, and then condensed the destructive death light in his mouth. Seeing Gyarados' appearance, Maen also showed an impatient expression on his face, and directly told Djanggar that he didn't need to hold back. Djanggar did not hesitate to face Maen's command, and directly stuffed a shadow ball into Gyarados' mouth. With the explosion of dark energy, Gyarados' body completely sank to the bottom of the sea. This was also the first time that Maen killed a Pokemon. Although Maen likes Pokemon, it does not mean that he is a saint for all Pokemon. Although he liked Gyarados very much in his previous life, in reality, Gyarados is a Pokemon that is completely synonymous with tyranny, especially in the ranking list of Pokemon that hurts its own trainer. Gyarados is definitely in the top 3. Maen's way of treating Pokemon has always been that he will not hold back if he wants to hurt him and his own Pokemon, and normal battle exchanges are not included. And this Gyarados Maen has let it go once, but it actually wants to launch a destructive death ray, so Maen will naturally not be a good person. After dealing with Gyarados, Maen threw out the Pokeball and successfully recovered the wounded Lapras. After all, the wounded Lapras had no ability to resist. After dealing with the matter here, Maen took the Pokeball back to the Pokemon Center and handed Lapras to Nurse Joy for treatment. During this period, Nurse Joy scolded Maen for taking such a heavy hand to recover Pokemon. In the end, Maen couldn't stand Nurse Joy's contempt and explained the process of Lapras' injury. As a result, after knowing that Maen was misunderstood, Nurse Joy blushed and apologized to Maen in a hurry. After Lapras was treated, his injury quickly stabilized. On the second day, Nurse Joy returned the Pokeball to Maen and explained some precautions. Maen took Lapras' Pokeball to the beach and released Lapras. The marks of injury on Lapras, which came out of the Pokeball, have disappeared. Seeing Maen, he couldn't help but smile innocently and put his head close to Maen and kept rubbing against him. Lapras is a kind-hearted Pokemon with a high IQ, so it knew that it was Maen who saved its life, so it was particularly close to Maen. In addition to Maen's special love for this Pokémon in his previous life, Lapras was the most suitable Pokémon for sea travel. Maen also asked Lapras some questions and found out why Lapras appeared there. Lapras is a Pokémon that moves in groups in most cases, but because this Pokémon is kind by nature and can be easily deceived by humans, it has also been captured in large numbers. It was not until the Alliance's regulations and the establishment of protected areas in the past 2 years that the number of Lapras groups was stabilized. However, even so, wild Lapras are basically no longer seen, and the one in front of Maen is one of the few wild Lapras. After giving birth to Lapras, her mother was attacked by a wild Pokémon and died because of her weak body. The wild Pokémon that attacked her was Gyarados, who was dealt with by Maen before. After killing Lapras' mother, Gyarados still did not intend to let Lapras go. Although he ran a distance under the cover of his mother, he was still caught up by Gyarados. If he had not met Maen, Lapras' life would probably fall into Gyarados' hands. Looking at the tears on Lapras' face, Maen sighed and couldn't help but touch Lapras' head to comfort it. Then Maen also solemnly asked Lapras if he was willing to become Maen's partner, and told Lapras that Maen had helped it avenge its mother. After hearing Maen's inquiry, Lapras smiled and narrowed his eyes, and sang a beautiful song to express his agreement. In this way, Lapras officially joined Maen's lineup. Although Maen was determined to build a Ghost and Dark Pokémon lineup, he did not reject Lapras because he did not intend to let Lapras fight at the beginning. Lapras is a Pokémon that is gentle and innocent by nature and does not like to fight other Pokémon at all, so Maen wanted Lapras to grow happily rather than forcing him to fight. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43 The Stalker. As Lapras officially joined the team, Maen introduced Lapras to his other 2 Pokémon. Jengar, Dino, this is our new family member Lapras. You should take good care of it. Lapras is the only sister in our team. That's right, Maen knew the gender of Lapras after the treatment at the Pokémon Center. Moreover, Lapras was born less than 2 months ago and is the youngest in Maen's team. However, the youngest Lapras is actually the largest in the team. Djanggar and Dino immediately surrounded Lapras with joy after hearing Maen's words, warmly welcoming Lapras to join. Djanggar also shared his snacks from the last resort. If Maen hadn't stopped him in time, Djanggar would have fed Lapras with them. Those were special energy blocks for Ghost and Dark. Lapras, who was made of water and ice, couldn't stand the taste. Although Lapras felt that his 2 brothers looked a bit naughty, the smiles on Djanggar and Dino's faces were not fake. In this atmosphere, Lapras also smiled and hummed a beautiful song. This song is not only beautiful, but also soothing. Maen, Djanggar, and Dino all showed an intoxicated expression under this song, and their mood became more peaceful and happy. Shalott City. Maen took back his Pokémon and left only Djanggar to follow him in his shadow and began to stroll around the city. After all, the purpose of his trip had been completed, so he could enjoy the scenery of this seaside city with peace of mind. In addition to Harbor, the other 2 most famous attractions in Shalott City are Glitter Lighthouse and Shalott Restaurant. At the same time, Shalott City also has Shalott Gym for trainers to challenge. Maen was not interested in gym challenges, so he went to Glitter Lighthouse and Restaurant to take a look. There is nothing much to introduce about the scenery of the lighthouse, but it is the restaurant that impressed Maen deeply. The Light Green Restaurant is a restaurant west of the Pokémon Center. The reason why it is famous here is that many sailors are willing to come here to eat after sailing. The menu provided by the restaurant claims that its rich food can satisfy those strong sailors, so sailors come here to eat not only because of the taste, but also because of the quantity. Like Maen, there are many tourists who have heard of this restaurant, so Maen also saw several tourists eating here after entering the restaurant, but most of them are sailors wearing sailor suits. Unlike other quiet restaurants, the restaurant here is more like a tavern because there are more sailors. The sailors took advantage of the rest time to come here to eat and drink, and they made loud fists, and some even sang sailor songs when they were drunk. Maen finally took a photo with Pokédex. After all, this is also a way to witness the trip. After eating, Maen left the restaurant with his stomach covered. It turns out that the quantity given by this restaurant is really not covered, and Maen has proved with practice that this restaurant is really not bragging. After returning to the SSN, Maen threw himself on the bed, not wanting to move at all. Night slowly fell, and the SSN was still brightly lit at night, which was particularly conspicuous in the night. The night brings not only darkness, but also dangers hidden in the darkness. In the distance of SSN, a man in pirate costume stood on the back of a Sharpedo, looking at the SSN in the distance, with a cruel smile on his face. If Maen was here, he would immediately recognize that this man was Jack, the captain of the Bloody Hand Pirates in the previous Alliance news. Woo! The sound of the whistle cut through the early morning, and the St. Anna set sail again after docking at harbor for 3 days. These 3 days are not just time for tourists to play. SSN also replenished enough food and fresh water resources in harbor during these 3 days. Maen also trained Pokemon in the training room during the day for these 3 days. Of course, Lapras did not need to train, but after Jengar and Diano trained, as the youngest sister, Lapras would sing to calm Djanggar's tired mood. As for the afternoon, he took Djanggar and the other two to visit the scenery of Asagi City, and then returned to the ship to rest at night. But as the SSN set sail, it was not just tourists and sailors who were there, all the people in the dark also began to act. Maen stood at the railing of the deck and felt the sea breeze. On soaring in the sky, he could see Wingull and Pelipper of Fly, which proved that the cruise ship was gradually approaching Hoenn, and these Pokemon of the Hoenn region had begun to appear. There were many tourists on the deck feeling the sea breeze, some of them were still happily taking pictures, or feeding the wing mules who were tired of flying and standing on the railing. However, although Maen was feeling the sea breeze and looked like he was enjoying the scenery, his mind was not here. This morning after normal training, Maen noticed the vague sense of being watched from behind him. Maen, who had the power of darkness, was particularly sensitive to the kind of malicious sight, and Maen naturally felt the undisguised maliciousness of the sight behind him. However, the peeping person behind him was obviously not a novice. In places with few people, such as corridors, Maen could not feel the peeping at all, but in the crowded hall and the current deck, Maen felt that sight appear again. Because of this, Maen failed to catch the peeping person several times, but since he knew that the other party had been eyeing him, Maen naturally had a way to catch this fish. Thinking of this, Maen pretended to be satisfied with the scenery, and then turned and walked towards the inside of the ship. After seeing Maen move, a man in a sailor suit leaning against the wall began to move in the distance. Maen pretended to walk towards his room as usual, while the sailor who was following him watched Maen from a distance. After discovering that Maen entered the corridor, the man stopped and did not continue to follow him. After all, it is easy to be exposed to follow in places with few people. The empty corridor only had Maen's own footsteps. Because at this time, other people were in the hall or on the deck, so the man who was following him also planned to leave. After all, as long as Maen's position was determined, it would be fine. But just as the man at the corridor turned to leave, he saw a black Djanggar looking at him with a smile. As the red light in the Djanggar's eyes appeared, the man's body softened and slowly fell to the ground. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44 Pirate News. As the cold water splashed on his face, the man who had just followed Maen slowly opened his eyes, but his mind was still a little groggy. He only remembered that he had been following the target he had set before, and then he lost consciousness. The last scene before he lost consciousness was just a smirk of a Djanggar. Memories kept pouring into his mind, and the man gradually remembered what happened before he fainted. A panicked look appeared on his face. Just as he wanted to get up and run away, he found that he was tied to a chair with ropes and couldn't move at all. At this time, the Djanggar that had appeared before appeared in front of the man again, and he also saw his target sitting opposite him and looking at him coldly. "Awake? Tell me, why are you following me?" Maen asked coldly as he looked at the awakened man in front of him. This tourist, what are you talking about? I didn't follow you." "Hey, it seems that there is no way to communicate under normal circumstances, Djanggar, it's up to you." Hearing Maen's words, Djanggar directly put his face in front of the man, his eyes began to shine with red light, and his body gradually emitted blue fluctuations. As the man and Djanggar looked at each other, the expression on his face began to become numb, and then his eyes lost their spirit. "Now let me ask you again, why are you following me?" The man who was following him fell asleep on the chair with his head drooping, while Maen on the other side stroked his chin and recalled the words he had just interrogated. The man who was following him was a member of the Blood Hand Pirates. When they stopped in front of Saffron City, he took the opportunity to sneak into the SSN, and the purpose was naturally because the Blood Hand Pirates had set their sights on the SSN and planned to make a fortune. Maen thought he had heard it wrong at first, because the defense of the SSN was not weak, and it was basically impossible for the Blood Hand Pirates to rob this ship, especially since the SSN was different from other cruise ships, and the people on board were not low status, and the Alliance was very concerned about this kind of ship. If the robbery took too long, the Alliance would definitely send people to support it, unless the Blood Hand Pirates were confident that they could break the defense on the ship before the Alliance arrived, and then robbed it, and then quickly escaped from the scene. Maen also asked the pirate about the plan of their pirate group, but the pirate didn't know the specific plan because he was just a henchman in the pirate group. Only his captain Jack and the first mate knew the specific plan. In addition to the man caught by Maen, there were 2 other people who sneaked into the SSN this time. A total of 3 people successfully sneaked in. After all, if there are too many people, it is easy to arouse suspicion. The mission of these 3 infiltrators is also very simple, that is, whether the route of the SSN has changed, and at the same time, pay attention to whether the tourists on the ship have any rare Pokémon, so they can pay attention in advance. The reason why Maen was followed is also very simple, naturally because of Lapras. In the private training room, Lapras deliberately sang a song to calm Jengar and Diano's tired body and mind. Although these private training rooms have good sound insulation, there will still be faint sounds, and this pirate happened to hear the faint singing at the door. Normal people probably wouldn't care about the singing, but the pirate in front of him is a person who often eats at sea, and naturally has a deeper understanding of water-based Pokémon. So the pirate instantly determined that the owner of the singing was a Lapras. Now Lapras is completely a rare creature in the wild, and most of the other Lapras are in the protected areas designated by the Alliance. Pirates dare not rob the Alliance's protected areas even if they are crazy. So now Lapras is very popular on the black market, because Lapras is not only beautiful, but also one of the best at sea, plus a beautiful singing voice. Many factors have created a high price for Lapras, so after the pirates found that Maen had Lapras, they immediately listed Maen as a key focus. As mentioned before, the purpose of the 3 pirates who sneaked in was to count the rare Pokémon that appeared on the ship. After all, their action this time required a quick battle, and robbing Pokémon naturally required taking away the opponent's Pokeball. As for the Pokeball, who knows whether the other party is carrying it on their body or hiding it in the room, and it is impossible for these pirates to search room by room, so it is very important to pay attention to the trainer who has rare Pokémon in advance. After the robbery plan begins, they will pay special attention to the names on the list, which is also the task given to the 3 of them by the pirate captain Jack. Looking at the sleepy pirate in front of him, Maen could only sigh that the flag he had planted before really began to come true, and he still had to go through a robbery. At this point, Maen could only take it one step at a time, because in the current situation, Maen thought it was too late to jump off the ship now. Who knows if he will run into the pirate group halfway when he jumps off the ship and takes Lapras to escape. It is not certain how much Maen can exert his strength in the sea battle, and maybe he will fall into the trap instead. Maen also learned clearly from the hypnotized pirate about the other two people lurking on the ship, so Maen left the room directly and went to the captain's room. On the way to the captain's room, Maen was stopped by a sailor. After all, the captain's room is not a place for tourists to enter. After hearing the news that Maen had pirates, the sailors present immediately changed their faces and hurriedly called the captain. Maen also met the captain Bill again. "Young man, we meet again. You said you have news about pirates. Can you tell me?" Maen told Bill the news he got after the interrogation and that the pirates were in his room. Bill's expression became very serious after hearing this. He immediately sent sailors to bring the pirates in Maen's room, and also called others to capture the pirates on the other two ships. "Captain Bill, can't we send a distress signal to Alliance in this situation?" Bill's expression became helpless when he heard Maen's words, and then he slowly explained to Maen. "Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45 Pirate Attack." If only it were that simple. As the captain, I am indeed qualified to send a distress signal, but the problem now is that we only know about the pirate robbery, but we don't know the exact number of people and time. In addition, although the SS Maen has encountered robberies in recent years, it has successfully defeated the attacking pirates in the end, so the Alliance was very confident in the defense of the SS Maen. In this case, the Alliance cannot send a large number of police officers to help. After all, our current location is in the middle of the Johto region and the Hone region. It will take a lot of time for the Alliance to come here. If the pirates do not attack, then the Alliance will definitely hold them accountable. Captain Bill's face became even more helpless when he said this. The most important thing is that there are too many people on the ship and their identities are not simple. If panic is caused, the problem of this voyage will be serious. There are too many things involved behind this. Maen was speechless when he heard Bill's explanation. To put it bluntly, he was still worried that the reputation of SS Maen would be damaged. If there was a mistake or panic, the reputation of the ship would be bad. At that time, the income of SS Maen could not be guaranteed. After all, the income of SS Maen is a huge amount of money every year. Maen could only shake his head and leave the captain's room. Anyway, he was reminded of the news. As for the final result, he could only wait and see. Maen felt that the pirate attack this time might not be simple. If it was those small pirates, it would be okay. Maen had specially learned about the Blood Hand pirates after seeing the news before. It was a pirate group that had been roaming the sea for nearly 10 years. Being able to rob on the sea for nearly 10 years without being caught by the Alliance, this pirate group was definitely not crazy to rob SS Maen. They must have made a plan and dared to rob SS Maen. However, Maen did not intend to sit and wait for death. After leaving a message to his grandmother Agatha Elite, Maen returned to the room ready to fight at any time. In the sea far away from SS Maen, several pirate ships turned off their lights and hung far behind SS Maen. Red Hand Jack stepped on the deck, looking at the SS Maen in the distance, with greed in his eyes completely undisguised. "Boss, half an hour ago, there was no news from the brothers lurking on the ship. I'm afraid they were caught by the sailors on the ship." At this time, the first mate of the pirate group came to Jack and said to Jack quickly. Jack frowned when he heard the first mate's words, then sneered a few times, and said slowly in a hoarse voice. "I didn't expect the sailors on the ship to have such good eyesight. I thought these guys were used to comfort. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the list has been almost obtained. Tell the people below to prepare for action. After all, the guys on the ship have already had some suspicions. Yes, Captain. The first mate saluted excitedly, and then called for his men to assemble loudly. The crew below was obviously prepared for a long time. After the first mate announced the assembly, all the members assembled in less than 2 minutes, and looked at Captain Jack standing on the bow with excitement on their faces. Captain Jack turned around and saw the greedy and excited eyes of his men. He grinned and shouted loudly. Guys, the chance to make a fortune is today. As long as we rob the SSN this time, we can enjoy it in the future. The captains of each team will send you the list in my hand. Now, go full speed, target, SSN. Yes. Captain. Jack looked at the enthusiastic brothers below, stood at the bow again, flipped the list in his hand against the sea breeze, and Maen's name and photo were listed. In the room, Maen put the pokeball in the most convenient place, and asked Djanggar to be alert in his shadow, and then stood in front of the French window to look at the scenery on the sea. In the night, the sea outside the window looked calm, but Maen knew that this was just the calm before the hurricane rain. With Maen's reminder and the capture of 3 pirates, Captain Bill had already ordered his sailors to be alert, so there were already people on guard in the watchtower. When the ship of the Bloody Hand pirates approached, it was naturally discovered by the sailors. Seeing that there were really pirates attacking, the people in the watchtower immediately raised the alarm, and the alarm sounded throughout the SSN in an instant. In addition to the alarm, there was also Captain Bill's voice on the radio. All tourists on the SSN, please return to your rooms immediately, don't panic, our SSN sailors will protect your safety. The tourists on the ship immediately ran in panic when they heard Captain Bill's words, pushing and shoving back to their rooms. While the tourists were pushing and shoving to escape, Bill led the sailors on the ship to be on guard on the deck after the broadcast. When Bill and others arrived, the ship of the Bloody Hand pirates had already arrived under the SSN, and then they skillfully launched the grappling hook and began to move towards the deck. When Bill saw the grappling hook hooked on the railing of the deck, he commanded the sailors and their Pokémon to attack the grappling hook with skills. But just as the sailors were about to attack, 2 Pokeballs suddenly fell from soaring in the sky, and then a Feraligatr and a Sharpedo appeared on the deck. The strength of the 2 Pokémon was surprisingly gym level. Feraligatr, Blizzard. Sharpedo, Hail. In soaring in the sky, Captain Jack, riding a Fearow, had arrived on the deck sky at some point, and then commanded the Pokémon to release skills. Blizzard and Hail attacked the sailors and their Pokémon on the ship. Captain Bill reacted quickly and released his Pokémon, a gym-level Swampert, while shouting, "Icy Wind! Block it!" Swampert's abdomen bulged, and then he spit out Icy Wind with white crystals, blocking the attacks of Feraligatr and Sharpedo. However, Captain Bill's face was very ugly, because he knew that Jack's Pokémon had no intention of defeating the sailors present. After all, no matter how strong Jack was, he couldn't fight dozens of people alone. Brother Jack's purpose was just to delay time, because when he and Bill's Pokémon were fighting, the pirates who had climbed the grappling rope had already turned over from the guardrail and stood on the deck with a grim smile. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46, Fierce Fight on Deck. SSN. The night was filled with soaring in the sky. Under the lights on the deck of SSN, the sailors of the Bloody Pirates and SSN stood on each side, looking at each other vigilantly. "Captain Bill, long time no see, I didn't expect you to welcome me so warmly." Bloody Jack landed from Fearow, stepped on the deck and said to Bill opposite with a smile, "Jack, I didn't expect you to be so bold, and dared to take the SSN. Aren't you afraid that the Alliance will cause trouble for you?" "What's wrong with SSN? Isn't it a ship sailing on the sea? Since it's a ship, there's nothing I can't rob." "You're so arrogant, Jack. Aren't you afraid that the sea breeze will flicker your tongue? Is your confidence given by your newly recovered Feraligatr? Bill looked at the two Pokemon under Jack's command opposite, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Who knows? But don't think I don't know you're stalling for time, old man. I won't chat with you anymore. Guys, get started. Jack the Red Hand commanded his pirates to attack with a grim smile. Bill on the other side also commanded his sailors to fight back. The Pokemons of both sides began to fight on the deck, with various skills flying around on the deck. Although the battle looked very intense, everyone present knew that only Jack and Bill could influence the situation. The victory or defeat between them would determine the fate of everyone on the ship. The area around the 3 gym-level Pokemons fighting on the field had been cleared, and only 3 Pokemons were fighting fiercely on the field. Bill's Swampert gathered Ice Punch in his hand and hit Feraligatr. Feraligatr on the other side was not afraid and also fought back with Ice Punch. The fists of the 2 Pokemons collided in mid-air, and after a loud noise, they couldn't help but take a few steps back at the same time. While Swampert was still standing still, a Sharpedo waiting for an opportunity gathered evil energy in its mouth and bit Swampert's right arm with a night slash. Swampert's face immediately showed a painful expression, but the battle-hardened Swampert immediately endured the pain. His free left arm flashed white light, an A-arm hammer hit Sharpedo's head, knocking Sharpedo to the ground. But before Swampert could catch his breath, the Feraligatr next to him had already come up and bit Swampert's shoulder with an ice fang. Swampert was in pain and became ferocious. He gathered energy in his mouth, and then a ice beam directly hit Feraligatr, who bit his shoulder, knocking Feraligatr out. The fierce power of the 3 Pokemon made people feel excited, but Bill's face became more and more ugly. Bill had already seen that Jack on the opposite side obviously did not intend to waste time with him, and used a tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries. With the advantage of numbers, his Swampert might not be able to hold out for long. The situation on the field was just as Captain Bill thought. Swampert's shoulders were covered with frost, and his right arm was also bleeding. The residual evil energy on his face made him very uncomfortable, and he stood on the ground gasping for breath. Although Feraligatr and Sharpedo on the other side were also injured, they were much lighter than Swampert. Seeing Swampert's appearance, Jack's grim smile became more and more intense. And he continued to command Sharpedo and Feraligatr to attack. Sharpedo, crunch! Sharpedo's floating body rushed directly towards Swampert, and at the same time opened his huge mouth full of fangs. Swampert endured the pain and stretched out his arms to firmly grasp Sharpedo's upper and lower jaws, and stood in a stalemate with Sharpedo. Hee, now, Feraligatr, destroy the death ray. Oops! Hearing Jack's command, Bill looked at Feraligatr on the other side in panic. Feraligatr's mouth was filled with energy, and the dazzling white light was particularly obvious at night, reflecting Jack's hideous face. Djanggar, Shadow Ball. At this critical moment, a command came from behind Captain Bill, and a Djanggar with a smirk suddenly appeared in the shadow under Feraligatr's feet, and at the same time, there was a shadow ball in Djanggar's hand. Before everyone reacted, Djanggar fired a shadow ball directly at Feraligatr's chin. The destructive death ray that was ready to go was directly held back, and an explosion sounded in Feraligatr's mouth. Feraligatr's body couldn't help but fall backwards under this force. From Feraligatr preparing to launch the destructive death beam, to Djanggar's sneak attack, to Feraligatr himself falling to the ground, these things happened in just a few breaths. How is it possible? Jack looked in the direction of Djanggar and couldn't hide the shock on his face. After all, anyone who was attacked when they were sure of victory would show this expression. In contrast to Jack's ugly expression, it was Captain Bill. When he saw Djanggar suddenly appear, he instantly thought of Maen, and couldn't help showing a relaxed look on his face and turned around to look over. Others present also looked in the direction of the sound just now, and saw Maen in black clothes standing on the deck at some point. Djanggar quickly returned to Maen after the sneak attack, and Maen slowly walked to Bill's side and stood with Bill. On the other side, Feraligatr, who was attacked by sneak attack, also slowly stood up from the ground at this time, and his trainer Jack normal, his eyes were full of anger. Damn kid, wait, you are the kid who has Lapras. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Those intelligence officers are really idiots. They didn't get such important intelligence. Bill looked at Jack's ugly face, and his tense expression couldn't help but relax. He said to Jack slowly, Jack, it's 2-2 now, you are doomed to lose. Jack's face was also a little ugly when he heard Bill's words, and then he looked at Maen, forced a smile on his face and said, Kid, I promise you, as long as you leave this fight now, I swear in the name of Bloody Jack that I will not cause trouble for you, and I will not touch your Pokemon, how about it? After all, it doesn't matter if we lack you as a target. Hearing Jack's words, everyone present looked at Maen, waiting for Maen's decision. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47, The Money-Giving Man of the Pokemon World. I refuse. Maen refused without hesitation after hearing what Red Jack said. Maen was not a fool. Let's not talk about whether this pirate had any credibility. If Maen did this, he would offend everyone on the ship. He still wanted to be an Alliance elite and a champion in the future. If he ran away directly, he would be in trouble. The most important thing was that Maen felt that if he really ran away, Grandma Agatha at home would definitely punish him. Hearing Maen's answer, Captain Bill and the sailors here breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the whole situation now depended on Maen's decision. Captain Bill also told Maen that he would report to Alliance after the incident and record his credit. Jack's expression on the other side was a little ugly. The current situation was completely different from just now. In the same 2-on-2 situation, he was not sure that he could win. If he could not win in a short time, when the Alliance arrived, his plan would fail. Gnashing his teeth, Red Hand Jack showed a rage on his face, and shouted loudly at Soaring in the Sky. How long do you want to see? Hurry up! Noticing Red Hand Jack's actions, Maen and Captain Bill all looked at Soaring in the Sky vigilantly. I saw a man in black clothes, a peaked cap and sunglasses sitting on a Firo at some point, quietly watching everything happening below. Hearing Jack's words, the man in black sneered and said, At the beginning you said you only needed me to help you raid the formation, but now that you've asked me for it, the previous remuneration will be changed. I want the Pokemon on that kid, and I want 30% of the profit this time. Hunter K, what do you mean? You're asking for a higher price. Jack showed a rage on his face when he heard Hunter K's words. Humph, it doesn't matter. I don't need to help you, but the price cannot be changed. Since you asked me for help, you have to pay me whether I do anything or not. If you don't, I'll pay you with your life. Anyway, your bounty in Alliance is not low. Maen listened to Hunter K's words and felt that they sounded familiar. Isn't this the Pokemon version of the money-giving guy? When Jack heard Hunter K's words, his expression was as if he had eaten she, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed to Hunter K's request. After seeing Jack agree, Hunter K sneered and fell from Firo, and then locked Viper normal size on Maen. Maen looked at Hunter K and showed a vigilant look. When he heard Hunter K's name, Maen guessed that the other party was a Pokemon hunter. Hunter J with Salamence in the anime is this profession, and compared to the Pokemon hunter profession mentioned only in the anime, the Pokemon hunter in reality is a huge organization. If there is demand, there will naturally be people to buy and sell. In the Pokemon world, Pokemon is undoubtedly the most valuable commodity, so naturally the profession of Pokemon hunter appeared. Then, as the number of Pokemon hunters continued to increase, Pokemon hunters officially established an underground organization, which spanned all the Alliance regions and could be seen in any corner of the world. The Hunter K in front of Maen was one of the best. As mentioned before, in the Pokemon world, it is not easy for an ordinary person to train Pokemon to the elite level. Although the strength of Pokemon hunters is also uneven. Those who can obtain letter numbers must meet at least one condition. That is, there is at least one gym-level Pokemon, and since Hunter K can obtain the code, it naturally proves that he has such strength. As Hunter K threw the Pokeball, a Beedrill and Ariados appeared on the deck, and the strength of the two Pokemon was surprisingly gym-level. Seeing Hunter K take action, Jack on the other side was relieved, and then looked at Captain Bill fiercely. Now his goal is to quickly deal with Bill, and then quickly deal with all the tourists on the ship and evacuate quickly. Hunter K looked at Maen with viper normal eyes, then sneered, and said, "Ariados, string shot, target Djanggar. Beedrill, X-scissor, target, that kid." The bottom line of Pokemon hunters is even lower than that of pirates. For these desperate people, as long as they can achieve their goals, any means don't matter. When catching Pokemon, burning the forest, or threatening with Pokemon's children, or using technological weapons, as long as they can think of means, they don't mind. An attacking Pokemon trainer is a must for them. After all, this is the most effective way to attack the strength of Pokemon. Ariados quickly spewed out white and sticky spider silk from his mouth, forming a web in the air and covering Djanggar. Facing the flying spider web, Djanggar directly used Will-O-Wisp to burn the spider silk. But Hunter K's original goal was to delay more, and his biggest killer move was Beedrill, who rushed towards Maen. Ariados delayed, and Beedrill used high speed to directly attack the opposite trainer. This combination Hunter K has tried and tested. On the other side, Maen looked at Beedrill, who was rushing directly at him, and his face changed slightly. He quickly pressed down the hand that had been on his waist Pokeball. Dino came out of the Pokeball, condensed evil energy in his mouth, and bit Beedrill directly. Beedrill was stunned when he saw Dino suddenly appear, but still turned around and dodged with his quick reaction speed. In the end, Dino's mouth and Beedrill's body just brushed past each other. Although Dino's sneak attack was successful, it only brushed Beedrill's body and did not cause great damage. "It's Dino. You little brat actually has this kind of Pokemon." Hunter K saw Dino next to Maen, and the greed in his eyes was completely unconcealed, and the smile on his face could not be controlled at all. Even Bloody Jack next to him showed a shocked expression on his face, and then he regretted agreeing to Hunter K's request to take away all of Maen's Pokemon, but now is obviously not the time for him to be distracted. He must quickly deal with Captain Bill, so that even without Dino, the Pokemon and money of other tourists on the ship will be enough to make up for him. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48, Fighting Hunter K. I'm so lucky today. I got a Jengar, a Lapras, and a quasi-god Dino. My lineup is now complete. I have to thank you, kid. I'll see how Hunter J shows off her Bagon in front of me. Hunter K's tone was full of joy, and he seemed to have already determined that he would win against Maen. After all, in his opinion, although Maen was a kid with some strength, he was still far behind a battle-hardened Pokemon hunter like him. The most important thing is that experienced hunters like Hunter K can roughly judge the strength of Pokemon. When Maen's Dino appeared, he was sure that Dino was definitely not at the gym level. Hunter K's Beedrill is a genuine gym level, and the difference in strength can completely ignore the difference between quasi-celestic and ordinary Pokemon. As for the other Djanggar, Hunter K naturally has a way to deal with it. Just use Ariados to hold it back. As long as Maen, the trainer, falls, the Djanggar will naturally be a failure. Ariados, use Sticky Web to hold that Djanggar. Beedrill, agility. Accompanying Hunter K's command, Ariados spit out a large amount of spider web again. This time, it was not the spider web used for capturing before, but more of a spider web spread directly on the ground to make it difficult for Djanggar to move. If it was the Haunter before evolution, it could naturally ignore the field skills such as sticky web through the floating ability, but the Djanggar ability after evolution became the curse body. The opposing Hunter K obviously knew something about Pokemon like Djanggar. Beedrill on the other side was flashing white light all over his body, and after the white light, the vibration frequency of the wings behind him became faster, and it was obvious that the speed had been further improved. Djanggar, Will-O-Wisp, burn those spider webs. Dino, work up. Maen also took countermeasures. Now because of the difference in strength between Dino and Beedrill, he had to be cautious. Maen did not intend to do it himself, after all, he was also a special ability user, but Dino stopped Maen, and planned to rely on his own strength to fight Beedrill. Maen looked at Dino's firm eyes and did not refuse. Anyway, he would do it when he really had to. Ariados, Poison Barb interfere with that Djanggar. Beedrill, Fury attack. Ariados spit out a flying needle with venom from its mouth and shot it in the direction of Djanggar. Djanggar had to give up the use of Will-O-Wisp and avoid Poison Barb's attack instead. Beedrill, who was the main attacker, rushed to Dino like a meteor with the blessing of agility, and stabbed Dino with his arms like a knight's gun. Facing Beedrill's speed, Dino had no way to dodge and was directly cut by Beedrill's twine needle, uttering a painful groan. The ferocious Dino did not hesitate and spit out dragon breath directly while bearing Beedrill's attack. However, Beedrill's speed made it completely comfortable to face Dino's attack and easily avoided dragon breath's attack. After seeing the round of fighting between Beedrill and Dino, Hunter K's expression on his face became more relaxed, grinning and saying, "Beedrill, Fury Cutter. Dino, protect." Beedrill's twine needle flashed white light and slashed directly towards Dino. Fortunately, Maen commanded in time, and the light film in front of Dino directly blocked the attack. Hunter K's face was a little ugly after failing to hit the target. But he was not in a hurry, because he knew that although Protect was useful, it did not mean that it would always be effective. He did not believe that Maen's Dino could succeed every time. Beedrill, Pin Missile. Don't give Dino a chance to breathe. Dino, Draco Meteor. Maen didn't let Dino use Protect anymore, because Protect didn't have a 100% success rate. If he kept using it, it would eventually break. He could only suppress Beedrill with a counterattack. After all, although Beedrill is fast and has high attack, it has the disadvantage of most bug-type Pokemon, which is that its defense is too poor. Even if there is a difference in strength, as long as Dino can attack once, Beedrill will inevitably be affected by the injury. The Pin Missile hit Dino directly. Despite the pain, Dino still insisted on gathering energy and spitting out a Draco Meteor directly into the air. Draco Meteor fell like a fairy soaring in the sky, and smashed directly in the direction of Beedrill. This kind of intensive attack, even if Beedrill is fast, it is impossible to dodge all of them, but Hunter K obviously has a way to deal with it. Beedrill, Substitute. Beedrill faced the Draco Meteor that soaring in the sky smashed down, and the energy on his body surged. Then a Beedrill with a dull look appeared in the same place, and Beedrill's body hid behind Substitute. As the Draco Meteor fell, continuous explosions instantly appeared on the deck. If it weren't for the special material of the deck of SSN, the normal ship would have been pierced by the Draco Meteor. As the smoke dissipated, although Beedrill's breath was a little messy, Substitute still helped it block the damage of Draco Meteor. "Kid, the idea is good, but the gap is still too big. Isn't it better to die obediently?" Hunter K's mocking tone was not concealed at all. Although Substitute consumed a lot of Beedrill's physical strength, Dino, who had used Draco Meteor, was in a worse condition than Beedrill. Beedrill, Sword Dance. Then the X-Scissor ends. Beedrill danced in the air with a special rhythm, and then a ray of light flashed from his body, and then Twine Needle began to shine, and after flying in front of Dino, he drew a cross in the air and attacked Dino. Dino, protect. Dino quickly gathered barrier in front of him and forcibly blocked the X-Scissor. But the barrier only lasted for a while, and after blocking the attack of X-Scissor, it broke, and Dino's body could not help but be blown away by the impact of the attack and fell to the ground. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49 Zwillis. Maen looked at Dino, and the dark power in his body began to surge, intending to help Dino fight together. Dino, who was lying on the ground, stopped Maen's action, struggled to stand up from the ground, raised his head, and roared loudly at soaring in the sky. Roar! A roar growl came out of Dino's mouth, and everyone on the deck felt the pressure from the dragon Pokémon. After the roar, Dino's body began to emit a dazzling white light in the night. This white light is the light of evolution. Under the cover of the white light, Dino's body began to change constantly. On the other side, after seeing Dino evolve, the expression on Hunter K's face became a little ugly. In the middle of Spark Flint, Hunter K made a decision. Interrupt Dino's evolution. Hunter K knew that if Dino completed the evolution, not only would his physical strength be greatly restored, but his strength would also change qualitatively. At that time, Beedrill, who wanted to rely on continuous attacks to consume most of his physical strength, would be in trouble. So even if interrupting Dino's evolution will affect Dino's future qualifications, Hunter K cannot hesitate. After all, what is in hand first is good. As long as Maen is defeated, it doesn't matter if Dino is injured. At most, it will take more time to heal. This is also the difference between these busybodies in the wild and normal trainers. If it is a normal trainer, even in the middle of a battle, as long as one party's Pokémon is about to evolve, the other party will patiently wait for the other party to evolve before fighting. But Hunter K is obviously not this kind of person. They only pursue the final result and don't care about other things at all. Beedrill, Pin Missile interrupts Dino's evolution. Beedrill heard Hunter K's command, and Twineedle condensed energy again and flashed white light, ready to attack Dino in front of him. At this moment, a shadow ball flew directly from the side of Beedrill. Feeling the threat of shadow ball, Beedrill quickly released Pin Missile's stockpile and hurriedly dodged the attack of shadow ball this time. Hunter K also hurriedly looked in the direction of the shadow ball, and saw that Djanggar still had a sly smile on his face. It was obvious that the previous shadow ball was launched by Djanggar, and the price was an attack from Ariados. However, for Djanggar, its goal had been achieved. Although it was injured, the smile on its face could not be concealed. Hunter K's face was also very ugly. He did not expect that his delaying tactics were used by the opponent, and the situation in the next battle was really changed. Because the evolutionary light on Dino had ended, and it officially evolved into Zwillis. Compared with the previous Dino, Zwillis's body was several times larger, and it changed from a single head to a double head, and a pair of wings grew behind it. Its strength has directly reached the gym level. Roar! The two heads of the evolved Zwillis roared loudly at soaring in the sky, venting the anger in his heart. Maen saw the surprise on Zwillis' face after the evolution and did not hide it. Then he commanded loudly. Let them see your strength after the evolution, Zwillis, use Draco Meteor. After hearing Maen's command, Zwillis directly put his two heads together, opened his mouth together to gather strength, and then spewed out a Draco Meteor that was more dazzling and huge than before. This time the target not only includes Beedrill in the venue, but also Ariados who had previously delayed Djanggar and consumed a lot of energy. After the evolution, Zwillis Draco Meteor is not only larger in size and wider in range, but also naturally terrifying in terms of power. Beedrill, who has no energy to use substitute, and Ariados on the other side can only watch the Draco Meteor fall. No! With a heart-wrenching cry from Hunter K, the Draco Meteor hit the deck directly. The roar and explosion sounded continuously. After the smoke and dust cleared, the deck failed to withstand the power of Draco Meteor and became pitted and covered with burnt marks. Beedrill and Ariados, who were at the center of the explosion, fell to the ground, with burnt marks all over their bodies, and their breath was extremely weak. They lay on the ground motionless. Hunter K stared at Maen with his red eyes, as if he wanted to cut Maen into pieces. Remembering Maen's face, Hunter K quickly took back the two Pokémon, then turned on Firo and planned to escape from here. But Hunter K, who had just taken off and was about to say a few harsh words, felt a chill on his back and all the hair on his body stood up. Turning around slightly, he saw Djanggar coming behind him at some point, grinning at Hunter K. Then Hunter K's body softened directly on Firo, and Firo, who found Djanggar, instinctively planned to escape. But it was just a Pokémon that Hunter K usually used to chase and escape. Its speed was okay, but its strength was not good enough. Before it could speed up, it was directly hit by a shadow ball from Djanggar, and Hunter K's body fell onto the deck. As Hunter K was defeated, the expressions on the faces of Bloody Jack and Captain Bill next to him turned into two polar opposites. Bloody Jack knew that this operation was completely over, and he hated Hunter K, the waste, in his heart. With such a big advantage, he couldn't even get rid of a little ghost, and was killed by someone. He looked at Swampert, who was already covered in wounds in front of Bill with hatred. In another minute, he could get rid of this old thing Bill. But in the current situation, he could only grit his teeth and give up, because the pirates on his side had completely lost their morale. After all, compared with the formally trained sailors, they were a mob after all. He could still fight when he had an advantage before, but his morale plummeted after seeing Hunter K's failure, and he was suppressed to the guardrail by the high-spirited sailors. The Zwillis on the Maen side had already approached, and Jack knew that if he didn't leave now, he would never be able to leave. Sharpedo, Bubble attack that Zwillis. Feraligatr, Blizzard attack the sailor over there. After giving the order, Jack stepped on Firo first, ready to evacuate the scene immediately. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50 Hone Elite Drake. Sharpedo's spit up hydro pump hit Zwillis, and Zwillis used Dragon Breath to block the flying hydro pump. On the other side, Captain Bill saw that Jack actually ordered Feraligatr to attack his sailors with skills, and directly ordered Swampert to protect the safety of the sailors. Jack's purpose was obviously the same, to delay Zwillis's encirclement and attract Swampert's attention, so that he could take this opportunity to successfully escape. After all, Jack also saw in the previous battle that neither Maen nor Bill had any flying Pokémon, and Hunter K was smacked down just because he didn't notice Djanggar's location. After making this plan, Jack has been paying attention to Djanggar's location, and found that Djanggar was still with Hunter K, so he felt relieved to use this trick. Firo had already flown into the air, and Jack took this opportunity to retrieve his two Pokémon and directly ordered Firo to take off at full speed to escape. The pirates below saw the action of their boss and immediately spewed out all kinds of obscene words. They didn't expect that the boss they always respected would betray them and choose to escape alone. This is the difference between the pirates and Bill's sailors. Bill and the sailors have families. While helping each other, they also trust each other's backs. Even if they die, their families can be taken care of. But Jack's side is different. It was originally a group of desperate people gathered together. In Jack's eyes, his brothers are just tools. When he hides for a while, he can pull up another team with his strength. He is still the Bloody Jack who makes people terrified. Just when Jack, who was full of confidence, thought he had escaped successfully, Firo under him suddenly stopped moving, just stopped in the air, and his body kept shaking, looking at the distance with horror. Firo, what are you doing? Fly. Jack patted Firo's body hard, urging Firo to fly away quickly. Jack's strangeness also attracted the attention of people on the deck. Maen also looked at Jack curiously. It can't move because it is afraid and dare not continue to fly. As for the one who is afraid, it should be me. A steady voice sounded, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw an old man wearing a black Navy captain's uniform and a white Navy hat standing on a Pokemon. The old man's Navy coat was open, swaying in the sea breeze, looking quite chic. But the most eye-catching thing was the Pokemon under his feet, an elite-level Salamence. This dress and the Pokemon under his feet also revealed the identity of the old man, Hone Elite 4 Dragon Elite Drake. Seeing Drake's figure, Jack's face showed an extremely terrified expression. He could only instinctively urge Firo to run fast, and the sound seemed particularly ridiculous in the silent night sky. Originally, I was planning to capture a live person, but seeing that you were planning to attack the sailors on the ship before, I don't need to hold back. Go to hell and repent. Salamence, destroy the death ray. Salamence under Drake's feet roared, as if he sensed the rage in Trainer's heart, and spewed out a destroying death ray from his mouth, directly blasting towards Jack. Jack looked at the attacking destruction death ray and could only instinctively wail for mercy, but he couldn't stop the attack of the destruction death ray. Maen on the deck only saw a giant laser passing through the night sky, briefly illuminating the night sky, and then the figures of Jack and Firo fell from soaring in the sky and hit the deck directly. Jack on the deck had turned into a human-shaped charcoal, and the other Firo was also breathing out but not in. Maen looked at the miserable state of Red Hand Jack and could only sigh that if a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will make his teeth ache. If other elites came, they might be able to save their lives, because Jack has been on the sea for nearly 10 years. It is absolutely impossible to say that Jack has not hidden any property, so with this, he might be able to save his life. But unfortunately, it was Drake Elite who came. Drake's dress explained some problems, because Drake was a captain when he was young, and he naturally had a good impression of these sailors on the sea, and regarded these sailors as his juniors, so Jack's behavior of ordering Feraligatr to attack the sailors was completely challenging the bottom line of Drake Elite, and naturally he would not hold back. This situation directly frightened the remaining pirates who resisted. One of the pirates directly took back the Pokemon and threw away his weapon, kneeling on the ground and shouting that he surrendered. With the first one, there was the second one, and finally the remaining pirates all knelt on the ground and gave up resistance. As Drake landed on the deck riding Salamence, the whole battle was completely declared over. Drake looked at Maen after landing. After all, Maen in normal clothes stood out among a group of sailors. Seeing Drake coming towards them, Maen and Djanggar, who were taking the spoils from Hunter K, stopped in a hurry and stood up quickly. Zwillis beside Maen looked straight at Salamence beside Drake. The instinct from the dragon Pokemon made it want to challenge Salamence. But Zwillis also knew that the gap was too big now, so he just looked at Salamence without saying a word. You are Maen, right? Does Drake Elite know me? Ha ha ha, your grandma Agatha and I are old friends. She mentioned you to me a lot before. Although Agatha has been trying to hide it, I, an old friend, can hear the proud tone in her voice clearly. And this time I came here because Agatha told me that there are pirates here to rob. Drake was talking to Maen, and he couldn't help laughing when he thought of Agatha's appearance before. After all, he had known Agatha for decades, and only when Maen was mentioned would Agatha's facial expression change. Maen heard what Drake said, thought of the message he left for Grandma Agatha before, and understood the reason for Drake's arrival. He also had a general understanding of the relationship between Grandma Agatha and Drake Elite. Agatha and Drake are definitely old friends, otherwise it would be impossible for them to come here directly because of a piece of information. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th.